Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Protector of the Fairies in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Protector of the Fairies. Chasing the Quincy. Do you really have to leave so soon? Asked Laxus as he watched Ichigo prepare to leave. At least stay another hour or two. Sorry Laxus, Ichigo replied with a glance over his shoulder, seeing Nozomi waiting just a bit ahead. Kisuke stood just a bit off to the side of her, paying his respects at the master's grave. It had taken the scientist a while to finally approach it, but it seemed he had finally swallowed up the courage to do so. Levi meanwhile waited beside Nozomi, watching the two of them from afar. As much as I'd love to rest right now, I can't afford to. None of us can. I've had Mist Ogden following up on a lead on a potential spy, someone who would have known about the barrier and warned Ishida and his allies. We're on a limited time frame before they enact their escape plan, and if we don't find them soon, then letting them escape will all be for nothing. Ichigo paused for a second, turning back to Laxus. Are you sure you can't come with us? I know you have your responsibilities as guild master now. I can't, Ichigo. My place is here. I would ask you to stay in turn, to be the guild's ace, but I can see you already have your mindset on what you want to do. Still, if you ever decide it's too much to handle, just let me know. If you need my help, I'll help. No questions asked if necessary, though I will admit that going in blind wouldn't be enjoyable. I'll remember that, replied Ichigo with a smirk. Keep the secret safe, all right. You decided on continuing the master's legacy. Now play your part right. Fifth. Raising a hand in farewell as he turned away, Ichigo headed back to the others, Kisuke leaving the grave as he noticed Ichigo approaching. Well? Are you done here? Yeah. And you? Do you want to say a few more words? Kisuke shook his head. I've said all I need to. And knowing the master, he'd probably be telling me to get out of here already and to stop dirtying his grave with my presence. Even to the end he never could come to forgive me. Not that I can really blame him. We never could see eye to eye, especially with my less than moral outlook. All right, if you're sure. Nozomi, can you take us back to the ship? Nodding, Nozomi held out a hand, opening a tear in the air. After you, my prince, she said, gesturing with her other hand. Ichigo nodded in thanks as he entered the tier, Kisuke and Levi following afterwards and Nozomi following right behind them to close the tier. They appeared back on the control deck of the ship itself, Hibiki looking up from some of his super archive monitors in surprise at their appearance. Ah, Ichigo. Kisuke. Levi. Nozomi. Welcome back. Any news from Mist Ogden? Ichigo asked immediately, getting straight down to business. Hibiki shook his head, one eye glancing at a nearby screen and the data that ran across it. Nothing here. He hasn't tried to get in contact in any of the normal ways we have set up for such situations, which means he hasn't gone to any of the temporary Rune Knight outposts set up across the land. Either he has nothing to report yet or he's been caught or killed. The latter is unlikely without something having been heard about a battle nearby, and none of the rumors I'm collecting suggest anything like that happening in the past day. So we've yet to get anything, summarized Kisuke as he strolled up to the monitors beside Hibiki, glancing at the nearest one. Not bad setup. You're getting better at using this magic with the ship's systems, right? Hibiki nodded. I never had a chance to practice much when we were creating the ship back then. Ichigo always kept a careful eye on me in case of danger when I incorporated into the system. I've yet to have to do that here with the system already performing far above expected parameters, but I believe Super Archive does remove the need for such methods due to its high processing power in contrast to normal archive. It is impressive, admitted Kisuke before he pointed at one of the messages appearing on the screen. What's this one? Something you're ignoring. Ah, that. I was hoping you would have a look at it. Oh, Ichigo. If you want to get some rest or do some training, we've got time for now. You too, Nozomi. I'll let you know if there are any problems. Could you help a second through Levi? I was hoping you might be able to recall some facts for me if you came across them. Sure. All right, I'll take my leave then, said Ichigo as he headed for the door. Thanks Hibiki, he added as he left, Nozomi saying her own thanks as she followed herself. Looking back to Kisuk, he saw the man giving him a curious look. What? Nothing. You don't think he might be able to offer any advice on this matter? Better he doesn't know just yet, Hibiki admitted before opening the message. Immediately Kisuk's face went blank, his eyes slowly scanning the content of the message. I see you understand. Mest sent this to me. I don't know when he learned archive, though I'd hazard a guess at it being sometime during those 7 years from now, but it helps him keep in contact with us at times like this. Levi frowned, tilting her head curiously. Yuzu's missing. Yes. Ichigo's sister is missing. Yes. I see, said Kisuk in understanding. So that's why you wanted Ichigo out of the way. If he heard this, he'd panic and rush out to search for her himself. He'd act hastily and cause a scene that will act against us in our plan. How long can you keep this a secret from him? Honestly speaking, not long. Eventually he's going to hear about it. Nozomi doesn't know herself, but she's not going to keep it a secret from him if she learns the truth, and she might do if she goes out with him to one of the battlefields to check on them. We'll need some excuses for now to keep him busy until we can close the trap. Leave lying to him for me. I'm good at misleading him. I did it for years with his Zanpakuta, so I should be able to do it for a week here. Best case scenario here is for him to not even learn about this until she's safe. He'll be mad, but it's better than him acting recklessly. Thanks. Though if the one who took her isn't part of the same group as the Quincy, we'll be in some serious amounts of trouble. Right now this is our only lead on her whereabouts. Do they have your Yuaki with them? Hibiki frowned, glancing at the message beside him. I think they mentioned something about informing her, but whether she can get away from the battlefield is another question entirely. If every strong mage left the area, it would be like inviting the enemy to attack in greater force to try and break the barrier. How many are leaving? Asked Levi curiously. Are the others going with them? Hibiki glanced at the message again, quickly trying to work out who Mest had mentioned. Our group there is going with them, so that's Mest and Shinji. Taoshiro's heading out too because of Karen it seems, and there's one other. Frowning, Levi looked over at the message herself, his eyes widening in shock at the last name on the message. The Celestial Spirit King. Why? No, never mind. His help would be appreciated, but it does leave fewer of our strongest mages up north. That's not good to be honest, but they'll have to make do. I can't see some of them stopping halfway. The Celestial Spirit King though. Why is he helping them? He could be just wanting to help. True, but I didn't even realize he had a connection to her at all. Whether he does or not, it doesn't matter, pointed out Kisuk. Look at his request. He wants to meet Ichigo afterwards. He's charging for his services, not doing it for free. He has something to gain, which makes his actions far more understandable. Why he wants to see Ichigo is anyone's guess, but Mest has mentioned here that they talked once after the Eclipse Gate was destroyed. Perhaps he merely wants a chance to continue whatever conversation they had? It's not like we're going to be the easiest people to pin down now that the war has begun. Maybe. Either way, I'll continuing have the ship to sail around the area of the barrier. Hopefully we won't be too far away when we get a response from Mistagen. Is distance really an issue? Asked Levi. When we consider Nozomi's power, surely it doesn't matter how far we need to go. Ideally yes. But while she can move quickly and teleport, moving others leaves us exposed. It's not as instantaneous as Mest's magic. It's portal-based. We could just as well appear outright into a trap. If we do take that shortcut, we need to appear far away from any enemies so we can get our bearings first. And the moment we appear nearby, they'll sense us. At least in the ship, we can suppress most of the magic from within and keep the element of surprise. Keep an ear out then, stated Kisuk as he turned away. If you need me, I'll be in the lab. Kisuk? We don't have a lab. I set it up down in one of the empty rooms. If you need me, knock. Don't enter casually, as I might be doing some delicate experiments. I still have some things I'd like to check out myself. All right, take care. Kisuk quickly left the room, heading down to the lower decks. Most of what Kisuk passed was identical to the areas before them, a lot of the ship extremely similar in design. It didn't take him long to reach his makeshift lab, closing the door behind him and locking the door. Walking to the large table in the center of the room, papers and machines covering all the other tables in the room, Kisuk settled down on the sole chair of the room, reaching into his cloak and pulling out the Hujioku from his cloak. "Now then," he said as he looked into the tiny orb, seeing the flickers of pure black energy within, barely contained by the energy that surrounded the small orb in the innermost layer and threatening to break free at any time. "Shall we see how these work, these magic barrier particles?" Protector of the Fairies. "Welcome Lord Spriggan," said August as he greeted his leader. The black-haired mage nodded at him as he passed, an unanswered command to follow being issued. "I have to thank you for your generosity in listening to my selfish actions. You said you had something of interest to report. Something that didn't seem natural. I hope you, of all people, aren't wasting my time, August. If you have, I may need to remind you of how precious my time is and what comes from wasting it on pointless ventures." August nodded. "I'll be brief then." He reached out to grab Ziref before stopping, realizing what he was doing could be seen as a threat without asking permission first. "If your majesty would allow me, I'll take us to the source of the occurrence." "Be quick," said Ziref as he held out his arm, August placing his own palm on it as he tapped the base of his staff against the ground. The scenery instantly changed, the two appearing within the same zone that countless troops from Alvarez were arriving at. Thousands upon thousands were resting temporarily, many already having gone ahead to join the rest on the front lines. August didn't let his mind wander at the sight of them all, the irritated gaze of his leader forcing him to move quickly. "This is it," August said after leading Ziref through the crowds, coming to the same area where signs of damage could be seen around the surrounding area. What really stuck out to both of them, however, was the sight the two of them could see, the flicker of black energy still clinging to the area, hidden from the eyes of normal mages. "It's still here, even after I fought against the ones using it over 2 days ago. This isn't right. There shouldn't be traces left of it if it was any other magic, and yet it still clings here like a disease, refusing to move on. Magic barrier particles." August frowned. "I'm sorry Lord Spriggan, I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with that form of magic." "That's because it's not a form of magic. You sensed it, right? Or even if you didn't, you still saw it. Your eyes, the sight they gained gifted by magic, would never allow you to be blind to such disgusting energy. I felt something was wrong about it. There was 2 of them, a blonde-haired man and a priest. Jerome and Arlock their names were, I believe. And both of them were surprisingly weak." "Weak? Do you want to change that answer?" Instead of coming out intimidating, August felt nothing from his leader, just like when he was testing them to see how much they knew and if they were right. At times like this, it was best to stick with what he believed to be correct and not second-guess anything. No, they were weak. In terms of magical power, they were fairly insignificant compared to my own. But despite such a gap, both proved capable of combating my magic. Alone they would have not even been trouble, but together the power they wielded was able to catch up to me, despite how impossible it should have been. That's how magic barrier particles are, muttered Ziref as he glanced at the area in disgust. A form of energy that rejects the natural order. Magic is the lifeblood of this world, and magic barrier particles want nothing more than to eradicate it all from this world. Some people I have met over the years have even suggested, when confronted with this fact, that it is the reason for so many Ukin to still exist even now. Because magic is afraid and wants its warriors ready to defend itself should the worst come to pass. Considering the true nature of magic, I'm hardly surprised, commented August as he sighed, running a hand through his hair. I'm getting too old for all of this. So, what should we do about all of this energy? Is it safe to leave it here? Ziref shrugged, turning away. Who knows? It'll probably be gone in a week with the current rate it's being destroyed at, so after that we don't have to worry about it. It's not my problem anyway. If magic decided to hate me for this choice, well, that wouldn't be such a problem, I suppose. Maybe it'll even decide to leave me alone once day by doing this as it grows tired of me and my actions. My lord. Ziref stiffened, becoming aware of how much he had said. Ignore all of that, August. Mention this to anyone and you'll end up joining the pile of bodies this war will bring. And I can assure you that you won't be recognizable if you do upset me. I apologize, Lord Spriggan. It was not my place to pry. Very well. Head back. I have some other business to attend to, and I can reach there without your help, so have no fear on that front. With all due respect, it is not safe for you to roam around freely. August almost went to retract what he said when Ziref's gaze snapped back towards him, but he held firm. You are our leader. Without you, we will fall apart. You may be strong, but with the situation of the other armies outside the barrier, some groups might try to strike you down. That is not to mention the growing threat of this new organization. They are not to be trifled with if they have access to this strange energy. They won't be a problem for long, August. Whoever they are, I will wipe them out just like any others in my way. And besides, I have always moved as I please. Not even this situation will stop that. Nothing will happen to me, that I can assure you, because I am not allowed to die. No matter what happens, I will be fine. Have no fear of Alvarez falling apart, August. I would never allow it to after putting so much work into it. Protector of the Fairies. Working on the bodies before him, the skeleton demon known as Keys worked tirelessly to repair the damage done to the bodies in front of him. Slowly absorbing the energy into his body, the dangerous power contained once more from interacting in the world, he finally removed his hands away from the two bodies. How many days had passed now? It had taken far longer than he had ever anticipated to remove the magic barrier particles from the bodies of these two. Was it because they had used it so much? Or was it because the energy became more potent in a human body? And why was that? Out of all the forms, humans seemed to be able to harness the power of magic barrier particles to far greater degrees than any others. Was it because they were more susceptible to its power? Or was it for another reason? So many questions always crossed his mind when it came to this power. So many, and yet the answers he sought were never allowed to be solved. It was a miracle that he knew as much as he did with Master Ziref's limitations on the substance. He and Tempester served as containers. To use the energy would be to spit on their own creator, and yet he couldn't help but want to. Perhaps he had absorbed too much of the energy. He would have to seek out Master Ziref later on and have him repair the damage his mind must have taken. It would be easy for him to do. After all, Ziref knew every aspect of them all. They were designed in very specific ways, and no more so than him and Tempester for this specific duty. They had other roles, but this took priority over any other. Oh. So the hybrid did actually kill them. Here I thought he would have shown mercy to them. It certainly was a surprise, Keys commented, hiding his surprise of being snuck up on. And who are you? He asked as he turned to face the young pink-haired girl behind him, a headband with cat hairs resting in the short crop of hair. How did you manage to sneak all the way to me while I am in Cube? Well, your little master is out, so it was easy to just jump in. Oh, I'm Mary. I have to be nice and give my name to those I meet. Grandfather said it's all part of being a polite young lady. He must have been twisted if his teachings are making you even be polite to demons. Keys watched as she nodded, his eyes scanning her. She didn't seem very intimidating to him. She was dressed in black and white dress, the middle being white with a jagged pattern between the sections, and her eyes for some reason had diamond-shaped pupils. None of that was anything to focus on. What was, however, was the small lacrima hanging around her neck, familiar energy barely trapped within. Oh, said Mary in shock as she placed an arm across his chest. Just where do you think you're looking, you pervert, she said with a laugh. So it seems even demons dash magic barrier particles. Immediately the girl dropped all pretenses of humor. I recognize the energy in that lacrima around your neck. To say it's a lacrima might be wrong considering it is actually a crystallized version of magic barrier particles, but they both function the same. I would recognize this energy anyway. So why don't you tell me why I shouldn't kill you? You have 5 seconds. Aren't you curious? Mary asked innocently, holding up the lacrima slightly with a sinister smirk. Oh, you must be held on a tight leash while constantly interacting with such wonderful energy, and yet never allowed to uncover its secrets. How that must pain you so. The realization that you could serve your creator so much better with the help of this energy and yet have him deny you at every turn. How it must anger you, especially when you were chosen to do a job of being a warden for something he hates. I wonder, does that mean he hates you too? Leave. I won't ask you again. Leave? Wasn't it kill before? Mary smirked once more as she saw the confusion on Keys's face. You poor thing, not even understanding your own desires. It's not surprising though, not when you have someone like that for a master. Now if you ever want to have some real fun, just give me a call. Act out big enough and I'll come and visit you personally, taking you to a world where you can fulfill all those desires to learn about this power. But first. Skipping forward, Mary came to a stop by the two bodies in front of her. Levi McGarden. Laxistriar. They're alive, right? That's the problem with having both the future versions and the present ones around, but I guess we'll manage. I'll be taking these if you don't. Ah. So you finally decided to act, she added quietly, noticing the skeletons all surrounding her. Necromancy. Such a beautiful form of magic. Unfortunately our version isn't quite as easy. If you ever reconsider the side you belong on, give us a call. All the skeletons rushed forward at Keys's silent command, but they never reached the girl, a hand of black energy reaching up from the girl's shadow and pulling her and the two bodies back down into it. The magic in the skeletons immediately was disrupted and destroyed as they crashed through the remainder of the magic barrier particles present, Keys clenching his fists tightly to try and contain his rage. That girl had dared to make a fool of him? He'd show her. He'd show any who dared to mess with him. As soon as his anger died down through. As he was right now, all he could think was of her words, and how much some of them secretly appealed to him. Protector of the fairies. Man, this sucks, muttered Basby to himself as he walked down the busy street, his usual outfit of pure white switched out for a set of casual clothes he had stolen a few towns back. The old cloak and uniform was now replaced with a set of jeans and a short-sleeved t-shirt, something he had long missed being able to wear. Unfortunately there weren't many chances to break protocol at Silburn, so he rarely got to wear this kind of stuff except for his early days when he was allowed to roam freely. That had stopped 2 years ago when things really began to get hectic and tense, forcing His Majesty to become more careful with his actions and to keep them all closer with a few exceptions. He was glad he hadn't forgotten the feeling of wearing these types of clothes. If he had, like some of the others must have done, he would never have been able to blend in so naturally to the town he was currently in. Sure, his hairstyle was a bit odd, but the people he passed saw him as nothing more than a punk because of it, and a local one at that. Even the small amount of rune knights that acted as an emergency guard at the city didn't even see him as a threat, his magical power suppressed so much to the point where one would have to brush against him to sense its true value. Pausing as he noticed he was about to walk past his destination, he turned and headed right in, opening the doors to the shop with one hand as he grabbed a basket with his other. They had felt the suppressed energy of Lloyd a day ago, hidden so much that only they, as Quincy with experience of sensing such tiny amounts of energy, could detect. He'd be here in a few hours at max, maybe even sooner. At this point it was merely a waiting game, which made him far more nervous than any of the times before. Now that they knew the wait was almost over, he was sure something was bound to happen. Leaving couldn't be so easily, could it? Well, until something did happen, they could make sure they were well rested and ready for battle. This was what the food was for. Better to not be fighting on an empty stomach. Paying for the bits and pieces he had bought, all of it food that could be consumed quickly and without effort, he left the shop behind and pulled out one of the apples he had gotten to eat on the way to his allies. He was glad he had bitten into it when he had done, else he might have shown some of the shock on his face. Instead he made sure to ignore the white-haired Shinigami as he passed, treating him like everyone else was. No one wanted to be in his way with the look he had on his face, the few people in the street avoiding him before he even got close to them. He instead focused on eating as he continued to walk past, letting nothing show. He felt his heart beating out of his chest as the Shinigami drew closer to him, almost afraid it would be heard as he came side to side with him. He didn't dare move any other way than forward. Away from the Shinigami would look suspicious. Any closer and the Shinigami would sense his large amount of magical power. He just had to keep walking. Even when he passed, He didn't feel at ease, not looking back at all even though he was exposed to any surprise attacks. Any form of suspicious activity would doom him right now to a fight, and while he was confident in his skills he didn't want to end up fighting for his life for however long it would take Lloyd to arrive at their location. Their pursuers were getting closer, so he was glad today would be the end of it all, one way or another. That white-haired Shinigami, Toshiro Hitsugaya, the information that they had on dangerous targets claimed, was not meant to be away from the front lines without reason. They knew they were at this town somehow, that was the only conclusion he could draw from his presence. If he was alone, he wasn't a problem. Not when there were 3 others besides himself, one of which being Uriah. If he had contacted anyone though, it would be a race against time. Still, so long as they kept their magical power suppressed then they would be fine. There were thousands and thousands of people in this small town, so finding them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. All he had to do was act similar to them all, to go about his business and ignore the fact there was a war beginning. That was what all the other people he had met here had been like, completely unafraid of the war happening even when other places had been. Hold on, wasn't that worrying in itself? Why weren't they worried? Was there a larger force of troops around this city that he wasn't aware of? Did they believe themselves to be safe because of that and so let themselves forget about the war? Or was there another reason? It was probably foolish of him to do this, but he had to test. Glancing around the street, the few people walking around avoiding his eyes as he stared at them, he focused on one of the more attractive girls around. It had been a while since he had tried to ask a girl out randomly, there wasn't much chance to do so at Silburn, but he knew the general basics. The girl, about a year younger than him with her hair done up in a long thin braid down her back, turned towards him as he approached, smiling shyly as he spoke. "Hey, you alone right now? Want to hang out?" God, he sounded so cheesy, but at least the girl seemed to be falling for it. She must have been bored if she was considering the offer. It wasn't like he needed her to accept it anyway. He just needed some time to test his theory. "What's your name anyway, cutie? I'm sure it's as beautiful as you are." The girl giggled to herself but still didn't respond. He didn't like that. Not one bit. "Come on, don't leave me hanging here. At least give a guy an answer, why don't you?" The girl still refused to speak, but the look in her eyes was already unsettling him. And when she finally spoke, his eyes immediately glanced around, seeing the slightly distorted forms of the people around him. He didn't need to listen to the girl's answer, and the look on anger on her face as he turned back to her was scary to look at. "You saw, didn't you?" she muttered angrily, her form flickering as all the other people around vanished at once. "I worked hard on all of this. What gave me away, huh? Say it, you asshole." "Crap." Basby immediately broke out into a run, even as the building in front of him exploded outwards with flames. Some shot towards him but he deflected them all with his own flames with a snap of his fingers, blue fire offsetting the hot orange flames before him. A wall of ice burst up in front of him as he tried to escape, Toshiro appearing up on top of it with his sword raised ready. He could no longer see anyone else but these two. Who had done it? An illusion of this scale could only be called real illusions, but who had cast it? Was it because of Ichigo or his allies like at the Grand Magic Games? The report had said about such a technique. No, it wasn't them. Neither of these two had been a part of that group when that stunt was pulled. There was another one pulling the strings here, and they had fallen for it hook, line and sinker. "Hurry up, Lloyd," Basby muttered to himself as he swiped his hand out to the side, flames bursting out of it ready to be fired. "The fighting's already begun. Protector of the Fairies. The operation has begun," stated Hibiki, multiple archive screens floating around him. "Switching to super archive systems as we enter battle. Karen Kurosaki and Toshiro Hitsugaya have engaged an unknown enemy at point C7. Threat level is moderate plus. Other threats unaccounted for." "So the real illusion failed," muttered Kisuke, glancing at one of the screens that had been supplied to him. Who was in charge of it, Ichigo? Mavis or Nabara? Ichigo shook his head. Neither. Apparently the Celestial Spirit King said there would be no need as he had it covered already. Good thing too. Wendy doesn't have anywhere near enough magic to create so many people. Neither do I for that matter without exhausting myself completely. The Celestial Spirit King has some seriously large magic reserves. I'm just glad we managed to evacuate everyone from the city before the Quincy arrived. Mistogan's information came just in time. I've got contact with Levi and Nozomi, Hibiki called over to the group, one hand held up by one of the screens. They've spotted someone heading towards Group B. Should they engage? Yeah. Don't let any of the Quincy group up. I'll let him know. I also have a message from Mistogan. He's noticed movement from Sector F3. It seems that is where our mysterious extra is coming from. What should we do? Have Mistogan delay him, but make him think he has the upper hand. If he gets desperate he may use the hostage as a bargaining chip. Alright. I have Mest and Shinji on standby ready to go. Should we send the two out to scout the city for the last two hostiles? Once they've identified Uryu Ishida, Yu and Kisuk should be free to head towards them and intercept him. Do it. But keep an eye on their vitals. Uryu is tricky. I should know, I've fought him before, and he'll likely realize they won't be alone if he realizes I see him as a threat. If we're not careful, he'll take the two of them out at extreme range to try and mess with us, and if that happens we need to pinpoint his position instantly. Ichigo frowned for a moment. I've been wondering this for a while now, but who did they take anyway? You said the message from Juashiro was vague. They're someone high up right in the Fiori War Council. They are, lied Kisuk, folding his arms as he glanced at the large map in front of them. Lines divided the city into many sectors, the lights currently shown on it acting as markers for their own troops. It's a good thing we got some reinforcements from him. He choose people you'd feel comfortable working with. Why did he leave Yuzu out? Ichigo asked, drumming his fingers against the table. I can't see Karen agreeing to leave Yuzu behind. Maybe she got hurt during the Vanguard assaults. I hope she's alright. She'll be fine. If you want, have Nozomi take you out to see her after we're done. It'll be a nice break after the stress of all this tracking. By the way, are we leaving Wendy and Kelia out of this operation? Their Dragon Force and God Oversoul are very powerful techniques, more than enough to help them both overcome a strong enemy when together. I don't like involving kids. And I won't take the risk of them being abducted too in case the enemy tries to pull a fast one. I told you about who the first Okan Kelia saw was, right? That image is likely embedded in her mind. If she was to meet Waiwak again, she'd likely switch sides in a heartbeat. She's that much of a flight risk. Asked Hibiki from his seat. Is Wendy the same? And is this how all sky magic users are? Wendy's opinion of me is slightly biased because of her sight, but Kelia's first sight of something different was of him. She was impressionable, it's only natural she would see him and think he's special because of the way magic reacted to him. And with how much she loses herself in battle, with the state her mind becomes and how twisted some ideals end up, I don't think she would remain an ally if he asked her at the right time. For right now though, it's best to keep the ship hidden. They're both working together to make the cloud layer anyway. The extra firepower isn't worth having the ship getting damage again and having the systems being crippled. The magic barriers are working at 50% strength, muttered Hibiki absent-minded as he waved in the air, creating another screen with details of the generator's output and the power distribution. You really think they have the power to break through? One of them can make anything her magic touches explode. I don't know how resistant the barriers are towards such an attack, but if Mistogan's meteor spell could turn himself into a walking bomb, then what do you think would happen to the ship? Not a happy thought. After all the work I put into this thing, I'd be furious, and we've been found. Ichigo almost jumped out of his seat, Kisuk barely containing his shock took. Hibiki didn't even bother hiding his, opening staring in shock at the screens. The barrier took a light hit. A warning shot. Don't move the ship, ordered Kisuk. That's the kind of warning it was. If they knew we were up here, then they would have sent the girl up to detonate it if they wanted to destroy it. They might still try that. Where did they fire the arrow? Whereabout in relation to us? Underneath us. Well, to be precise, underneath Ichigo. What? Ichigo only moved a single step away from his seat when the Hibiki shouted at him to stop. Almost immediately an alarm was blaring through the ship, Hibiki rapidly turning to all the status reports floating around him. That one penetrated the barriers, Hibiki muttered in a rush. The first shot tested them, the second found the weak spot in it. This guy's good. And he fired it again right underneath you, Ichigo. Don't move. That warning is being sent towards you too, not just to the ship. We underestimated him, Kisuke muttered. This Ishida fellow is dangerous. You could leave, but it'd cost us the ship if you did. Ichigo nodded, bringing a hand to his chin. I can't use my Edala's self again right now. Uriu has fought him, and the outcome was not one you'd expect if you know how strong he is, so we can't count on much support there. Surprises work best against him from what I've found, otherwise he'll simply use whatever he's developed to combat the technique he saw before again to win. And I can't really rely on my Zanpakuta spirits to do anything much against him either. See if you can get Wendy and Kelia to slowly move towards the exterior of the ship. We'll have them make a defensive line, muttered Kisuke in agreement. That'll work. Once we draw his attention away enough from you with a fight, he won't be able to fire off such dangerous shots. Or at least my hypothesis is that. Let's see if it actually works. Protector of the Fairies. They finally decided to act, it seems, said Uriu as he pushed his fingers against the bridge of his glasses. They're earlier than I anticipated, but Lloyd is too. Bambietta's already gone out to draw their attention, stated Kang. Should we have her fall back towards our position or have her slowly retreat towards Lloyd's position? Neither. She can do as she pleases, and we will all move towards her. It's better to regroup at the one who will inevitably draw the most attention. King nodded, getting to his feet and allowing the claws of energy to appear on his hands. Dismissing the bow in one hand, Uriu allowed King to lead the charge, following behind him at a slow pace. The movements on the ship were sealed for the time being, but his bluff would only last for so long. Even if he could penetrate the ship's barriers, he had no knowledge of where the critical systems were bar what he could see from the outside. However, it would seal the most annoying problem currently. The problem came from who had created the illusions. He had seen the girl with Ichigo, he had felt a glimpse of what energy the form of her power gave off, and he knew this wasn't her work. It was similar, yes, but also different in a vast way. Another consciousness of magic? It was possible, but he couldn't be sure without seeing the one who created the illusions with his own two eyes. I need to check on something. Head on ahead, Kang. The Quincy ahead almost froze, barely managing to keep going as he turned his head back. At a time like this? Are you sure? I'm sure. We've already got someone heading to our position. I'll head them off and regroup with the others when it's time. But dash. That's an order, Kang, Uriu said forcefully. Do you dare to argue against His Majesty's heir? King bowed his head slightly, the only sign of his reluctance being the tightening of his fists. Very well. Be quick. Without another word, he rushed ahead, leaving Uriu to divert his path to the right. He could already sense the small disturbance in the air ahead, the faint trickle of magical power giving him a glimpse at the kind of person who was about to appear. Are you really going to fight him? Asked a voice beside him, Uriu flinching in surprise at the sudden appearance. Only the fact that he recognized the voice stopped him from lashing out. What are you doing out? I thought you knew to stay where you were. He knows. I don't. You already right? We'll do our part, but you better not mess up on your end. Rest assured, I will not fail, declared Uriu, speeding up to leave the man that had quickly joined him behind. The distortion in the air grew bigger as the giant form of the Celestial Spirit King stepped out of it, towering above them all in both size and power. Letting his body fade away, the man smirked as he saw Uriu engage the giant, a volley of arrows impacting against the armor in just a few seconds. Good luck, fake prince, the Edala's form of Ichigo said. You're going to need it before the day is up. Protector of the Fairies. All right, said Mist Ogden as he moved backwards slightly, keeping out of range of the arrows his enemy was firing from that gun of his. The man looked old, dressed in a formal kind of attire, and chose to fire bullets from that handgun he wielded. It certainly must have made it easier to fight while carrying the still unconscious form of the hostage under his arm. Falling back now. This was the hard part. His enemy could not know that he was intentionally leading him into the city. He had to believe 100% that he was the one in control and that what was happening was a result of the pressure he was emitting. Well, it would be a lie to say it wasn't difficult to fight this opponent. The old man was fast, even with the extra burden of carrying a hostage. That didn't exactly help him either. He didn't dare even try and use anything but meteor and his spear in case he caught the hostage in the blast radius of his attacks. The worst outcome would be if he used a large attack and the Quincy decided to use her as a human shield. At least he knew where the hostage was. It had been easy to work out that she was female from the rough shape of her, but he couldn't get a good look at her identity with her limp form under the man's arm. She was dressed in white, however, so it was possible she was another ally to the Quincy that had been a spy for them. That could be why Juoshiro was after her, since she would certainly have some valuable information if they could retrieve her safely. But he couldn't deny that she looked familiar to him. "Miss Dogen," Hibiki said, the man's voice being transmitted directly into his mind. "Lead him in further. Can you see the explosions in the distance? Let me guess. It's her work, right? That sadist bitch. Never met her, but I'll assume that's how she really is. Try and bring him towards her." Ichigo's idea. "If we can draw them together and can separate the hostage from the Quincy you're fighting's grasp, we can crush them in one blow with everything we have." "It's risky," Miss Dogen said in response. He could even hear the sound of his old self agreeing with him, and he was glad his subconscious was buried down far enough that Hibiki couldn't hear him too. "This Quincy is their escape route, right? Is he planning to let them go? We've got some very strong enemies here. I told him this too, but he's insisting. He says our priority target for capture is Urayu Ishida. If the others escape, well, that's too bad in his words. Urayu must be one dangerous enemy if he's willing to allow the risk of all the others escaping too. Just make sure you can get the hostage away from him once you're in position. You'll have to be quick. If you can get her too, they might rethink their plan of escaping until they can get her back from us." "What's wrong?" mocked the Quincy in front of him, energy compressing at the end of the gun's barrel. Quickly acting as he spun on his heel in the air, Miss Dogen had his spear slice upwards at the same time as the Quincy fired, the large beam of energy being split down the middle by the light his spear unleashed briefly in front of itself. Continuing to spin the staff, Miss Dogen found the spear ending up in his hand in a reverse grip, his arm already beginning to throw when he forced himself to stop. It was getting harder to fight the longer this battle dragged on. Instincts were what kept a lot of mages alive when they got to his level and had to fight enemies of similar or greater calibers. Knowing to dodge because of the power felt, able to instantly counter with a spell at his fingertips, rarely did he have to ignore those instincts. And the longer he tried to ignore them, the more he felt it taxing his mind. It was hard enough just to hold back. If this kept up, he would inevitably make a mistake, and it might come close to costing the hostage her life if he messed up badly. Retreating back further, he tried to make it look like he was trying to make some room. If it looked like he wanted distance to throw carefully, the Quincy might get the wrong idea and believe he really could be that accurate at such a long distance. His gaze flickered away from 1 second though, just to check on his position in the city, when he saw the smirk. It was just for a moment, but the second his gaze completely left his opponent, then they were gone, nowhere to be seen. "Hibiki." The man was quick to respond, setting up a two-way line between them. "Warn the others." The Quincy vanished from my sight. I've lost track of him, but the rough feeling of his magical power puts him in the city behind me. It must be related to his shrift. Warn everyone that at least one set of eyes must be on him at all times. His ability might be linked to sight. Transmitting the information now, Hibiki replied, rapidly typing away at the archive screens in front of him back on the ship. "Head towards the other battles and see if you can find him. We can't afford to lose him." Cutting the line, Hibiki sighed, his head turning towards Ichigo. Like he had for a while now, Ichigo hadn't moved from where he stood, simply standing there as he had been warned to. So this is how they plan to escape. Some form of teleportation. Can they still use it to bypass Fairy Sphere now that we know what it is? Ichigo shrugged. I'm not an expert on it. Mavis knows better than me. If I had to take a guess, however, I'd say it's possible. The barrier is designed to keep things out, not stop things in from leaving. Depending on how it works, it could pose a problem. For all we know, they might want to get the others out and then have the user of it retreat and resume his position as a spy. So if possible, we need to take him down before he can escape, even if some of the others managed to leave. He's a priority target alongside Uriah. Never mind that though, continued Ichigo as he looked at the large map projected in front of him, lights shining on it to represent allies and enemies. It looks like things are going as we wanted. Kisuke's almost reached the Celestial Spirit King who's engaged Uriah. I still can't believe Juoshiro managed to persuade him to help us here. It's a big help really. Did Juoshiro really ask us to do this? Ichigo asked. The way he said it sounded so casual to Hibiki, and it would have been if not for the serious look on Ichigo's face. If I was Juoshiro, I wouldn't have moved the Celestial Spirit King to a simple capture mission. His skill set doesn't suit such a thing. He would be far more effective at one of the front lines. It's more like he's here of his own will rather than Juoshiro's. Perhaps the enemy is simply so dangerous that we need him for insurance, Hibiki suggested, hoping his lies would work. If Ichigo even had the slightest inkling that it was his sister that was the hostage, then he wouldn't be able to stay still. He'd rush down there without a second though. He is Nukin, your words, after all. I'm a Nukin too. 2 is overkill for this when we have everyone else with us. And as strong as Uriah might be, as effective as he is against me, he is not a Nukin himself. Something's wrong here. Something I'm not seeing. I'm sure it's... Well, I guess being paranoid never hurt anyone. Running a finger across one of the screens, one eye looking temptingly at the messages he had hidden away, he almost reached towards it before stopping himself. It wouldn't end well if he told Ichigo now. I'll keep an eye on everyone here. Why don't we check on Wendy and Kelia anyway? They should be in position below the ship ready to deflect any attacks that approach us. Reaching for the screen to call them, Hibiki froze, his hand hovering over the button that would connect them. They've moved. What? I'm sorry, I should have kept an eye on them, I didn't think they'd do anything stupid and dash. It's alright, Ichigo said as he tried to calm Hibiki down, the man pausing in his ramblings. Just tell me, where are they? They went down. I'm working on finding them now, give me a few moments, but it seems they are moving towards where Levi and Nozomi are. They reported that they're fighting the female Quincy of the group, so the 2 Sky Slayers are better suited to fight her than most if they end up at her position, but this still isn't good. Who's the one leading? Have you got enough information yet to work it out? It's... Hibiki glanced at the screen he was using to track them on and paused, his eyes shifting back towards Ichigo in frustration. You weren't wrong about her being a flight risk. Kelia. She shouldn't have acted against us without seeing Wywak, but this is still terribly irresponsible of her. I just hope Wendy was chasing after her to try and stop her and not because she wanted to abandon her position. Let me know the moment Kisuke engages Ishida. Once that's done, I'll begin to move. Uriah at that point won't have the focus to spare for tracking me. Meanwhile, I recommend moving this ship as far away as possible. He fired towards where I was, not towards where the ship was. Get it out of the way and he can't threaten it again. Hopefully we'll be able to make it in time before anything bad happens. Protector of the Fairies. 2-on-1, muttered Uriah as he dodged the swing of the giant sword, the Celestial Spirit King attempting to crush him with every bit of strength that he had. This is just unpleasant, he added as he shot upwards, barely avoiding the beam of Kita that shot through the air below him. The raw power the Celestial Spirit King had, combined with the sheer difficulty that came from fighting someone as intelligent as Kisuke Urahara, was really starting to take its toll on him. He wouldn't be able to keep this up for long. And to make things worse, both of his opponents knew what he was trying to do. They were doing their best to avoid allowing him to retreat back to his allies. He may not have pulled out all his tricks yet, so he could easily use that to his advantage, but they hadn't showed their full hand either. The only benefits he had currently was that he was able to identify the source of the illusions and that he was able to keep the 2 focused on him rather than anyone else. Seeing the spirit sitting on the giant's shoulder, however, it was disconcerting when she continued to shout profanities at him and his allies, especially when the Shinigami trying to kill him couldn't hear her. It wouldn't be much longer that he would have to deal with this at least. Lloyd had already moved into the city. He had felt and tracked the man's position move rapidly, which now meant they only had to regroup. They were meant to regroup at the one causing the most trouble, and in a normal situation that would be with Bambietta. With what he was being forced to deal with though, and all the destruction that followed around him from the attacks he had to avoid, they would likely all head towards him before the plan could go into action. Backing away as much as he could, he found enough time to knock an arrow once more. He barely had time between dodging to retaliate. Kisuk the cause of all his problems. The man was incredibly sharp, able to work seamlessly with the Celestial Spirit King to remove all gaps between their attacks for any counter-strikes. Even he couldn't work that easily with anyone so quickly, and his eyes weren't exactly normal thanks to his shrift. He would have been insulted by the fact if it wasn't for what his shrift was. What to use, he muttered to himself, keeping an eye out for any openings in both of his opponent's attacks. All right. That one might work. Let's make them panic a bit, shall we? Raising his bow into position, he let the arrow form, taking more time with it than he normally would do. Apparently that was a sign to them that something was wrong. Well, they weren't wrong, but he would have preferred it if they had actually not noticed. Swinging the massive sword he held down, the Celestial Spirit King narrowly missed his target, a large blast of energy tearing apart the streets behind Uriah. As the energy began to fade, Kisuk shot through it, slashing down with his sword at Uriah from the man's blind spot. Right before it could hit, however, strings of energy caught his blade, forming a net between him and Uriah that slowly tried to entangle his blade in. Just stay there like a good target, Uriah said as his aim shot towards the scientist, purple lightning crackling off the arrow. Lightning Devil's Beam. Devil Slayer magic. Kisuk's blade tore out of the strings as he brought it up in front of himself, the arrow that had been fired becoming a beam from the bow as it tore through the air towards him. Right before it could hit, crimson energy solidified in front of Kisuk's sword, forming a large hexagon-shaped barrier between him and the attack. A small crack instantly appeared at the point of impact when the beam arrow hit, the lightning tearing into the barrier and tried to find a way through. That crack slowly began to expand, but there was not enough time for Uriah to keep up on his attack, abandoning his efforts as he made a run for it. He was just in time to avoid the crushing blow of the Celestial Spirit King's fist, a crater underneath where he had stood in the air. Watching as the lightning died down, Kisuk dispelled his barrier with a calculating look in his eyes. His shrift? Was that what he just did? Or does he actually know Devil Slayer magic? The fact it was lightning Devil Slayer magic is disturbing. It was too much like Kenpei Kazaraki's magic. He is escaping, stated the Celestial Spirit King, his voice too loud for Kisuk's liking. We should pursue. We can do that at our leisure now, Kisuk replied as he let his Zanpakuta return to normal, sheathing the blade in its cane sheath in one smooth motion. We kept him busy enough. He's about to find himself fighting an enemy he really doesn't want to fight. Hurry up and gather. Uriah shouted as he rushed towards Kang, his Hirin Kyoku skill being pushed to its limits. Kang, currently engaged with two enemies, only had time to nod before his eyes widened, his mouth opening to shout out a warning. Uriah! Look dash! Uriah was already moving before Kang was cut off by a blow from Shinji, his shrift saving him from any lasting harm. Darting to the left by adjusting his movements at the last second, the destination he had been about to arrive at was crushed as a force fell down on it from above. Uriah paid no attention to it, however. He had seen the object that had fallen, and it was not the one fighting him. It was only his sword. Raising his bow, he shot 3 arrows rapidly into where Ichigo appeared. They were all deflected by the blast the smaller blade released as Ichigo swung it, his other hand held upwards as a new blade formed there. He had heard about his skill from Waiwak, however, and so he already knew what to do against it. Before Ichigo could even grab it, the blade was shattered by an arrow, the shards cutting Ichigo's hand as they scattered across the air. Barely acknowledging the loss of such an insignificant weapon, Ichigo swiped his hand back. The sound of the air being cut was Uriah's signal to dodge as the real Zanpakuta behind him tore back through the air, spinning like a deadly windmill as it rushed towards its wielder. Ichigo's hand snapped out and grabbed the blade at the last second, holding the blade by the hilt as he stopped most of its momentum. The remainder of it was using to force Ichigo's own arm back up, a cracking sound being heard as Ichigo let his own arm break from the force. In an instant it was healed completely, leaving Ichigo with the blade raised up and ready to swing down. "Get Chuga," Ichigo started to say, swiping across the air with the smaller blade. Jujishao. The larger blade came down and tore through the energy left by the smaller blade, the massive cross of energy rushing towards Urayu like a wave. Aiming an arrow in response, Urayu let the energy at the end of the projectile build up, turning the arrow into a miniature bomb. And then he fired, launching the arrow right into the center of the attack heading towards him and letting it detonate. The force of the blast was enough to tear a hole through the center of the attack, the rest of the energy being distorted away from him by the blast and missing him by inches. The bow in his hands disappeared as he dispelled it, his hand already pulling free one of the silver bars at his waist by the small rectangle ring at the end of them. The weapon spun as he adjusted his grip, a beam of blue light shooting out from the end of the bar that he used to deflect the slice of the blade from behind him. The energy that made up the blade wavered for a second as it recovered from the slash of the small blade he had deflected, regaining more form as he slashed out and forced the larger blade to block. Immediately Ichigo disappeared and reappeared behind him, slashing out at a speed he could not match easily if he hadn't already known it was coming. Another bar had already been drawn, leaving him with two as he deflected the large blade's attack by forcing it to narrowly pass through the air beside him. It would be suicide to try and block the large blade head-on with all the raw power behind it, so the best he could do against that one was force its path away from him. Before Ichigo could make another move, the ground around him exploded, the energy barely missing Urayu in the process. "Get out of there, idiot!" Bambietta cried out, immediately having to go back to dealing with the four enemies in front of her. Levi was easy to deal with, the girl's stronger constructs being crushed the moment her magic touched them. But the girl had now taken to darting around with only enhancements on herself and her allies, firing off a few attacks here and there the moment her guard dropped. Meanwhile she had to deal with that green-haired pest as she reappeared at random times, slashing out with that oversized weapon of hers before escaping before any of her explosions could make contact. If her magic could just make contact with the portals, then she could have turned the entire dimension into a giant bomb, she reckoned, but her enemy was far too wary of her to allow her to even try. The two children that had joined the fight were an even bigger pain. At least before she had been able to neutralize any heavy-hitting attacks with ease. But she couldn't just make the air blow up like she did with normal magic. It was air, so how the hell was she meant to do that? She could blow up the magic binding it, but that didn't do much to stop the attack, unlike with other attacks such as fire. And the fact both girls had an annoying amount of power just made her job even harder. "Having problems, are we?" called out Basby as he appeared in the sky above her, deflecting a massive torrent of flames away from him with his own signature blue flames. Ice shot right towards him behind the flames, only to melt as they hit his own flames, turning into steam. Keeping himself aware of the area the ice had been in, Basby shot down to Bambietta's level. He had fallen for the ice trick once. He wouldn't do it a second time. "Need some help?" "Please, it looks like you need it more than I do." "Suppose." "Urayu. I don't think we can keep this up for much longer." "Lloyd." Urayu shouted out, all the Quincy smiling at the command their leader was giving. "Open the shadows." Lunging out from the building nearby, a body slung under his arms, the Quincy raised his hand upwards as the shadows around him shot out of the ground, clinging to his body as if trying to consume him. All the Quincy immediately rushed towards the patch of darkness around the man, the shadows appearing to be becoming more like a void than what they normally were. "No you don't!" Ichigo shouted, appearing above Urayu as he swung his larger blade down. Spinning as he rushed forward, Urayu caught the massive blade with the cross-guard of his own two smaller ones, coming to a halt as the pressure almost forced his arms to break under the strain. "Urayu!" Basby made moves to rush towards his leader before ice shot down at him, forcing him back a step. "Damn it! Hurry!" Urayu let out a sign, forcing his head to turn around to the other Quincy as he tried not to lose his ground. "Go! But dash! Hurry! Or none of us will get out of here." Swearing in frustration, Basby took another step back as he raised 4 fingers on his right hand, the flames shaping around it into a blade. "Burning finger 4!" he cried out as he swung it forward, forcing Toshiro and Karen back as the blast exploded in front of them. Damn it! Karen cried out as she shot upward to try and find a quick way past the flames. I won't let you take Yuzu. Yuzu. Ichigo froze, his eyes snapping towards the Quincy currently being swallowed up by the shadows. Or rather he focused on the form of the spy under his arms. You didn't know, muttered Uriu in shock, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. The pressure immediately increased down on his blades before he was knocked to the ground. Ichigo's hand clenched around his neck as he held him against the ground as his other blade clattered against the ground. Messed. I'm on it. The teleporter shouted as he disappeared, reappearing right outside the shadows to his surprise. He couldn't just teleport in. The moment he tried to stop in, he instantly leaped away, the shadows that had constricted around his leg being broken before they could gain a proper grip on him. Watch out! I've got her! Shouted Kelia, Wendy rushing after her in an attempt to back her up. Ichigo's grip loosed before a brief moment before he felt a light amount of force being applied to his hand, causing him to look down. This grip tightened once more as Uriu mouthed a few words at him, forcing him to scowl in frustration. Landing in the shadows, Bambietta smirked as she saw the two sky magic users approaching. Sorry brats. You're in our territory now. Unable to stop in time, Kelia was powerless to dodge the blast of magical power that hit her, causing an explosion to ripple across her body as she screamed. She was immediately forced down into the shadows as King passed her, a beam of Kidu blasting over his head as he ducked. A pair of arms snapped out around Wendy as Basby grabbed her, pulling her down with him as he lunged towards the shadows. Wendy! Cried out Levi, Kakao forming rapidly in a partial form as she sent it rushing forward. It immediately exploded as Bambietta's magic struck it, forcing Shinji to one side and for his Zero to be deflected off target and to hit the building behind the Quincy. Damn it, Ichigo muttered quietly before he let go of his larger Zanpakuto, allowing a fake blade to appear in the air. The small wave of his hand sent it flying forward, slicing right towards Basby's hand in an attempt to force him to let go of Wendy. Before it could hit however, an arrow flew from a bow, Uriu barely able to get the arrow off from the fingers of one of his hands in time to smash into the sword. Like before, it shattered, the shards flying out and harmlessly impacting against Basby's skin. A few stray shards slashing against Wendy's arm as she was forced downwards with the Quincy, tearing at the muscles and forcing her to lose her grip on her staff. No! She cried out as she tried to reach out for it with a bleeding arm, the staff falling to the ground just outside of the shadows. Basby barely took attention to her screams, pulling her into the shadows with him as the shadows stretched up around their bodies. You better listen out! He shouted out as he pointed a hand at Ichigo, King deflecting the blast of Kita sent at him from the newly appeared Kisuke. You kill or harm Uriu, you'll never see these two kids again. So they better hope you actually care for them. You won't take my sister? Cried out Karen before she was plucked out of the air in the middle of her charge. Hey! What's the big idea? She shouted at the Celestial Spirit King as she tried to break free of his strong grip. We have to do something. It's too late, the giant said solemnly. Look. No one is bothering to attack anymore. Frowning, Karen looked around, seeing indeed that all the other mages had stopped trying to attack. No. What are you all doing? We have to say Yuzu. It's too late, said Kisuke in frustration, hiding most of his face with his bucket hat. They can't be stopped in time before they go anymore. Our attacks that could disrupt the portal might kill their hostages in the process. And at this point, they are purposely being slow. That's right. Shouted Basby. Remember Kurosaki. We'll be back for Uriu. So he better not be harmed. You'll regret it otherwise. The shadows finished consuming the Quincy and their hostages and then they were gone, their magical power completely vanished. Damn it, Ichigo muttered, the man he was pinning grunting in acknowledgement. I agree. This is a real pain Kurosaki. Protector of the fairies. The willing captive. God damn it. Screamed Karen as she slammed the chair across at the nearby wall, ignoring Hibiki's attempts to get her to stop trashing the ship's room. How the hell could we let them get away? We should have all rushed at the guy taking her the moment we had sight of him and ignored the others. That wouldn't have done much good for us, replied Shinji, leaning back in his chair in frustration. Our object was not Yuzu alone. We wanted them and the identity of their spy. The spy's removal if we could too, but I think having the Ishida guy is good enough to say we half succeeded. Some of us could have acted more wisely however if we had been aware of who the spy had taken hostage, stated Mr. Ogden, his voice containing traces of anger. We were told that it was another spy. That was the message we were told had been received by Juoshiro. He's right, added Nozomi, the anger heard in her normally stoic voice too. Some of us though didn't seem too surprised to learn that it was Ichigo's sister. Why weren't the rest of us informed? Did it never occur to anyone that perhaps we could do more good if we actually knew who the target was rather than assuming they were someone less significant than they actually were? Or were neither of us strong enough to be able to make such a difference if we had known? You're both talented mages, stated Kisuke as he looked up from the table, picking up the hat resting on it in the process. You shouldn't doubt that. Neither of you should. But let's be honest, there's a double-edged sword in the knowledge you know. Oh really? Asked Mr. Ogden angrily. And what is that? Please tell me, I'm quite curious. Do I really need to mention the elephant in the room? Well, ship technically. Any knowledge you know, there is always one other person who knows it too. In terms of secret keepers, you two are second to almost none in that regard, so long as people are aware one other will also know the secret in most cases. If you had known the hostage was Yuzukuro Sake, would you be able to stop yourself from telling Ichigo? Go on, be honest. It'll save some trouble of having to counter your own arguments. You didn't want Ichigo to know, Nozomi stated, her fists clenched behind her back. Doesn't he have a right to know? She's his sister. And yet everyone else knew about this. We choose this because of that, responded Levi quietly, gripping Wendy's staff along with her own. It was all they had of the young girl currently. Ichigo's kind. If he knew his sister was at risk, he'd risk destroying our chance to try and catch them. The plan he himself had a part in creating. He might have been able to save Yuzu doing it that way, but he'd hate himself afterwards for ruining this chance. When it comes to people close to him, he's never been very good at seeing straight. It's always one extreme or the other. I think he's taking it pretty bad right now, muttered Toshiro from his corner of the room. He's been stuck in the same room as the Quincy we took hostage for the past hour now. Do you think he might have, killed him? He wouldn't, stated Hibiki confidently. If anything, that would make everything worthless. We failed to rescue Yuzu, and we also lost both Wendy and Kelia, but we did obtain one of their strongest Quincy from the knowledge we gathered over the past few days. He's a Quincy Ichigo even acknowledges as a threat and someone that he doesn't like fighting. But honestly, it bothers me that we lost Wendy and Kelia. By the latter's actions no less. Wasn't she trying to help? Asked Karen angrily, crossing her arms in frustration. The rest of you gave up in the end. There was nothing you could have done from what I gathered. And Kelia? You've all seen her fight. Ichigo was wise to suggest for her to stay away from the battlefield. She lost it in the midst of battle. I can't blame her too much, the power she gains must be intoxicating to her and because of that she loses some reasoning, and she did only want to help. But once she meets the leader of the Quincy, I'm not so sure she'll be able to stick by us. We'll get them all back, pointed out Levi as she looked at her apprentice's staff, the lacrima housing Nabara still resting in the top of it. We have to. We can't just abandon them. That's what our new Quincy friend is for, Kisuke added before suddenly getting to his feet, a brief look of shock on his face before it was hidden once more. Kisuke, said Hibiki, looking at the scientist worriedly. What's wrong? Did you sense anything? The kiddo around our guest has weakened. Excuse me a moment. I'm going to check on him and Ichigo. I'll come with you, said Miss Doggin. Me too, added Nozomi. Like Miss Doggin, she didn't really want to be in this room at the moment. If something has happened, you might need a bit of extra support. It probably won't come to that with Ichigo there, but do what you want. Insurance never hurts. Leading the group of three down towards the makeshift cell, Kisuke let a hand rest under his chin in thought. Originally they had planned to throw Uryu in any old room that they could secure him in, and yet they had him staying in one of the more comfortable rooms instead, the likes that they used for sleeping in. He hadn't questioned Ichigo at the time, not in front of everyone. While he may have hidden some information from him that everyone else now knew about, that had reason behind it. Any time else and he had to ensure that in public or even in front of most of the others that Ichigo's decisions were what they followed. A leader had to have the faith of those under him, even if they might not see the full logic behind it all. Only at times like now, where they would be alone, could he freely question him. So lost in his thoughts, it took the sound of a fist impacting a wall to bring him back to his senses. His body instantly went into alert, locking onto the source of the noise. He had barely noticed he had arrived at his destination, but any sound coming from there could be either good or bad. It turned out to not be anything much when he opened the door. Ichigo was standing to one side, his fist still pressed against the wall he had slammed it against. Drawing it back, Ichigo ignored the blood left on the wall as he turned his attention to the new arrivals. "Kisuke? Is everyone done talking up there?" "You were welcome to join us," Kisuke said in response, observing the blood on the wall. It seemed Ichigo really was taking this hard if he had punched the wall with that much force. "Mr. Ishida here shouldn't be going anyway. I just need to reinforce the Kiddo around him. I felt it weaken early." "It didn't break if that's what you're wondering," said Uriah from his seat in the room. Turning his attention to him, Kisuke blinked for a moment in shock before his hand gripped the hilt of his cane tightly, ready to draw out his Zanpakuto in a moment's notice. Seeing what he saw, Mist Agen and Nozomi followed his lead, the former activating Meteor around himself while the latter reached into the portal generating behind her and getting a grip on her weapon. "Ichigo," Kisuke said in warning, gesturing for his student to be on his guard. "Be careful. He might try something." "I'm not going to try anything," said Uriah as he raised a hand to his glasses. Under normal circumstances he should not have been able to do that. Even if he had willing to give in to the choice of room for the Quincy to be detained in, he hadn't been willing to allow the Quincy to have freedom of movements. From a pinned position, Uriah had fired an arrow directly at the blade Ichigo sent at one of the other Quincy. That spoke for how dangerous it was to allow him to even be left alone. And so the first thing he had done before Ichigo could get off him was to apply multiple Bakuto all around the man's body. Weakening he could have understood. The man was a Quincy and Bakuto would not restrain him forever. But he didn't expect to see what he was seeing. The Kiddo chains and bonds around him weren't restraining him. Instead they were all discarded on the floor nearby. No wonder he had felt them weaken. They hadn't been broken or damaged. Instead the Quincy before him had just removed them and thrown them to the side like a piece of trash. The strangeness in this all however was Ichigo. He couldn't help but watch as his student's eyes flickered over to the Bakuto spells before sighing. Then, in one swift motion, he raised his fist and slammed it down on Uriah's head, causing the man to grunt from the light blow. "Hey you idiot! What the hell do you think you're doing? I thought you were the one who said people like assurances of safety. Why don't you try moving in those annoying restraints and then tell me off for removing them?" Uriah didn't cower under the glare he was getting, instead staring right back at the orange-haired man. "Don't give me that look. Besides, what difference does this even make? They're all so wary of me that they needed all of this to give them just a bit of assurance that I was now powerless against them. I don't like playing around with such facades when they aren't true. And yet you have no quarrels with the one happening currently. That is necessary. This really isn't Ichigo." "Sorry to interrupt this lovely discussion," said Kisuke as he cut in, glaring at both of them now, "but I'm afraid a few questions are currently coming to mind. Ichigo, would you mind telling me exactly what is going on? For an enemy, you sure are acting very friendly. To an outsider, I would have to be questioning your true allegiances right about now." No sooner had he said those words did he find two weapons at his throat, courtesy of the two standing behind him. Of course, I should watch my words more carefully around these two. A lovely pair of bodyguards you have, Ichigo, especially Nozomi. Kind of makes me regret leaving her in your care back then, but there's no way I'd have time to deal with someone like her. Neither of them in fact. Too clingy for my tastes. But no matter, Kisuke continued, unafraid of the danger he potentially could have been in. I know you enough to know you aren't an enemy. You wouldn't have improved the barrier's power. Yes, I know you were involved there, and if you weren't an ally then it would actually be counterproductive to do that. But to an outsider, they'd ignore that fact. So you should probably explain to me like I am one, and speak quickly. I think these two here are getting a little edgy. Nozomi. Miss Dogen. Stand down. Sighing as the two drew their weapons away from Kisuke, Ichigo brought a hand to his face in frustration. You see, this is why you were meant to keep the bonds on Uriua. So it stops people from thinking the wrong thing. This is your problem. Sort it out yourself. You've had plenty of time. You have some nerve to say that. How long ago did you warn me? I haven't had much time to think it all over with how much stress I've been under. And how do you think it's been for me for the past few years? Whack watches anyone he deems suspicious like a hawk. And he watches those he trusts even closer. I've only managed to partially escape his gaze in the last few months, and that meant a lot of hard work to not slip up before then. I see, said Kisuke as he interrupted the two again. Already he could see they would end up arguing for ages if this kept up. I think I understand the situation then. Ichigo, I thought you weren't keeping secrets anymore. Or at least not ones that could really impact any plans. My sister. Kisuke held back a flinch. Touché. Very well, I'll give you that. But explain it to me anyway. I'd be very interested in learning exactly how you managed to get a spy in Waiwaka's camp in such a short time. Of all the people to be a traitor, I never once expected Mr. Ishida here. It's a long story, said Ichigo as he moved towards the table. Grab a chair if you want, he said as he gestured out beside him. All of you might as well get one. This may take a while. Best to start at the beginning. Back during the Grand Magic Games, on the 5th day, when I fought Uriu underground. Protector of the Fairies. You may leave. Despite how it might have sounded when the words left Waiwaka's mouth, all the Quincy around him knew it was really an order. Leaving behind the form of Yuzukuro Saki, Bazby and the others with him dragged the two girls they had captured, preparing to take them down to the jail cells below. Under normal circumstances Quilge would have been there with them too to secure the girls in case they tried anything. It had been a shock to learn that he had fallen at the start of the war, but then that was the reality of the situation they were all now in. Strength didn't guarantee victory. Watching as the other Quincy left, Jugram turned towards his king, his gaze leaving the newly captured Quincy. What should we do about Uriu Ishida, your majesty? He asked carefully, knowing how important Uriu was to his majesty. As your heir, it would be unwise to leave such a rare piece in the enemy's hands for too long. Should we mount a rescue operation? The barrier keeps us out, said Waiwak after a few moments, deeply contemplating the matter himself. While it lacks the full power of Lumen Histoire within it, it still holds a large amount of defensive power. Far more than we can overcome in a day at our current level of strength. And as of right now, I lack the strength to understand it and to break it down. It would take a god to break that shield quickly then if you cannot break it. You think too highly of me something, Jugram. We will have to employ other methods to penetrate the barrier. Brute force is expected by the enemy. They want us to exhaust ourselves by attacking it relentlessly, and when we do they will send out men to attack us and try and eliminate those in my inner circle, my Sternritter. Perhaps the best move currently is to work out what makes up the barrier and to try and find a way for the joint powers of Robert and Lloyd to let us pass through once more. Have Giselle examine the corpses we brought back and see if she can obtain any information from them. She can keep them all once she's done. I care little for her hobbies or what she does with them afterwards. Just inform her that she should be ready to move soon as it will be her turn to enter the stage. And as for Uriua, leave him. We have two sky magic users, one of which is a sight for sore eyes. She might be useful. The other not so much. I have no use for a shaman that has decided to follow another Okin, but she can at least fulfill a role as a bargaining chip. Uriua will not be harmed so long as we have those girls. They will be our insurance while we try and find a way into the barrier. As you wish, said Jugram, turning his attention towards Yuzu's unconscious body. I have asked this before, so you will have to forgive my foolishness, your majesty, but is this girl really worth the effort that was expended to obtain her? Can she really provide results? We lost BG9 during the infiltration. Does she have the potential to equal his worth? BG9 was little more than a pawn. Some Sternritter truly are precious. He was more of an amusing pet, I suppose you could say. An experimental design. I attempted to see if I could create an artificial Quincy. While it was successful, the results were not as high as I would have liked, and the time it takes to produce one is far too costly to spare. And most of all, his type of existence is greatly inferior to those like Lumen Histoire. It will not take much for Yuzo to surpass him, especially with that shrift she possesses. Wake her up. Nodding, Jugram slowly approaching the body, kneeling down to the girl's form. You've been sleeping far too long. Far more than your normal balance should be. The scales are tipping, can't you hear them? The only choice is to move it back. A finger extended out and poked her in the head, movements instantly beginning to appear as the girl's consciousness started to reawaken. Dad. Yuzo muttered as her eyes began to flicker open. Karen. Is that you? I'm sorry to disappoint, Wywak said, Yuzo's relaxed form tensing as the sound of the voice washed over her, but I am neither of those two. Rather, I am what could be considered a grandfather of sorts, if you condense the generations down significantly. You probably already know me as a different name, however. Wywak. The leader of the Quincy, Yuzo muttered in shock, immediately feeling so terribly afraid. How had she gotten her? She remembered being eaten. That hollow she had fought had been too much for her to handle. And then there had been the feeling that followed while she had been in all that pain. Like a warm light passing over her and taking away everything that sought to harm her. And then nothing, or at least not until now. Where am I? I would have thought that would be obvious. You are in Silburn, the headquarters for the Wandenreich and the seat of my power 400 years ago. I would have thought Quilge would have informed you of some of this during your studies. He did, Yuzo muttered, still in shock. But how did I? Confusion is understandable. Tell me, what can you remember? Do you remember fighting that hollow? Yes. Yuzo couldn't hide the surprise she felt. How did he know that? I had one of my men watching over you, Wywak informed her the moment she voiced her question, a soft smile appearing on his face. My poor child. How terrified you must have been when that hollow devoured you. If it was not for the timely interference from the Celestial Spirit King, you would have been done for. Not even the man I had watching you could make it to you in that time in the midst of all that chaos. But why am I here? Yuzu asked, feeling unsettled by the way the man was treating her. He was meant to be the enemy. So why was he being so nice to her? Was he trying to make her slip up and give away information freely? Was he trying to get her on his side? Which was it? You must want something from me. Of course, Wywak said, confirming her fears. It is only right that I want to keep my children with me, safe from harm. Huh. She couldn't help it. That was what he wanted? No, that was a lie. There was no way his motives were so simple for her. There has to be more to it than that. Does it? You are a Quincy. You are family, just like all Quincy are to me. I am the father of all Quincy, a title given to me during my rule. I have a duty to safeguard all that wield our shared magic, to lead them forward and grant victory to them. To see a Quincy on the other side of the battlefield, it fills my heart with such sorrow. So I made sure to rectify that mistake as quickly as I could before it was too late. I especially could not discard a child of Masaka Kurosake, not after the debt I owe her. Mum. You know my mother. No, she shouldn't be falling for this. But she couldn't help it. She was so curious. How did he know her mother? Why would her mother even associate herself with a man such as this? His words had to be lies. Lies coated in honey, but lies all the same. Why? Why? Wywak chuckled to himself at this, leaning back into his throne as he let his mind settle into a fond memory. Well, I guess it's thanks to her and Connie Ishida that I was able to finally awake once more. 400 years of darkness is a long time, and that silence almost drove me insane in my despair. What luck it was for those two women to appear, pregnant with a boy each, to help save me from that darkness, even if they never knew of the role that they played. It is a debt I would have preferred to repay to her, but unfortunately she is no longer with us. Neither is Connie either. As unfortunate as it is, they both passed away when I finally was able to go visit them. Pregnant with boys? That had to be before even Ichigo had been born. Just what had her mother done when she went to see this man? Had she even known he had been alive? Or had she not seen any sign of him, the man hidden away in the darkness or perhaps in a coffin? I see, Waiwak said regretfully, leaning back forward. You cannot trust me, can you? She flinched, aware she had been caught. It is all right. You do not need to be afraid, my child. You are safe here. I can understand your suspicion, however, at trusting my words. I could easily be trying to lead you astray, though I can assure you that I am only trying to show you the right path to follow. If you truly wish to understand, perhaps the best method is to allow you to ask your mother yourself. She froze. She could hear the man before her speaking still, but she wasn't listening to any of the other words. She was too fixated on the words he had just said. She could ask her mother? Didn't that basically imply that she was alive? That she was able to speak to her, like she had always wanted to be able to? How is she alive? She asked, interrupting Waiwak in the middle of whatever he had been saying. She didn't care about any of that. She only wanted to know this one thing, and she didn't care how desperate she must have looked or how he might try and take advantage of this. Is my mother alive? Can I speak to her? Waiwak shook his head, her hopes dropping substantially. I am sorry to disappoint you, I truly am, but I already told you. Your mother has passed on. She is no longer with us. Or rather, that is what the case should be normally. But you can change that. Only you can. You possess a special gift, Waiwak continued, inwardly smirking as he noticed Yuzu latching onto every one of his words. You are familiar with your shrift, are you not? The Wraith, a power that allowed you to teleport and wield blasts of energy. And yet you have been unable to do so recently. You can no longer feel the person you have been channeling all this time, and because of that you believe your power is gone. But you are wrong. The powers you possess are merely what you have mistaken for the Wraith. They are not what it truly is. That can't be right, Yuzu muttered. The powers I wield are like a Wraith's. And that is where you have become confused. The one whose power you wielded was smart. They must have not wanted you to understand them completely and so made sure all applications fit what you knew your power was called. But the Wraith functions differently than that. A shrift is a power born from the deepest desire of your soul. Why did your power born from your own soul's desire manifest as something called the Wraith? Why don't you ask yourself that question first, and then you should have your answer. It was obvious. She had always known, but she had chosen to ignore it once she had realized she could do nothing more than the abilities she had assumed were her true ones. No, that wasn't true either. She had known something was up, but she hadn't paid attention to it. She had ignored it, because it hid away the temptation. All the time growing up, Karen had always wanted to meet their brother. Both to punch him and hug him really. Dad had always told Karen how she shared some personality traits with Ichigo over the years. But her? If she had to pick someone she had wanted to see the most, it could only be one person. The person she was said to be just as kind as, just as beautiful as, just as helpful as. My power, Yuzu muttered. The Wraith draws back the dead, doesn't it? Now you understand. Not their body, but their soul. Your power can reach into the flow of magic that connects all living things and can find the one soul you desire and manifest it within yourself. It overshadows you, allowing you to wield their powers or even allow them full control to fight at their true strength. And these aren't copies but instead the real soul. If you learn how to use your power correctly, you could see your mother again. And, if you are willing to help me, I can help you too. Together, we can both achieve what we want. Tell me, what do you say? She was making a deal with the devil here, but either way this did provide her with opportunities. This man would never let her leave. She knew that from the fact he had went through so much effort to capture and bring her here. She was trapped, which meant she had no choice but to play the good little princess while waiting for a chance to appear. So she accepted, preparing for the day she would be able to escape and the information she would be able to bring back with her. And all the while, Waiwak smiled at her, completely aware of all the desires she had and the potential betrayal to come. Protector of the Fairies. Gramps. I'm back. Looking up from the bodies before him, Arlok turned his hidden face towards his granddaughter. Mary, did you finish your work? The cheerful girl nodded, making a mock salute before leaping onto a nearby chair to peer over at the three bodies. What you doing? Still working on our guests? Indeed. I was hoping to have managed to gather the corpse of one of the Spriggan 12, but unfortunately none fell in battle. We'll have to settle for these three to help fuel our efforts to reaching Mimi Heiji. Mary nodded, her focus mostly on the bodies before her as she poked the cheek of the sole female of the group. I like this one. She's Levy McGarden, isn't she? Why is she so much older? She's one of the remaining traces that are left to show that the Eclipse Gate ever opened, explained Arlok as he moved towards the other bodies. I was surprised myself, but it seems Lord Mimi Heiji was shining upon us that day with their appearance. Their control with the magic barrier particles was raw and uncontrolled by our standards, but the level of power both she and this future version of Laxistria possess with them is far greater than any of us. They could only have been blessed personally by Lord Mimi Heiji to have gained such strength. Blessed personally? Mary looked at Arlok in awe, her hands clapping together eagerly. They met him? Really? You can ask them questions once we have revived them, stated Arlok, already aware of what the girl wanted to ask. But let us finish this process first. They are almost done. Mary nodded, getting out of her seat before skipping over the last body with a frown. What about this one? What's so special about him? He's a Quincy. Need I say much about the information he possesses about Wywak? But he also presents an opportunity to learning more about such beings like him, forms that were magic that gained sentience. If possible, we might even be able to convert him completely and make him into a consciousness capable of wielding levels of magic barrier particles no human can even hope to control. It's fascinating too, since he is still here, just shielded within a lacrima hidden in his body in a form of hibernation. I can bring him back the same way as the others. I suppose he might be helpful, Mary admitted. He's not as interesting though. Few would be in comparison to those that have met our Lord. Now then, you should probably get away from them. We are going to attempt to revive them. How you going to do it? Mary asked as she stuck close to her grandfather, hiding behind him so that she was out of the way. Do you know some kind of use of magic barrier particles that lets you do that? Some would. I practiced a bit of sky magic back in the day, my foolish years you could say, and so I am familiar with some of the soul revival techniques in that field. By combining them with magic barrier particles, I should be able to forcefully trap the soul back in the preserved body, severing the connection to the fallen flow of souls so that they aren't dragged back there, and then reanimate their bodies. A crude method compared to the resurrection of some, but effective for our method nonetheless. And when it comes to this Quincy, all I need to do is draw his consciousness back to the surface. Do you need help drawing the runes? I can get the others if you want. No need. I can create it quickly enough. Raising his staff upwards, runes of magic barrier particles appeared all around the three bodies, forming 3 circles with each body in the center of one. I will draw them all back. Void of life. The room burst into light, thin wire-like streams of black energy appearing to the naked eye as they shot down through the 3 circles. While not able to hear much, Mary still shivered in ecstasy as she felt the unheard screams of souls as they passed through the magic barrier particles. Her grandfather wasn't just looking for a certain soul through the mass amounts. He was finding the few souls that could survive the process by culling the numbers significantly. Finally the stream stopped, only a single speck of light present in each circle's center. Lowering down, the light slowly inserted itself into each body, the magic barrier particles that made up the runes changing their form and being directed into the bodies of the 3. For a moment, nothing happened. And then a chest began to move, beating up and down at a very slow pace. Another of the 3 followed, life returning to their bodies. There was no response like that from the Quincy, however. Instead the Quincy sat straight up, a hand raised to his face in shock. I'm alive? This data does not match. Allow me to explain, said Arlok as he approached the Quincy. Don't worry, I'll explain it all to you once the other 2 are awake. I will say this however. Welcome convert, to Avatar. Protector of the Fairies. All right, said Kisuk, pressing his hands together as he leaned forward. So that is what happened then. By cutting Uriah with that smaller blade of yours, you channeled your power of the absorb and performed the same technique you showed on Laxus to read Uriah's memories. You couldn't risk being able to speak freely on the risk someone was watching, so you instead communicated that way, Uriah here learning what he could and then passing it on to you through his memories. Ichigo nodded. Correct. Without that power, we would have been hard-pressed to communicate quickly. I was honestly as surprised as you are now when I first learned the truth about Uriah here. Of course it wasn't as big of an impact as you would first expect, since I wasn't aware a war was about to begin. Since I had no knowledge of what I wanted to search for, a mere surface read would only give me so much. I first learned his true intentions, but the actual information about Waiwak was not available to me at first glance. I would have helped supply him with the information, said Uriah, offering up information freely, but I didn't know what would be best to let him know. I settled for sharing what my allegiance was for when the war did break out, along with the reason for the connection between the two of us. If there had been more time, we would have been able to plan more out, but we didn't want to risk in case anyone was watching. People can only see someone appear to be cut a few times before they get suspicious of why the attack is doing no damage. You and those other Quincy left after Ichigo and the rest of us pulled that stunt with the king. Was that part of your plan too? Would you have wanted to keep anyone on the other side of a battlefield near one of our side's aces for long? I didn't want to risk them trying anything against him again. Considering there was a dragon attack, and from the reports we had that Ichigo appeared to have released his Bankai, I was glad I had gotten them out of there. As far as I know, Waiwak has no idea of what Ichigo's Bankai is capable of beyond what it feels like. Alright. And the connection? Is that why you're so good at pinpointing his position like he claims? Or why you can see Mavis even when she is making herself only able to be seen by Ukin or those with sky magic? It's... Ichigo struggled for words for a moment, doing his best to think of a way to explain it correctly. My shrift. It's known as the absorb. The power to force my will on other powers and to dominate and absorb them. And mine is the all, supplied Uriah. It is the power to record and use any type of magic that I wish, so long as I am willing to put in the time to learn it. Shortcuts can be taken, like if I was passed on the memory of a technique I could replicate its feeling and power. Ichigo once absorbed part of Kenpaku's power, and while the traces still existed he passed on a bit to me for me to record once he learned my allegiance and power. He passed it on? Asked Kisuke, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. And how exactly did he do that? You not going to ask the more important question? Called over Mavis, kicking the air with her legs as she sat on the edge of the table beside Ichigo. There's one more important than that one. I don't need to ask it. I already know it's odd, but I assume I'll be told in a few moments. Mavis pouted. You're no fun. What about you two? She asked as she turned her focus to Miss Doggen and Nozomi. You two must be curious. Miss Doggen nodded. All right, I'll ask it then if you insist. Why does a power known as the absorb exist at the same time as the all? Nozomi frowned. Can't they both exist? I would assume so, and yet it is suspicious with how Mavis wants us to question it. They can't, stated Kisuke. No matter how many Quincy there are, there has always been a, let's call it a limit on their numbers. Magic wouldn't want too many people drawing on its power like Ukin can, even if it is a greatly reduced amount. There are, in total, 26 Quincy that can hold the power of a shrift at any one time. That's actually more than the total number of Shinigami 400 years ago who possessed Bankai. For these shrift, they always take on a letter from the alphabet. A, B, C, and so the list goes on. There has never been two shrifts of the same letter that exist at the same time and are not the same power. On rare occasions there has been a split, but the powers still shared incredibly similarity with one another. Kisuke is correct, said Uriah with a nod. While there does exist some people who can share a shrift, and the forms can differ slightly, there is never two completely unrelated versions of the shrift. The absorb, the all, and the truth is that there is one other. The alone, the shrift possessed by Waiwak. Ichigo frowned. Now that is important information you should have passed on ages back. There was no time. Besides, there was more important stuff to explain. I knew I could leave issues like this until now. Alright, you continue on this factor since you know it best. Gladly. Adjusting his position in his seat, Uriah pushed his glasses up again before continuing. There can only be one shrift of the letter A, and yet there is three. That is not random, that is because the reality is that each of these three shrifts were one and the same once. What the two of us possess are fragments, forcefully implanted in us before we were born by Waiwak himself in an attempt to wake himself from his endless slumber. The sleeping king on his throne of ice, muttered Kisuk. And what was this power that he once had? Is it why he does not seem as overwhelmingly strong as the legends imply? Uriah nodded. It is. That power is known as the Almighty, the single most dangerous power to all life in the world. I can barely comprehend what it is capable of, but I do know this. If Waiwak was ever allowed to recover his full strength, he would become unstoppable. Why did he split this power though? Asked Nozomi. If he was as strong as he says, why risk losing it forever in order to break his slumber? Or was it the cost to end something that would have never ended normally? Uriah shrugged. Hard to tell. All I know is that when he first went to sleep, it was not by choice. He was so weak that his own power was too much for him, and because of that he was forced into a slumbering state. He was kept alive by the energy of the world since he was still technically alive, magic doing its best to try and help him. But he still couldn't wake up. It's my opinion that this is because the Almighty was so powerful that it even surpassed the energy of the world. But by shattering his power into three pieces, he removed the strain and awoke, weak but able to move. The absorb and the all can be recovered by him, can't they? Stated Kisuk, sighing deeply as he watched Uriah nodded. Makes sense. They are pieces of him, so it makes sense he can take them back. It's likely not that easy, explained Ichigo. If he could take it, he would have done so when I first fought him. Ichigo's right, admitted Uriah. For him to take the power back, he would need to break our resistance against his will and forcefully extract the shrift. It's not like they remained as fragments. Both Ichigo and I possess our own shrift, which is what the absorb and the all bonded to. Because of that, the bonds can't just be severed at the drop of the hat. That is also why Waiwak would rather not go through all the effort to reclaim these powers if he can get us on his side. He is already far stronger than most of the people in the world. And as Quincy, he feels like it would be a waste to remove us from the world. But only so long as he sees you as allies or potential allies, finished Kisuk for Uriah. It's a tightrope. Fail to obey and he'll reclaim that power once more by breaking you down. Yes. It's a hard situation, but thankfully he has yet to suspect me. I have played my role for years now, ever since I first met him, in order to eventually create opportunities to strike against him. Currently, he considers me as his heir, and Ichigo to potentially be one of his right-hand men. But if he ever learns I've been playing him, I don't know how he'll act. It's likely he won't be able to contain his anger and will go after us with everything he's got. Only when he's angry he doesn't make mistakes. His rage is more like a cold fire. He becomes dangerous and yet so very calculative. We'll have to play our cards carefully then. You planned to be caught here from the start, didn't you? Yes. However, I did not expect a lot of what happened. The arrow I fired up towards Ichigo was meant to be warning Ichigo to get ready. He was meant to be aware that the hostage was to be rescued. Narrowing his eyes, Uriah glared right at Kisuk. So it was a bit surprised to find out that he went straight for me when he was allowed to move rather than his sister. I thought it was odd, how he seemed almost willing to allow them to escape so long as he captured me like planned. So imagine my surprise when I saw how shocked he was to see Yuza held hostage. Care to explain? Would you have told him? Put yourself in my place with the lack of knowledge of your true allegiance. Would you have risked telling Ichigo knowing he might focus more on rescuing her than capturing you or some of the other strong Quincy? I'll give you that. If I had told you about Uriah, started Ichigo, would you have told me? Kisuk shrugged. Perhaps. But then I might have done the same again. Thinking about it carefully, I am rather glad you kept this close to the chest. The more people that know about a spy, the more dangerous it becomes in case someone lets it slip. You needed us to fight Uriah like we wanted to kill or capture him. If we knew he was an ally, we might have been more lenient in our strikes and could have given away the game. Still, continued Kisuk, I do wonder about one thing. Why did you choose to give up on Yuzu? Ichigo froze, half out of his seat when he caught himself. What did you say? I'm asking you why you gave up on rescuing her. I know you did, so don't lie. With your speed, you could have made it to not only Yuzu but to Wendy and Kelia too. That's not a boast, that's a fact. But doing so would have forced Uriah to run for the portal away, since he would have to continue his role, and then who knows when you might have another chance to meet him again and finally be able to talk one-on-one. Don't make me say it. I want you to. You are the leader of this group of ours. Say what you thought in your head when you chose to abandon them. Say what you decided was the best outcome. Gritting his teeth, Ichigo forced out the words. I chose to say Uriah because it was the better choice out of the two. Kisuk nodded. Thank you, I just wanted to hear you admit it. As our leader, you need to be willing to accept this tough choices. Uriah was better. Ichigo froze as he heard the voice, turning towards the door now open. What did you say, Ichigo? Karen asked, looking almost afraid of his answer. Clenching his fists under the table, Ichigo sat back down before speaking. It was the logical choice. Uriah had information that could save millions if we can take down Waiwak. And knowing that he will likely not harm Yuzu. Likely? That's not certain. It's a good chance nonetheless, Karen. And with the belief he has of what side Uriah is on, it also means he won't harm Wendy and Kelia. This is the best outcome that we could have gained from this. Yuzu's my sister. She's your sister. I know, said Ichigo, suppressing his feeling as much as he could. It's regrettable. But some sacrifices must be made. Screw you! Karen shouted. She was about to rush forward when Taoshiro grabbed her from behind, stopping her from getting any closer. Taoshiro! What the hell are you doing? Did you not hear what he said about Yuzu? What about those other two girls, huh? Do you think the same about them? You didn't even try very hard to protect them. My sister is not a sacrifice. None of them are. I know, Taoshiro whispered to her. Calm down. Think this through rationally for a moment. No way. Taking a deep breath, Karen glared at Ichigo with pure hatred. When do we rescue her? Tell me that at least. We don't. And you have the nerve to call her your sister. You know what? Screw you. Screw all of you. I'll rescue her myself. And how will you do that? Ichigo asked her. Can you fight through the armies to get to wherever Waiwak is hiding? And can you then beat him to rescue her? It is impossible, Karen. I won't permit this. Karen scoffed. Good thing I don't need your permission then. I'm not part of your team. You aren't my leader. I'll find my own way out. No, you'll let me out. And why should Ichigo do that? Kisuk asked. You'll be rushing to your death out there alone. I'll go with her, said Taoshiro, speaking up. Ignoring the look of shock Karen was giving him, Taoshiro stepped forward towards Ichigo, bowing his head slightly in hopes that being humble would help get the help he wanted. You created the barrier, correct? Therefore you should be able to manipulate it to some degree. Create an opening for us and let us go that way. We'll miss the armies if we pick a good part and can search ourselves for any information that might be helpful about Yuzu. That's a death sentence, declared Ichigo. I won't do it. You will, said Karen, convinced in her words. If you don't, I'll tell everyone about Ishida. I heard enough to know he's important as a spy. Is that enough to get you to obey? A threat like that can be answered easily, you realize, stated Kisuk, gripping the hilt of his cane tightly. If we were to kill you then dash. Kisuk. No. Kisuk sighed at Ichigo's words, nodding at him. You're in charge. Choose what you wish to do. Ichigo sighed, Karen clenching her fists to try and keep calm. Please, Ichigo. You claimed that you did love me and Yuzu. If you ever meant that, then you'll do this. Let me go out there. Getting out of his seat, Ichigo began to leave the room. Ichigo. I need some air. I'll be outside. I don't care about that. Tell me dash. Yes. Karen froze. Yes. Do what you wish, said Ichigo as he turned his back to her as he passed. You aren't one of my men. You can do as you wish. It's your life. Just know no help will come if you stretch yourself too far. Karen didn't know what to say, only able to watch as he left her sight. Sighing, Kisuke got out of his seat himself, the others following. I might as well go inform some of the others. After that I'll be in my lab for a bit. Out of curiosity I have to ask, why did Ichigo even bother with that blade he threw at the Quincy holding Wendy if you were meant to shoot it down? She wasn't meant to be taken too, Uriu admitted. We couldn't stop her without losing me, so we instead made sure she let go of Nirvana so that Wiwak would not come into possession of it. Turning towards Karen and Taushiro, he frowned, hiding his concern. Understand his position if you can. Personal feelings cannot be allowed to rule one's judgment when this many lives are at stake. If they were going to be killed I'm sure his attitude would be different, but as for right now they will only be detained. That's better than dead, and that is a choice he can accept when considering the alternative. He still abandoned her, Karen muttered, her anger dimmed somewhat at Uriu's words. He should have chosen her over you. She won't be harmed. She is too valuable. Have no fear, Wiwak will make sure she is treated well. You'll see her again safe and sound once this is all over. I better. If I don't, I'll never forgive Ichigo. I'll kill him myself. Protector of the fairies. So you have finally decided to come crawling back. Forcing himself to bow, Neutra got down to his knees before Berrigan, the hollow he had been trying to put off returning to for the past week now. I would be amused if I wasn't so bored of waiting. My lord Berrigan. I apologize for my dash. Did you think I wouldn't know about what you and Grimjo did the moment I returned? Berrigan didn't need to raise his voice for Neutra to realize how angry the hollow before him was. It was bad enough to realize that the opportunity to advance was gone, but what infuriated me the most was the loss of Araniro, my ninth espada. Tell me, what do you have to say for yourself, Neutra? What have your actions brought me beyond annoyance and disappointment? Deaths. Neutra couldn't help but exclaim that single word. It was the only thing of worth that had come from that battle. Hundreds, thousands, the army was almost decimated. They may have recovered, but we killed so many of them, at the cost of such an insignificant number of hollows in the long run. An idiot could bring me that. I already was told this by Grimjo when he returned. He had the courage to appear before me the moment the barrier appeared around the enemy, protecting them from any further assaults. But you? You stayed. Why was that? He couldn't just admit that he had been putting this off. What to say is a lie. I thought I might be able to judge the barrier's strength. And it's incredibly powerful. I couldn't break it no matter how many zeros I fired at the same location nor how many times I slashed at it. I know. That was the first show of emotion beyond disappointment and anger that Berrigan had shown in the past few minutes. But that didn't make him feel any better when it was amusement that the hollow in front of him felt. Ulquiorra has already shown me what he saw while watching you since Grimjo returned. Even he, with his lack of comprehension of emotions, almost cracked a laugh at how pathetic you looked. And you have the nerve to come crawling back and pretend that you were staying for my sake? Know your place, worm. The air pushed down on him before he could do anything in response, almost feeling like it would crush him. What about Grimjo? He asked through gritted teeth. If he was going down then he'd drag the other with him. He went, remember. He planned out the whole assault with me. I know, Berrigan said to Neutra's surprise. I have already discussed the matter with him and have decided to excuse his actions due to the success that was managed to be brought. We have inspired terror in the hearts of their army, and that can be a useful weapon in itself. If you had returned with him, you could have joined in the, let's not say reward, since the reward in itself was to avoid my wrath. But you delayed. You ran. And now you need to learn who holds your leash. Reaching out towards the hollow, Neutra weighted down by the immense pressure put on him from above. Berrigan placed a hand against the man's chest, a faint sliver of energy being left as he drew back. Neutra looked at it in shock before realizing what had been done. No, please. You have 1 month, Neutra. 1 month to show me results. Take as many hollows as you need and smash a hole through the barrier. 1 month, that is all the time you have left until that magic consumes you completely. Fail and your time will run out. And don't think you can escape this fate. Time catches up to everyone. Even ageless creatures like us. Protector of the fairies. Where are we going? Mavis asked Ichigo, holding on to his shoulder with a tight grip. This isn't getting a breath of fresh air. Ichigo didn't answer here, instead continuing to speed up as he ran as far away as he could. When he was finally satisfied with how far he had gone, he came to a stop, landing on the ground. Still ignoring Mavis, he reached up to the large blade on his back before drawing it, energy spilling off the blade. God damn it! He screamed as he swung down, the energy detonating in a storm that destroyed the nearby ground. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Continuing to swing back and forth, Ichigo let out all his frustrations on the area around him, continuing to blast energy until he finally felt strained from it all. Ichigo. Mavis watched as she detached herself from her place on his shoulder, floating around him to see the gaze he had wanted to hide from the others. With each swing of the blade, more that Ichigo actually felt appeared until it was finally laid bare for all to see as he stabbed the large blade into the earth, collapsing to his knees beside it as he continued to grip its hilt. Damn it! He muttered, unable to stop the tears. I'm right, aren't I, Mavis? He asked, looking at her desperately for any form of comfort. This was the right choice, wasn't it? Ichigo smiled a bit when she nodded, but it felt so hollow compared to his usual smiles. Exactly. This was perfectly logical. I wasn't wrong to do this. It had to be done. I had to allow it to happen. Letting this war drag on too long increases the risk to everyone else. We need to figure out as much as we can as quickly as we can so we can stop all these enemies fast. It won't be fast, Ichigo, said Mavis, hating how she had to be the one to crush some of his hopes. But don't worry, it's all right. This was what needed to be done. You had to do this. You had no choice. Without Uriah, it could have been anywhere between weeks to months until you would met again. You need information now, not then when it might be too late. Exactly. Ichigo tried to smile more, but it only served to make it hollower than it was before. Bringing a hand to his face, he did his best to wipe away the tears, trying to regain control of his emotions. I have to be strong. I'm the leader. I can't second-guess my decisions in front of anyone. I have to lead them forward convinced in our goals, even if I have to suppress my own feelings to do so. Is that really the best choice? Asked a loud voice from above him. Turning round in shock, Ichigo found himself facing the giant that had been requesting to talk with him for quite a while now. Ichigo Kurosaki. We meet again. Ichigo nodded. We do. It is a shame that it could not be under more fortunate times. I am sorry about the decision you had to make. You, don't blame me. The Celestial Spirit King shook his head. I do disapprove of what you want to do, however. A leader doesn't have to shut away their desires. They do if they will clash with what is right. Perhaps. But remember that you might find yourself breaking if you try to take on too much. Even as Ukin, we are still human in our feelings. Ichigo nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Did you want something? I'm sorry, I've kept you waiting a while now. Well, it's not really me who insisted. Go on, you can speak if you want, Zera. Zera. Mavis looked up in shock as the figure appeared on the Celestial Spirit King's shoulder, waving a hand down at them. That's not possible. You weren't real. You were a fake I made up. Long time no see, Mavis, Zera said as she leaped down from the Celestial Spirit King's shoulder, landing softly on the ground in front of Mavis before embracing the other girl in a hug. I've missed you, you fairy-obsessed dreamer. Protector of the fairies. A moment of peace. So how do they know each other? Asked Ichigo as he sat beside the Celestial Spirit King. Mavis and the girl he now knew as Zera sat a decent distance away, chatting happily with smiles on both of their faces. Mavis mentioned Zera, but she disappeared. She said that Zera was an illusion. I remember Zara mentioned something like that recently. What do you know about the two of them? Ichigo shrugged. Not much, to be honest. I didn't want to ask Mavis too much about something I knew would make her uncomfortable. And I knew that if I asked she would answer, so I held off pushing too much. All I know is that she believed Zara to be an illusion she made once she became Mavis in order to keep her company. An accident she ended up believing was a real person. That's her side. For Zara, well, she actually believed Mavis was Nukin. Normally both should have been able to detect the presence of another form of magic like themselves, but from what I gathered it seems Mavis must have damaged herself by accident when she became Mavis. Is that correct? She describes it more as a glitch when she took on the new form, but you're basically right. What about Zara? Why did she not notice? Because of me, the Celestial Spirit King said sadly. She's been alone for a long time. By the time she met Mavis, her supplies of magic were dangerously low. It is why she ended up fading away when Mavis was confronted about the fact only she could see her. I don't even think Zara realized that she had so little magic left that not even true Ukins could see her. An example of this is the man Warod, a man I was told was there with her, who was incapable of seeing her even if he had yet to awake to his full potential. And so when Mavis was confronted, Zara chose to continue this illusion, allowing herself to fade away. How long did she had if she hadn't done that? A week. Maybe a bit more. Zara simply decided to speed up the process and wait until the day she could finally find a way to return and come back to my side. Neither of them realized that they were the same kind of being until recently, the time when they ended up being reunited. And now they are catching up like old friends do. Why the hell didn't you notice? Why the hell didn't you? You're the one claiming you're stronger than me, so you should have been the one to notice. That doesn't sound like old friends, Ichigo chuckled, purposely ignoring the fact that had sometimes been what he and Laxus had done at times. So what kind of magic is she, if you don't mind me asking? I'm sure you already know about Mavis. The Celestial Spirit King nodded. Lumen Histo Ire, a miracle magic one would say. I know from Zara what such magic is capable of, and why you must be so against using it. That kind of magic isn't meant to be used. It's not a solution. The effects caused could be even worse than what you had before. Plus you can't even use it anyway, can you? The Celestial Spirit King chuckled himself from the shock on Ichigo's face. I can sense no lacrima on you that matches Mavis over there. Her body, let's call it, is missing, and without that lacrima she can only shape your magic. She can do a lot with that, but there are limits. Take another magic for example. Nabara, the consciousness of Nirvana, would never have been able to cast his power to switch light and dark if he used Wendy's own magic rather than the converted magic in his lacrima. You know about Nabara. I've been watching the events of the world for a while. I see. You're right, we can't find Mavis's lacrima. It would be more correct to call it a body since it was flesh and blood from what Mavis has told me. A human lacrima. Have you seen anything like that during those years you were hiding and watching the world? The Celestial Spirit King hummed, bringing a hand to his chin in thought. A human lacrima. I'm afraid I don't remember. Just watching is difficult since I can't analyze the information correctly. I have no idea where you might have to look to find it, but you can take pride in this. If the enemy had it, they would not be attacking you and the others. Ziraf would. Well yes, but from what I've been told about Ziraf it seems his goal is not the power itself but Mavis as a person. For someone who hates immortality as much as he does, a companion that actually stays by his side and likes him would be the greatest gift imaginable. But for someone like Waiwak, he would only need her body in order to obtain her magic. Ichigo frowned. You know what he's capable of, don't you? Indeed. I was watching 400 years ago. I'll give you this warning. Kill him. Kill him as quickly as you can. The longer this war drags on, the stronger he will become. And if he regains his full power, I don't think you will even be able to stop him. The Almighty is known as the Almighty for a reason. I won't let him get his power back, stated Ichigo confidently. Don't worry. I plan to protect everyone I can, so I'm not going to risk letting him gain strength. The Celestial Spirit King nodded. Very good, he said as he laughed. Well then, I might as well discuss with you the reason I actually made contact with you. Ichigo frowned again. Wasn't it because of Zera wanting to meet Mavis? He asked, curious at what other reason the giant would want to meet him for. I thought that was it. I wish it was, the giant said, only this time he had lost some of his cheerful attitude. Tell me, how much do you know about Mimi Heiji? Ichigo's fists clenched tightly as a scowl appeared across his face. I see. I expected you to remember the events of the Grand Magic Games. If those two were the end of it, then that would be fine, but the problem I've been considering for the past week has constantly brought me back to that one issue. How did they gain magic barrier particles? Could they not find them normally or in some forbidden place? Perhaps, but perhaps not. That kind of energy is not found freely for the world to see. Just as it rejects the world rejects it. Magic rejects it like it rejects it. They should not have found it in the potent state that it was. The energy was powerful enough to actually allow them to fight you fairly evenly for a time, and from what I can tell from their control, it was very raw and unfocused. You've encountered this before, haven't you? Asked Ichigo, trying his best to suppress the memories of the future versions of Laxus and Levi. People using this power. The Celestial Spirit King nodded. Yes. As unfortunate as it is likely the organization still exists to this day, in a new form that still shares the same principles. It is my belief that somewhere out there, watching the events of the war unfold, is a group solely comprised of those that use magic barrier particles. And because of this, I'm afraid. Afraid of what they could do and afraid of what their objective might be. What do you have planned? You sound like you have some kind of idea. Tell me, what do you know about the four gods of Ishtar? Ichigo frowned. Just a bit. Warod is ranked number 4th while Aoesu is ranked as the 3rd strongest. Never met the first and second, but from what I've been told the first, God Serena, switched sides and joined Alvarez. He did. That's surprising, especially since I can still sense 4 other Ukin within the barrier, bearing ourselves of course. I can't pinpoint them currently, they've made steps to hide themselves away, but it does make me wonder who this mysterious 4th is if he or she isn't part of the original 4 gods of Ishtar. But regardless of that, we need to make contact with them if possible. If we can find them, they might have some info that could shed some light on any potential magic barrier particle organizations. I'll keep you in touch, continued the Celestial Spirit King, nodding to himself as he considered his own idea. Yes, that'll work. I've met your communicator, Hibiki was it? Now that I've met him, I should be able to contact him if I find someone else with archive magic at the different battlefields. You just need to be careful. If you see anything about magic barrier particles, let me know. I'll do the same for you. If we're sharing information, Ichigo started to say, then I might as well admit this. Some of Zeref's demons used magic barrier particles. Only one so far, but there might be more. I've been wondering if Zeref's aware of the danger too, since they were only released on the demon's death. He might have been acting as a container for sealing them. It's possible, the Celestial Spirit King admitted. Zeref is no fool. He understands the threat of magic barrier particles better than most. If he meant to wield them as a weapon, he would have lost all his protection from magic, and no matter what his desires are, he's still not foolish enough to do that. His own soul would be corrupted in the process. If he created demons to contain the energy, that opens up the possibility that he might even trade information with us. Ichigo looked at the giant skeptically. You really think he'll do that? The Celestial Spirit King shrugged. Maybe not willingly, but he'll do so if the threat is severe enough. As Nukin, he understands the threat of magic barrier particles far more than anyone else. He won't be able to accept the existence of such power, and that hatred might just be enough to get him to work alongside us if the situation truly became dire. But let us hope that never happens. If a situation ever appears when even Ukin that our enemies are forced to work together against this threat, it means the worst is going to happen and that the fate of magic itself is threatened. Getting to his feet, the Celestial Spirit King stood up to his full height, catching Zera's attention nearby. I won't keep you. I understand that you have many things to consider, so I will leave you to it. Zera, you can return whenever. I don't want to rush your reunion. Don't worry, the girl called, waving at the giant. We're already done for now. We can talk more later, right Mavis? Mavis smiled. Sure. Be safe Zara. You never said what form of magic Zara is, Ichigo pointed out as he flew up the Celestial Spirit King's level. What is she? Zara? Well, I guess you'll have to watch and see from this show. I'll give you the name of her magic though to help. Spatial Aurora. Holding out his hand, Zara landing in it, the Celestial Spirit King raised his other hand in farewell as space shifted all around him, creating a show of light as it bended and folded around his form. Farewell well for now, Ichigo Kurosaki and Mavis Vermilion. Until we next meet again. Protector of the Fairies. And that is how the situation currently is, explained Kisuke, the others listening intently to his words. Urayu Ishida is now on our side, functioning as a mole for us within Waiwaka's organization, the Wandenreich. As expected, information like this should be kept on a need-to-know basis. That means that apart from us, no one knows. Not even Juoshiro or anyone in the Fiori War Council. We know they were infiltrated once from the knowledge we have obtained. Let's not risk seeing if they have a spy Urayu is unaware of. What about Wendy? Asked Levi worriedly. And Kelia and Yuzo for that matters. Aren't we going to rescue them? Kisuke shook his head. As of right now, they are beyond our reach. Even with the method of transport to reach them, and their location is supplied by Urayu, we lack the overall power to assault such a place and win. Attacking would be foolish and cost us more than we can obtain, and I'm sure no one wants to lose someone else in exchange for rescuing another. Attacking would be foolish anyway, added Urayu, standing by the corner of the doorway and ready to leave any time if the conversation turned ugly. Waiwaka is not the only strong one among the Wandenreich. He is the strongest, there is no doubt about that, but many others can rival you lot, especially those in his elite guard. It would not be far off to say that he is prepared if we did attack too, and he's the type of man that is more than willing to use the hostages against us if we did manage to get past the defenses of Silburn. Thank you. For the time being, we will be setting course for the standard patrol around the barrier's interior, monitoring communication with Hibiki's super archive and working out if help is needed at any barrier's edge. Nozomi, in a while your assistance will be needed to help escort Toshiro and Karen here to their destination. The two have decided to leave the barrier and scout out the enemy's forces. Don't act like it's part of your plan, snarled out Karen. If you refuse to even try and save my sister, I'll be better off working in my own group to get to her. That's dangerous, pointed out Shinji, glancing at Toshiro as his usual smirk dimmed with worry. You sure you'll be fine outside of the barrier? No one will be able to help you if you get in trouble, Toshiro. Not even us. We'll be fine, Toshiro replied. We won't engage Waiwaka directly. Instead we plan to observe them as best as we can while also getting any information we can on the nearby armies and their movements. Anything we find that might be useful, we'll report back to you. If a chance appears to get my sister back though, cut in Karen, we're taking it. Until she's safe, I don't plan to rest and hide away. With that, stated Kisuke as he clapped his hands together to catch everyone's attention, we have concluded everything everyone needs to know. If you have any other questions then ask Ichigo himself when he returns. He went to get some air a while back so he should return sometime soon. With that Kisuke quickly left, leaving the others to slowly disperse too as they prepared to go about their own business. Hey Nozomi, Levi called out, catching the woman before she could leave. Mind walking with me for a bit? She asked, not waiting for an answer as she dragged Nozomi along with her. Great, thanks. Is something the matter? She asked, not putting up much resistance to the other girl's force. If you're looking for the prince dash. Don't be silly, I'm looking for you. If I know Ichigo, he'll turn back up soon. This isn't the first time he's run away for an hour to get away from his problems. Nozomi paused as they entered one of the ship's corridors, forcing Levi to halt as the other woman dug her feet in. It's not the first time. Nodding, Levi let go of Nozomi as she gestured for her to keep following her. How should I put this? She asked to herself, making sure Nozomi was actually listening as she slung her arms behind her back. When we were younger, Ichigo would occasionally decide he needed a break. A break from everything. Well, maybe not from Laxus and I, but knowing him, he probably didn't feel comfortable appearing so weak in front of us. That sounds like the prince. Levi laughed. We can agree on that. Normally these breaks occurred around the time he had returned from one of Juoshiro's missions. Laxus followed him once, staying far enough away so that Ichigo didn't see him. From what he could see, Ichigo likes to take out his frustrations at the area around him, whether it's because he feels powerless, he feels like he's failing people, or if he plain hates what he's done. Considering Kisuke's official response to what we're doing about Yasuo, I already have an idea of which is the cause this time, but I wanted to be sure. You were there at the meeting with Ichigo and Uriah, right? Nozomi nodded. The prince did seem tense when talking about having to abandon his sister. Especially when Karen confronted him about this. He left quickly once he had said what he needed to say about Uriah, and from the speed he vanished. You are likely correct on the cause. He wants to go after Wiwak and rescue everyone we lost to him, but he can't justify an action when he knows he could lose more people in the process than the amount he would save. Maybe it would be a different matter if they were going to be killed. I don't know. The prince can be cold sometimes when he does manage to distance himself. Levi frowned. Really? Is this what he was like in Edelus? He doesn't mention much about what happened there beyond some of the basic facts. It was the impression I first had when I heard about him. Some of that changed a bit after we first met, but I won't deny I was wary of what would happen to my king if the prince broke free. That must have been a difficult situation for you, Levi noted, heading out into the balcony areas around the ship. Stretching her arms out as she took in some of the sun's warm rays, positioning herself against the railing, she smirked as she continued to speak. How did you go from being wary of him to following him around at his beck and call? I won't judge, I'm just curious. I've always figured you were like poor Lyosika, but hearing this makes me wonder. He may have been familiar, but he was also an enemy, even if he was regarded by your king as his brother. There had to be something else to it, and why you latched onto him as much as Mistogan did. Nozomi glanced away in embarrassment, taking the chance to approach the railing herself and to rest her arms over it. It's silly. Come on, don't say that. Things always sound silly when we look back on them, but it doesn't change the fact that they must have been important to us at some point. Burying her head in her arms, Nozomi muttered out an answer, her words muffled. I'm sorry. I didn't catch that. It's embarrassing more than silly, Nozomi admitted quietly. I don't really know what came over me back then. It was unfitting behavior for a knight. And now I'm really interested in knowing, stated Levi as she leaned closer to the woman. Come on, you can tell me. A secret between us girls if you want. It's not like I have any other female friends here. Nodding lightly, Nozomi thought back a bit. The king brought him back personally. I knew that, but I didn't know exactly who he had brought back. Well, beyond the fact the man was called Kyan and that he was a leading figure in the Revolutionary Army. But his actual face. I didn't expect that, even if he had dyed his hair a different color. He mentioned that. Ichigo with black hair. An odd thing to imagine. It was for me too. I got curious, so I ended up sneaking down to the jails to see exactly who we had captured. I had tried to resist, but the king had been taking down a variety of things there throughout the day. His cell was probably the most luxurious one we had ever made because of all the alterations. So when one of the guards was taking food down there, I stole his duties so I could have an excuse to be down there. Looking into the distance, Nozomi sighed. He was asleep when I finally went down there. Or maybe he had already been like that since he arrived. The king had been very tired himself, so it must have been an exhausting fight on both sides. And when I saw him, I couldn't help but stare. Take away the black hair and he would be the mirror image of the king. So you stared. Anyone would have done so. He woke up before I finished staring. That's still not too bad. Levi frowned, a possibility crossing her mind. Unless. How long were you staring? Roughly 7 hours, 16 minutes, and 31 seconds. I kept track somewhere in the back of my mind. Burying her face in her hands again, Nozomi sighed. I told you it was embarrassing. He woke up at 4 hours and 10 minutes exactly and didn't say a word. He tried to ignore me at first, but my staring must have been a bit off-settling. It didn't help when he did try and communicate a bit and I flat out ignored him simply so I could keep staring. Wow. That's some first meeting. But I don't see why it wasn't fitting behavior for a night. Anyone would stare at a strange sight. Maybe not for that long, Levy admitted with an awkward laugh, but they still would stare for a bit. You can't help being curious. It's more than that, Nozomi reluctant admitted. You won't say anything to the prince, right? Or to anyone. I'm sure Miss Doggin has some idea. We've traveled together and been friends for 7 years now, but I'm not a fan of anyone else knowing. Levy smiling knowingly, nodding her head in response. I understand. You like him, right? When she didn't get the response she wanted from the green-haired woman, she pouted, crossing her arms. Come on, at least give me a shocked reaction from me knowing. You should have been able to piece it from the information I gave you. I see no reason for you to be surprised. I don't need to say that. When I first saw him though, I didn't want to admit what that demon said was right, but he was true. When I saw the prince. No, when I saw Ichigo for that first time, my thoughts were simply how convenient it was. A knight must uphold their king's honor, Nozomi went on to say. Ririka, Senna, Sujiro, Don, me, even Shuakura, we all knew what those rules meant. We were aware of what would happen when the king became king, when he no longer could be our close comrade and instead had to be someone who could consider and protect the lives of millions of others. That never stopped Senna from being overly friendly. She was the first to meet him and was always more attached to him than any of us were, but the rest of us knew that our relationships would never be the same. Raising a hand to her chin, Nozomi let her head rest against it. I don't know if I loved the king at some point. I never pursued such an emotion, so I can only speculate. But I definitely liked him. So when I met the prince for the first time, I stared because, deep down, I was happy. A loyal knight can't fantasize about their king, but they can fantasize about someone who looks almost identical to him. Learning he had orange hair too just made the similarities even clearer. You see why I call it embarrassing? Asked Nozomi as she burying her head back in her hands. I ended up chasing after him because he was the only constant from my old world, but that only happened because I ended up loving him because he was a substitute. When I think back, I even sometimes feel disgusted at the fact that I treated him like that in my mind. You didn't know him then, said Levy in response. Thinking him as a substitute, well, it's hardly different from liking a guy to begin with because he looks nice. Would you treat him as a substitute now, if you had the chance? Of course. Of course not. See? Embarrassing, maybe a bit, but you shouldn't be disgusted with that fact. Thanks, by the way, for talking to me about stuff like this. I used to do stuff like this with. Smiling sadly, Levy let her voice trail off for a moment. With Lucy, she said finally. Her, Kana, and me. Kana was the more knowledgeable girl on the sides of love and like, but we still all discussed stuff. It would have been nice to have them here with me. But as nice as it would be, Fairy Tail needs Kana with them. And if Lucy was still alive, she'd want to be with them too. And you? Levy chuckled dryly. I honestly don't know. Fairy Tail? Or Ichigo? Him, Laxus and I were the best of friends. Still are, I'd say, even with the rough patches recently. Despite everything, I still want to have his back. If he needs my help, I still want to be there to help him. Because we're friends after all. Probably as close as family. But Laxus ended up choosing the guild, not that I blame him. He is one of the few who could pull them back together. I should be helping too, but if I could then I'd be abandoning Ichigo too, and I'm not foolish enough to be unaware of the dangers both groups will face. So in the end I figured that if I'm here then I can help beyond the areas where the guild is at, even if that means I can't be there to fight with the guild. A tough decision, agreed Nozomi. Duty to a friend against duty to a home. Both are right, but only one can be chosen. I think that the prince would accept whatever answer you decide on, even if that means you will have to leave. That's the problem, Levy said, chuckling sadly. He'll say it's okay and let me go even if he needs me. That idiot doesn't know when he can't handle any more and instead adds more to his burden. I'm afraid that if I leave, I'll never see him again, and that he'll die in this war. Protector of the Fairies. You wanted to see me pausing midword, Urza quickly considered what to call the man in front of her. He was now the guild master, but she couldn't rid her mind of the master, the old man who had seemed like he would hold that role forever. Fifth, she finally settled on. Calling Laxus master felt wrong when the name still was linked to another. Laxus didn't seem bothered by her mental debate, looking up briefly from all the papers he was having to sort through in front of him. Urza, he greeted simply. Sorry to bother you like this. I know you're probably busy but I'm fine, Urza said as she interrupted him. I have grieved enough, just as everyone else has. What do you need me for? Putting down the papers, a frown directed at them all, Laxus gestured for her to sit in one of the chairs in his makeshift office. Sorry about the mess, he said as he pushed some of his work out of the way. Even in war, there's still stuff to sort out. I've been dealing with some reports the old chairman sent me along with dealing with debates with the Fiori War Council for how the guild will be distributed. And Laxus clenched his fists tightly under the desk, but it didn't stop Urza picking up on his anger. Fifth? What's wrong? Stubbornness, that's what. Both mine and theirs. Has anyone told you what the state of the 4 battlefields are? Urza shook her head lightly. I guessed so. I had to do a bit of digging quickly when I was made the guild master in order to work out what the overall situation was in greater detail. It's not very good for what I wanted. Grabbing one of the pieces of paper scattered around him, Laxus passed it to Urza. It only took her a few moments to scan through the contents, her eyes widening in shock the more she read. Are these accurate? As accurate as they're going to be any time soon. We lost 320,000 people roughly in the first wave. What's more is that reports are pouring in that the enemy is reinforcing at all sides. Hundreds of thousands more have arrived from Alvarez, making their total number appear endless. And that is just to the west of us. At the north, more and more hollows arrive by the day, refilling the ranks and swelling them to far greater amounts. We lost more people to the hollows than anywhere else, and there are far more of them now than what we first faced. It says here the Quincy are doing the same, said Urza as she glanced back at the document. I was filled in on the details of Hueco Mundo where the hollows came from, but how were this many Quincy hidden? I don't know, admitted Laxus, frustrated himself at the lack of detail on that front. No one knows, to be honest. Hollows I can understand. Demons too, since the reports seem to indicate that Zeref may be creating them in mass to fight. But hundreds of thousands of humans? The numbers have been run, and, even with some of the population scattered outside of the barrier in far villages that couldn't evacuate in time, there isn't enough people to actually be Quincy. Soldiers maybe, but not Quincy. Not when every Quincy is a mage, and certainly not when learning to use a bow would take at least a bit of time. But that's just matters of speculation right now, stated Laxus as he took the paper back. Because of the losses we suffered against the Hollows, the Fiori War Council has decided to massively redistribute troops and mages to compensate. It means losing people at each place, but we can't take the chance of something happening with the barrier up north and a large force of Hollows breaking through and overwhelming the men up there. I see. Does this involve where Fairy Tale is being sent? Laxus shook his head. I fought them on this. I promised to myself that I'd try and keep the guild together. I also made a promise to myself that I would keep people safe. Unfortunately, this means I have to break one of those promises. Lamia Scale has been moved up north along with a large force of troops, their goal to bring the numbers of each battlefield roughly up to 170,000. They needed people like Jura up there after reports arrived that Mermaid Heel is missing a lot of their strongest tier mages. They still have Kagura, but they lost both Karen and Yuzukuro Saki, along with Taoshiro who had gone up with them. Is Taoshiro alright? Urza asked quickly. He wasn't at the master's funeral, so a few of us have been wondering. He's fine, said Laxus, crushing Urza's fears to her relief. Or at least it appears that way. People saw him and Karen at least after the battle ended. But they are missing now. I doubt they're dead, but when they will return is anyone's guess. Because of the shortage too, Quattro Cerberus has been moved up north, with the exception of Kenpeka due to his Devil Slayer magic's effectiveness against Zeref's demons. How does this affect breaking a promise then? I'm getting there. Sabretooth are staying put, they didn't lose too much. After that, the Fiori War Council worked out the rest of their strongest mages. In terms of fighting power, any guild that made it into the top 8 during the Grand Magic Games is considered an important resource. Raventail and the Garu Knights are ignored for obvious reasons, and we've already considered where Lamia Scale, Sabretooth, Mermaid Heel, and Quattro Cerberus are. Who were the last two? It's Fairy Tail, said Urza and Dread. And there's 2 battlefields unaccounted for. Laxus nodded solemnly. That's the broken promise. In order to not have us up north with the Hollows, I had to make a concession. In terms of numbers, Fairy Tail has more strong mages than any individual guild does. And while there are many smaller less powerful guilds scattered around in each battlefield, they can't be counted on to fight the enemy's elites. Only the strongest mages can. So we have to fight both the demons and the Quincy. While splintered. I'm sorry, Laxus muttered as he continued. I tried but I have limited power. In the end, I am a guild master of a guild. A powerful guild yes, but still just a guild that accounts for a small number of people. A tiny amount in relation to the amount of people in Fiori. We can't not fight, but we also can't all fight together. That's why I asked for you, Laxus stated, making a small gesture towards her. The guild may have to split into 2 groups but I do not want the bonds to break. No matter what, we are all Fairy Tail mages. Unfortunately there is only one of me. I am the master of this guild now, and yet I can only be there for half of the guild at any one time. I need someone able to lead the other side of the guild when I'm absent. Someone capable of inspiring people with their strength while able to lead them to victory. Someone who can be called the guild's ace. The ace. It was such a sudden thought that Urza forgot how to speak for a moment. In all the chaos that had happened, especially following the master's death, she had almost forgotten that they had already lost another man to the enemy. Gildarts, the man that had stood as the guild's Indies tribute ace for countless years. Even after 7 years, before he had undergone the second origin procedure, he had managed to hold his own for a time against one of the Magic Council's generals, even when at a disadvantage. In the face of such overwhelming power, she felt tiny in comparison. Urza? You okay? I'm fine, Urza said, finally replying. It's a strange thought, being considered for the same role Gildarts once held. Are you sure I'm the best choice? In terms of raw power like he had, the only people that I can think of that can currently compare at Ichigo and Natsu. I would have assumed that Ichigo would have been your first choice for this anyway. I did consider him, Laxus admitted. No point lying about it, I did want him as the ace. But that's not a slight against you, don't worry. I guess in some ways it's the faint memories of a childhood dream, now twisted into a nightmare. I can't have Ichigo as the ace because he can't stick around to fill this role. I can understand that, but it's a pain to deal with, even if what he's doing will likely allow him to help more than he would in a single place. And that's ignoring the repercussions that would come if he stayed in one spot and became a target. No, Laxus continued, I can't have him as the guild's ace. And neither can I consider Natsu. Natsu has a lot of raw power, I won't deny that, but he's headstrong, just like Ichigo. And while Ichigo is strong enough to be able to back that up if he makes mistakes, Natsu isn't. Not when it comes to the lives of everyone else. Gildarts knew that if he made a mistake that he could still fix it before it became a threat, but for a situation like now we need an ace that can minimize these mistakes. And that's why you chose me, finished Urza for him. Now because of power, but because you believe I can make smarter decisions. Exactly. You're strong. Not in an overwhelming way but in a subtle way. Your magic and fighting style isn't meant to tear through a defense in one blow but to attack the weak points and tear it apart with greater ease. You know the strengths and weaknesses of those who you fight alongside and know how to utilize them best, just like you would when choosing a weapon or set of armor. That's why I want you to be Fairy Tail's ace. Under your leadership, those separated from the others should be able to survive the approaching hells. It's a big honor that you think so highly of me. But I see, said Laxus in disappointment. You don't want to do it. It's not that, Urza protested. But I am not sure how well I can lead everyone to victory. An ace needs to have strength to fight alone if necessary. But the Quincy I fought, I could barely stop him. And the more the fight dragged on, the more powerless I became. My armor, my swords, none of it was working. None of it was strong enough. In the end, the master arrived and gave his own life to kill the enemy before he could escape. And you think he died because you were too weak to defeat this Quincy before the master appeared? Am I right? Urza nodded, causing Laxus to sigh. You aren't the only one thinking this, are you? I heard others fought the Quincy too. Myra. Gajeel. All three of us fought him, and yet we couldn't win. He just kept getting stronger and making every plan we had fail and crumble before us. He wasn't skilled in my opinion. He just had a power that completely overwhelmed us to the point we could no longer win. I see. Getting out of his seat, Laxus gestured towards Urza to follow him. Come with me a moment. I want to show you something. Urza frowned, getting out of her chair. The second she took a step forward, a wave of bloodlust hit her as Laxus spun back round, his fist swiping at her head with lightning erupting all around it. Without thinking, she ducked down, barely avoiding the blow as it cut through the air above her. A sword was already appearing in her grip as she began to swipe upwards only to stop, realizing who she was fighting. Laxus didn't let her recover from that pause, stepping into her guard and slamming a fist against her chest. Her breath being forced out of her body from the blow, Urza was sent flying back against the wall, a wave of pain filling her as she slammed against it. She didn't waste the time hurting from it, however, rolling out of the way as Laxus appeared right above her in an instant, slamming a foot down where she had been. A new sword appeared in both arms as she slashed upwards, hitting thin air as Laxus disappeared from her sight. Her swords vanished from her grip as she discarded them, returning them to her equipped space as she rolled forward, a new two-handed weapon appearing in both hands as she swung back round, the edge being halted by Laxus's two palms, one on each side of the blade. Well? Laxus asked. Do you still think you're too weak? Because the Urza I'm fighting right now doesn't give off that indication. You hesitated at the first blow, but now you're completely ready to fight me seriously if I continue. Gramps died. So what? That can't be changed. You can blame yourself all you want, but he would not want that. You say you weren't strong enough? That's the case with everyone. I'm strong, and yet I'm not strong enough too. Even Ichigo isn't strong enough. Right now, only one person can be the ace of this guild. And that is you. I see. Closing her eyes, Urza dismissed the weapon in her hands as she got back to her feet. When she opened them again, Laxus had returned to normal, the lightning coating his body gone. Thank you. I needed a good blow to knock some sense into me. Very well, I shall accept this responsibility and fulfill it to the best of my abilities. Laxus smiled in relief, taking a seat back in his chair. Good. I understand I'm asking a lot of you, so I'm thankful you are willing to go along with this selfishness of mine. I'll be sending you and the others with you to fight against Zeref and his demons. On the off chance an enemy does appear that is too strong for anyone, there is Kenpeka there who is a monster himself. Trust me, I know. I fought him. Be wary of some of the demons, however. They have tricky abilities. Abilities that won't always play fair. Could I make a request for a few mages in particular? Natsu, right? Laxus smiled sadly at the expression on her face. I already knew you'd want him with you. You were part of a team with him. A team that has had 2 of its members die recently. I'm not heartless. I don't like losing people, Urza admitted, clenching her fists under the table. I lost Gray and Lucy, but at least I can try and not lose Natsu. Wendy should be safe with Ichigo, right? I was checking up with her and saw her leave with him and the others, Levi included. I assume she's okay. She's with Ichigo. I don't think he'd let her get harmed if he could help it. Do you want Myra with you too? She'll be with Lysina and Elfman. There is no way in hell I could ever persuade her to let them go alone, but they should all be able to fight well when the need calls for it. That'll be fine. I don't mind who you send with me. Will you be okay though? Me. Laxus frowned, confused at what she could even be talking about. Why do you ask? You aren't putting me away from the Quincy because Kenpeki is available to help if the need arises. You're sending me and the others away because you want to fight the Quincy yourself. Am I wrong? Laxus tried to fake a smile but failed, settling to show the anger he truly felt. They are the ones responsible for why Gramps had to die. It's selfish of me, but I want to be the one to make them pay. If I have to pick between Zeref and Wywak, I'll pick Wywak, even if he scares me a bit more. You shouldn't let your anger consume you, chided Urza, Laxus simply snorting in amusement at her words. I mean it. There are more lives to consider than your own now. I know, I'm aware of that. Don't worry, I'm not blind enough to not look around me. So long as I can play a role in stopping them, I'll be happy. I won't be foolish enough to let my comrades die because I let something silly like anger take over. If it helps, we can both make a deal here. I'll protect those under my command if you protect yours. Winning isn't enough for me, to be honest. I won't be happy unless we can all laugh afterwards and cheer that we've survived. Urza smiled. That sounds good to me. Let us work towards that, so that everyone may return to the guild once this war is over and rebuild our home. Protector of the Fairies. Hey Urza, Natsu called, setting down the last of their stuff in the large tent provided for the guild. I've got the rest of your armors put away. Is this all right here? That's fine, answered Urza, examining each one carefully to make sure they were all in working condition. While she had been doing her best to expand her equip space further, she still couldn't store her entire armory in it. Some extra space was there currently due to the destruction of a lot of her cheaper gear, but that would quickly fill up again once the blacksmiths in the support camps finished repairing or recreating her gear. It had taken a few days, but they had finally arrived at the East battlefield. A lot of people had treated them warmly, likely due to their reputation and the faith that would inspire, but the actual situation still worried her. The camp was quiet a lot of the time, not that she could blame them. The memories of the previous battle were probably fresh in their mind, even if it had been a week and a half since it ended. She hoped it wouldn't stay like this forever. People needed joy and happiness to fight for, not just to try and avoid death. If that's all, called over Natsu, I'm going to head over and check on the others. Happy's helping out Lysina currently anyway, so I might as well check up on him. Of course, Urza said with a chuckle, watching him run off. It was amusing to see him use his friend as an excuse to go see Lysina. Ever since Lucy had died, he had been more protective of all his friends, Lysina in particular. The first few days after the battle had ended he had been particularly persistent, but it had died down in the days afterwards once the danger had truly passed in his mind. She couldn't blame him for wanting to protect someone you loved though. She herself sometimes wondered if she might feel similar if Jalal had never become so twisted. As a child, he had always been so kind. She quickly slapped her checks in an attempt to clear her mind of such thoughts. There was no point thinking back on old dreams and memories. She would need to let Laxus know that everything was progressing smoothly, as well as explore the battlefield itself and work out what kind of people she would be working with. She had already met with Byakuya when she arrived, so that was one task less that she would have to worry about, but there was still so much to do before the day was up. Leaving the tent behind, she let her gaze turn to the sight that was slowly becoming familiar to everyone. Even in Magnolia, she had seen signs of it up high in the sky, spreading across the sky as a golden shield of light. It was far clearer here though, just like it had been at the South battlefield, and yet it was a sight that could symbolize both hope and despair. The former was for the future, for a chance of winning and for people to live, but the latter was from the cage this barrier gave the appearance of. A barrier to protect them, but also a barrier to keep them in. So long as there were enemies outside of the barrier, it would always be both. Speaking of enemies, it seemed Zeref was not letting up with his forces. Swarms of demons could be seen even from this distance, covering the land beyond in an endless mass of bodies. Saying their numbers were endless might be the best comparison she could think of at the sight. No matter how hard she tried, she simply couldn't see an end to them. Maybe this was why morale was so low. No one would want to fight a force this large and endless. Every so often, attacks would strike at the barrier. It was a bit of a repetitive thing currently. A large group of demons would charge the barrier, slashing at it with claws and firing blasts of magic at it. But the numbers that attacked were so small that they had yet to even need to send anyone out to force them back to relieve pressure on the barrier. For the time it seemed like Zeref was not really serious on trying to take down the barrier just yet. Hopefully he would stay that way, but she knew deep down it was unlikely. Once the Death Mage decided to take things seriously, he would throw far more at them. She shouldn't have thought anything. She had basically cursed herself. No sooner had her wish for a break been thought did the sight before her change. In just a moment, the outside layer of the barrier was coating in a large layer of ice, spreading far and wide across the barrier for over a mile. A moment later and all the ice shattered, leaving but a tiny crack in the barrier itself. It was tiny. It was nothing in the grand scheme of things. But it was damage all the same. It was more damage than any of the demons had done before. Another moment and the barrier was coating in ice once more, shattering in the next moment and leaving another tiny crack in the barrier. It would take hundreds of more attempts to break this barrier with just that ice alone. That was obvious for all to see. But that didn't matter. Someone was actively damaging the barrier. Someone was actually attacking seriously. And from the signs of panic starting to rise nearby, and the sounds of commands as those in charge started to distribute orders, it was not something to ignore. It had to be dealt with now before the situation could be allowed to grow and turn worse. Protector of the Fairies. You both have everything you need? You're okay on supplies, right? Karen resisted the urge to scoff. Ichigo was at least being helpful here, even if he wouldn't help her personally with rescuing Yuzo. Yes, we have enough food to last us for a month if we're careful. We'll find supplies in the wild to keep us going so we can manage once we exhaust them. All right, good. Are you sure about this, Karen? You won't help Yuzo. So I will. All right, Ichigo finally said, hiding his disappointment as his hand left her shoulder. Good luck. Taoshiro, you'll be in charge of keeping an eye on her. I want both of you to come back safely. And no matter what happens, do not try and engage Waiwak if you find him. You cannot win. You aren't even close to being strong enough to winning. We know, said Taoshiro, cutting in before Karen could put up her token protest. Even with her hot-headedness, she still knew her limits and when a battle was a losing one. We'll try and check up on some of the outlying villages too while we're on our way. There might still be people alive over there that managed to avoid the armies. There may not be much, but there could be some we can send back. We'll leave a message at the relay point if there is. Ichigo nodded. I'll check back here once a week at around this time. In case I miss the message, I'll pop back twice more afterwards, once later in the day and once the following morning. If I see nothing, I won't be back until the following week. And if I don't show up at all, it means I'm not in any position to meet up currently and I'll be late. Good luck you two, said Shinji as he reached forward, shaking Taoshiro's hand. Be careful, brat. Don't want to hear taunts later on by the enemy about you being captured or killed. I don't know how I'd live with the embarrassment. Looking back to her brother, Karen reluctantly approaching him again. Can you tell Dad? About me going, I mean. Clenching her fists tightly in frustration, she elaborated further. I didn't even leave him a message. I thought about it, I really did, but I knew he'd stop me if he knew. Or he might have come with me, and with his responsibilities leading part of the army I figured it would be best to leave him out of it. Don't worry, replied Ichigo, smiling softly at her. Just make sure you don't die. I can deal with him being mad at me for letting you go, but I don't think he'll forgive me if you die. I won't even be able to forgive myself. So stay safe, Karen. If not for me but for him. I will. Walking away, Karen grabbed Taoshiro's arm as she marched forward, the white-haired Shinigami stumbling for a second from being caught off guard by her strength. Let's go, Taoshiro. Time's a wastin' dot. Watching them go, Ichigo reluctantly raised his hand towards the barrier ahead of the two, a section of the barrier dimming until it completely vanished. He had to restrain himself from immediately shutting it as the two got closer and closer, knowing he had no right to try and stop them. It was safer going this way. If they tried to get out at any of the official gateways, they'd have to fight through an army to break away. At least here they could hopefully avoid most of the fighting. All of it if they were lucky. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the two left the barrier completely, the golden light that had vanished immediately reforming and repairing the large hole that had been made to allow them passage. The two quickly sped off into the distance, bursts of shunpo helping them to cover ground quickly in case anyone came to investigate the opening if anything had been sensed. Knowing they should probably be leaving too, Ichigo reluctantly tore his gaze away from the fading figures of the two and focused instead on the airship hovering 100 meters above them. "So where now?" asked Shinji, resting his hands behind his head with his Zanpakuta held loosely from them. "Do we continue to circle the barrier? Kind of boring if you ask me." "We need something to aim for," explained Ichigo. "We can't just run towards the enemy aimlessly. For now, the best option available is to react. React until a weakness appears that we can rush towards with all we've got." "Waiting, huh? Well, it's not like I'm not used to that. I can bide my time. The question is, can you?" "I'm sorry." Shinji sighed, bringing his hands back down to his sides. "Waiting, planning, can you really handle waiting? You, who has rushed into danger countless times with no thought to your own well-being. I'm worried about you. You can only suppress so much until you break. You're already forcing yourself to accept that any attempts to rescue you right now are pointless. That they'd fail. In the past you might have not cared and rushed anyway by yourself. This is the smarter choice, but it's not necessarily the right choice that you believe in. When you find me an option that lets me act freely, I'll do it. But I can't let myself be ruled by my own choices right now. You know that. How many people can fight someone like Wiwak and actually have a chance?" Ichigo paused for a moment, letting Shinji try and think. "Exactly. I can honestly count the number on one hand. Maybe on both if I'm really pushing it. My life isn't my own to waste in a situation like this. It's a life that others are counting on. To throw it away foolish because I want to save someone, could I really do that? Just be careful, alright. There's more to strength than just physical and magical aspects. If you lose your own will to fight, you might as well be dead anyway. I'll keep that in mind." Ichigo froze, glancing to his shoulder. "Mavis, you felt that?" The girl nodded, making herself visible to Shinji as a show of kindness to not exclude him. "The barrier's being damaged. By someone with significant strength too. Nothing to worry about currently but the level of strength I'm sensing hitting the barrier. It's got a familiar feeling. It might be one at the same level as Mardgear. One of those high-level demons?" asked Shinji, remembering his encounter with Blue Note vividly. "Zeref's making a move it seems. Who's at that battlefield? Anyone strong enough to back Kenpeki up? I assume he's there if Juushiro's smart." "This feeling," muttered Mavis, feeling another blast hit the barrier. "There's something else connecting too. It's light, to be honest. It's not even damaging the barrier, so I wouldn't have noticed unless I wasn't paying attention because of the larger damage. It's like someone is purposely trying to get our attention. But who is it?" She froze, her grip tightening on Ichigo's shoulder. "We need to get there now. They should be able to handle it, right? With Kenpeki to lead the charge dash. Kenpeki is good for the demon but not for the one leading them. He's there. He's there personally." "Who is?" demanded Ichigo, half aware of what the answer would be. He just hoped he was wrong. It was not to be. Mavis turned towards him and the look she gave him was answer enough. "He's finally making a move. Zeref. Protector of the fairies. Whom is this trap for?" Wearing her cloak proudly on her back, Urza stood ready to lead her forces. 2,000 men. That was all they had right now that was being dedicated to this fight. Another 10,000 were being led out by Byakuya himself at another entrance to the barrier, with Kenpeki at his side to cause some true carnage. It was a simple plan at its core. They could not afford to fight a prolonged battle. They would lose too many lives from stopping an attack that was not even being supported by the rest of the army of demons. So instead, Byakuya would draw the eyes of the army. With Kenpeki by his side, the man counting for hundreds and hundreds of men when faced against demons of this caliber, the army would be hard-pressed to ignore him. Then, while all the demons are distracted, they would rush out as fast as they could towards the one attacking the barrier. It would be down to them to stop the attack. With speed being a major issue, she would have to leave this to Natsu. With Happy to rush him towards the target, he could reach the demon faster than anyone else. She meanwhile would have to support him and keep all the demons off his back. Not an easy task, but with 2,000 men and women to back her up then it was entirely possible. Provided of course that they were quick. Staying out for longer than an hour would be suicide. Staying out for that long in the first place would be difficult too. Get in and then pull out once the target has been dispatched. That is the golden rule they had to follow, and one she had to make sure Natsu understood in case he saw them getting overwhelming. If Natsu got distracted and wasted time on other enemies, that would be extra time that they would have to last for. Watching the distance, she patiently waited at the barrier's edge, her eyes taking in every bit of detail she could see. Some demons had noticed them but few were paying much attention. Some had compared the demons to a swarm, and that certainly was a good analysis, but they normally lacked much coordination. They were simply endless, but they were also simple to understand. These demons were dumb. The demons wouldn't pay too much attention to them unless they got close, and certainly wouldn't suspect that they were about to charge out. A human would have. Seeing the light in the distance, a swarm of pink appearing as it crashed into the enemy and bent round to enclose them in a deadly cage, Urza gave the signal. Byakuya had begun his attack, and the release of his Bankai was their signal to move. The light of the barrier in front of them dimmed in the shape of a square before vanishing, opening up to fresh tainted air. She ran. Natsu still beat her out, even having been further back in the crowds. In a moment he was but a speck in the distance, Happy flying at his max speed to get them moving. All the people behind her, both rune knights and mages, charged outwards, cheers of motivation and encouragements being shouted out as they ran. The demons were too slow to react at first. That made it far easier to knock them all aside, every demon entering their path being cut down at an alarming pace. Switching to her Heaven's Wheel armor, her blades became a blur as she spun through the air, becoming a deadly whirlwind of death as she slashed through all that stood in her way. Blades flew forward and impaled themselves in her enemies, instantly being drawn back and fired once more at more. Blasts of magic tore forward from behind her, knocking away any of the demons she missed and allowing them to be cut down by rune knights as they passed. It wasn't ever going to be that easy however. Sooner than she would have liked, the demons took notice of them. It wasn't the whole horde, no they were too busy focusing on the Devil Slayer far away, but all the demons nearby turned their attention towards them. Blasts of magic fired back at them in response, some simply in the form of raw energy while some took the form of the elements. Torrents of fire, streams of water, storms of wind, the mass amount of demons had them all. Beast Soul. And then Elfman was in the way of the blasts, his massive form blocking all the blasts directed from a large proportion of the demons with his own body. Against strong enemies, such a tactic would have caused his death. But these demons were simply numerous, and the skin of the king of monsters was far stronger. Streams of cursed lightning fired from over his shoulder, Myra already in her Satan soul form as she wiped out the first few rows of demons. The rune knights almost stopped in awe to watch, something she quickly put a halt to by crying out to keep pressing forward. From the brief glimpse of their reactions however, she truly understood why Juoshiro had been so desperate to get mages like them. A decent mage could wipe out a squad of weak demons like this alone. A strong mage could wipe out multiple squads. But a mage at their level? They could completely alter the flow of a battle, stopping attacks that should have been deadly and taking out squads with ease. Looking back ahead of them as she cut down more demons that tried to crash into them, avoiding the sharp claw-like blades these demons had, Urza noticed the sign of flames in the distance. They weren't close yet to Natsu. Not even close. They wouldn't even get that close realistically since they would need to retreat quickly once they were finished. All they had to do was draw the nearby demons in. So to see that much fire from this distance meant the actual amount of flames that Natsu was using were much higher. Either he had already broken out a secret art or he had immediately decided to use his heavenly flame dragon mode. So long as he got the job done however, it didn't matter which he did. It was all going well. And then she felt her blood freeze as she saw all the flames in the distance become solid, frozen in layers and layers of ice. That wasn't what shocked her so much, however. It was the ease it was done, and the sensation she felt from that magic. She was far closer now, and that was why she could sense the familiarity it gave off so much easier. "It's not possible," she spoke softly, looking into the distance as her swords flew off and pushed back the demons around her. Gray, protector of the fairies. Seeing the demon up ahead, Natsu ignited his fists, the flames spreading across his body as Happy released him. "Get moving, Happy." "Aye, sir." Glancing at his friend flying up away from the battle for a brief moment, Natsu turned his full attention towards the demon, building up the flames on each hand. Already the demon had noticed him, but it wouldn't be fast enough. With a flame on the right hand, and a flame on the left, when you combine them together, Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. Swinging his arms forward, the massive fireball that formed from the joining of his hands heading towards his enemy, he quickly moved to phase 2 of his hastily constructed plan. If the demon could create that much ice on the barrier in an instant, that much fire was not nearly enough. So the best solution he had was to simply ramp up the power during that moment where the demon was distracted with his first attack. Heavenly Flame Dragon Mode, Release. His free fall slowed to a stop, flames bursting out from his hands and pushing him back up as the streams intensified. Twin torrents of fire shot down right behind the massive fireball, smashing through it the moment it turned to ice as he had expected. Right before they could make contact, however, the ends of the streams froze, the ice rapidly creeping back up the streams towards him. This demon could even freeze his heavenly flames this quickly? If that was the case, he simply needed to keep amplifying his power further. More flames, more heat, more power. The ice was shattered as the flames went out of control, spreading out everywhere in sight and vaporizing any of the other nearby demons unfortunately enough to get too close to their battle. He didn't even bother trying to wrestle control back from his flames. The barrier would protect everyone from them, and those outside were far enough away to not be caught in the blast. Control was merely something to slow him down right now from using his secret arts. Dragon Slayer's secret art. He cried out, the flames circling around the demon and enclosing the area within with its deadly power. Heavenly Flames, Mode Sphere. Taking a quick look at the sphere of flames, Natsu raised a hand towards it, slowly clenching the fist. Collapse. There was movement from the flames before it happened. They did begin to move, Natsu would swear that they did to anyone that would ask. But before they could travel any further, before they could burn the demon within to death, the flames stopped, frozen in their tracks. Slowly, at what seemed like an eternity for Natsu in his shocked state, the ice shattered, the pieces falling down one by one around the demon. A demon that looked too similar in fact. But that wasn't possible. Even if they had the same face, it shouldn't be possible. Even if they had the same magic, it shouldn't be possible. Even if they had that same arrogant look, it shouldn't be possible. Because Gray was dead. It was impossible for him to be alive. "You got a bit stronger again, Natsu," the demon commented, even his voice mirroring Gray's own. "That's good, I suppose. I didn't realize you were here to begin with, but the moment I saw the flames I knew it could be no one else. No one else has flames like those, and no one certainly throws fire around like that but you. It's, shall we say, enjoyable to see you okay. Who are you?" The demon frowned, a look of sadness appearing on his face for a moment. And then it was gone, but not quick enough for Natsu to ignore. And he hated the fact that he couldn't. "I see. You don't really want to believe that this is the reality you face, do you, Natsu? I can assure you that I am me, but I am perhaps not all of me. Not anymore. My name is one you probably remember. I am Delira." "Cut the crap. I'm sorry. I said cut the crap," shouted Natsu, his flames reflecting the anger he felt all around him. "I won't forgive you for using Gray's face like that. I won't forgive you for mimicking him, for treading on his memory. I won't fall for such pathetic lies. Because Gray's dead, killed by his sacrifice in using iced shell. There is no way he could be alive anymore, so don't expect for one moment that I'll believe you're him." "I see." The demon was looking at him in disappointment now, the attitude of the demon being reflected in the air around him. Tiny shards of ice rapidly froze in the moisture in the air, immediately melting back before repeating the process. "Shall I convince you of the truth, Natsu? We have some time, I think." Before Natsu could even think of a response, the ground froze below him, giant pillars of ice stretching upwards towards him with Gray right on the middle of one. He didn't think. He just acted on reflect, snapping out with his fists and letting loose streams of fire. All he could see was memories just like this, when he and Gray would suddenly get into fights for the weakest of reasons, reasons that had seemed so important at the time and yet were foolish in hindsight. The flames sliced through all the pillars around him, melting any ice they touched as the whole structure began to collapse. It was just for a moment, however. As quickly as the ice was melted by the flames froze over, holding the top halves of the pillars in place and even threatening to spread further towards Natsu. The spread of ice came to a stop after a moment, the flames it was trying to freeze becoming too strong the closer they were to Natsu himself. The stalemate existed for a few seconds before Natsu broke off his flames, letting himself drop beneath the remnants of the twin streams as they froze into ice. Immediately his flames kicked back into action, stopping him from dropping down any further. He didn't dare go near the ground. If this demon could use ice this well, simply touching the ground might be a death sentence. "Ice make," the demon muttered, speaking just loud enough for Natsu to hear. The words resonated with Natsu, the flames on his hands increasing in intensity. This wasn't possible. There was no way this demon could use Gray's magic. Or even if it could, there was no way it could be the same. All users of Maker magic were different. It was one of the things he remembered Gray saying about his magic, the rest just gibberish to him. No matter what this demon tried to show him, it would not fool him. Not when he knew exactly what Gray's ice make magic looked and felt like. Dragon. And then all his resolve to ignore it shattered in the face of what he saw. When one thought dragon, you would assume something large and massive. And yet what this demon showed him was not that. It was tiny, merely resting in the demon's palm. He had even taken up the same pose, two-handed like Gray always did, and everything. The ice was like a crystal, both beautiful to look at and a show of pure talent. But the dragon itself was not beautiful. It was rough, with jagged edges and wings far too large and claws far too small. It wasn't like someone like Lion's variation of ice make magic too. It was motionless. It was nothing more than a statue. And yet it was this statue that shocked him so much. He had seen something like this before. No, he had seen this exact statue before. Every little detail was replicated so perfectly that there was no way anyone could repeat this feat unless they had seen it themselves. It had been years ago since he saw this, years and years ago when he was still new to the guild. He and Gray always fought, and yet they had still considered themselves friends. Well, rivals rather, but looking back he knew he had considered the guy a friend. Back then, in those early days, he had always ended up getting down about not being able to find Igneel. It happened so often to begin with. At first he was left alone. And then Lysina started dragging him around, getting him to tell her stories about Igneel rather than just trying to make him forget about the pain. But she hadn't been there on that first anniversary of his father's disappearance. Gray had been instead, but the idiot hadn't been the same as Lysina. They were always getting into fights, and so the only way the idiot had known how to help him was to distract him. But fighting hadn't been enough. Not on that day. He remembered barely putting up a fight, leading to Gray storming off and leaving him to his own devices. He didn't see the guy until later in the evening, hours later, panting for breath as if he had run all over town. He hadn't said a word, simply taking up his usual fighting stance. But instead of launching an attack, he had created this dragon instead. He only learned during the next day that Gray had spent all that time asking everyone he knew about dragons, trying to work out what they looked like. The result was this, one that couldn't hope to compare to the originals. It had worked. He had laughed. It had looked so odd to him, a child that had been raised by the real thing, and he had pointed out the same thing to Gray himself too, correcting him on some of the finer points of detail it would need. And after all the dragons that appeared from the Eclipse Gate, everyone would know what a dragon looked like now. And that was why this statue was so special. Because it was the original, untouched, or changed from that memory, even with the now common knowledge of what dragons looked like. No one could remake this statue now. No one but the one who first made it. No one but Gray. You can't be, Natsu muttered, his flames dimming as the anger drained from his body. You died. You sacrificed your life with iced shell. Leon saw it all. How can you be alive, Gray? You finally acknowledge it, I see, said Gray, closing his palm as the statue within shattered into pieces. As stubborn as always. I expected I'd have to show you something of this level to prove to you who I am. But you're alive. Repeated Natsu. How? How is something like that even possible? You're not a spirit but actual flesh and blood. Flesh and blood. Gray nodded, his fists clenching in restrained frustration. Yes, I suppose I am flesh and blood, but you can hardly consider me to be the same. I called me a demon, Natsu. I'm afraid that you were right to call me that. I'm not something that can be described as human anymore. That is why I am not the same. My name is no longer Gray. I am Delira, one of Master Zeref's 4 Devil Kings. You're working for Zeref. The reality of the situation hit him. He had been distrusting at first, and then so relieved at the sight in front of him, that he had forgotten the most important part. He had come out here to stop the one attacking the barrier. And the one attacking the barrier was the same person in front of him. The enemy he had to kill was Gray. No, he muttered quietly, clenching his fists tightly to stop them shaking. No, no, no. Not this. Not you. Do you realize it now, Natsu? While I am happy to see you, I'm afraid the reality of our situation is far different than what it once was. This is no longer a matter of our childish fights back at Fairy Tale. Surely you must have been aware that things could never return back to normal after what happened at the Grand Magic Games. There was no way we could ever be allies again, continued Gray, looking away into the distance. Not after I slaughtered Jovia. Not after I attempted to kill Leon too. I am what remains of the person you once knew as Gray. The demon part inside him accelerated to adulthood when I joined the other pieces that made up myself. That is why I am not Gray. Because all the pieces that make up who I am belong to Delira himself. If you truly believe that, then you wouldn't have stopped to talk to me, countered Natsu. But I get it. The only way to bring you back is to fight, right? You always were an idiot, growled Gray, waving a hand forward at him. All the pillars of ice shrunk dramatically, the ice that made them up being shifted down and redirected towards Natsu. Firing off flames, Natsu darted between the extending spikes from each sideways pillar, narrowly making it through the gaps between the ice spikes being launched at him. There is no bringing me back. You should understand that and know that the one you knew as Gray is long gone. All that is left is a shell of that man, like a cover of a book being used over a new set of pages. I refuse to believe that. Shouted out Natsu in response, shattering the ice that tried to encase him with a swing of his fire-encased fists. Gray didn't even bother trying to dodge with Natsu this close, instead letting the Fire Dragon Slayer slam a fist straight against his head to send him flying off the pillar. That face, that voice, that mind, you're still Gray. I know it. Free-falling through the air, Gray merely shook his head before flipping over meters from the ground, landing softly on his feet on the icy ground. You shouldn't bother wasting your breath in a time like this. Besides, aren't you aware of what's happening right now? Natsu frowned, puzzling over Gray's words before he began to fall. It wasn't on purpose, and it was stopped a second later when the flames from his right hand increased. But flames were no longer coming out of his left hand. It wasn't until he looked over at it in confusion did he find his answer. The limp was encased in ice all the way up to his elbow, and the ice was still trying to speak further. It would have if not for all the flames that burst out of his body, melting the ice in a moment and allowing his fist to ignite once more. Is this your curse? Being reborn made you a demon, right? And demons do have these cursed things. Yes. You should consider yourself quite fortunate, Natsu. Anyone else would have been encased in ice in the time it took to spread up to your elbow. I've been getting gradually used to my magic and my curse. Anything that touches my skin becomes frozen by my ice. My body temperature is quite low, you see. And the lower it drops, the faster my ice can freeze. It is but an extension of myself by this point, just like your flames are an extension of yourself. But I suppose we should finish up, continued Gray, glancing at the barrier with a sigh. There is no way that level of damage wasn't noticed. And, just as Master Zeref desired, he should be arriving very soon. I can't pretend that I understand what Master Zeref's desires are from an encounter like this, but I understand his strength enough to say that he can't die here. I'm not sure if anyone can kill him. Gray. Stop this, begged Natsu. Just come back with us. I'm sure we can make everyone else understand too. I know you're in there. I know you're Gray. And how would you explain me to them? What would all those men say about me, those same men giving up their lives right now to buy you time to defeat me? What would those who knew those who died say about working alongside a demon like myself? I don't belong in your world, Natsu. I don't belong in anyone's world. He didn't belong in anyone's world. That sentence alone was enough to stop whatever Natsu had to say in its tracks. Now then, you should finish trying to do what you came here to do. I should warn you, however, no matter how many times you kill the demons here, they will not die. We resurrect at Hell's core. We are forever resurrected, the call of Zeref bringing us back through the power of one of his greatest creations, Mardgear. You will never win this war when our numbers will forever continue to return. Now Deliura, cut in another voice, one that made Natsu freeze in both fear and anger. We don't want Natsu here to lose hope. You've regained your cruelty much earlier than I expected, I am impressed, but we don't want him broken. Respect that or you may just upset me. Of course, Master Zeref, Gray replied without pause, kneeling down before the mage. My apologies. I was being rash. You need not worry. It was amusing for me to watch. And Natsu, Zeref said as he turned towards the pink-haired mage. I am impressed with your growth. You have become even more proficient using that power of yours. What was it called again? The Heavenly Flame Dragon mode. His gaze took in every aspect of Natsu's body, finally settling on his left arm that had recently been covered in ice. Very interesting indeed. Tell me, did you have a good fight recently? Your arm doesn't seem to be in any pain, despite having been put under Deliura's curse here. Natsu couldn't help grip his left arm as his feet took over his flight, his eyes watching Zeref warily as he completely ignored Gray entirely. No idea what you're talking about. It's just ice. Fire trumps it every time. Is that so? Are you sure? I could always check it out for you if you like. Free of charge even. I'm okay, Natsu replied, shaking his head rapidly. He hadn't even noticed, but he had already moved a bit further away from the dark mage. I don't need any of your help. I see. Such a pain. And after all the work I did 400 years ago to learn how to heal too. I never get a chance nowadays to wield that power. Gee, I wonder why, Natsu replied sarcastically. Well, no matter, added Zeref, looking up at the barrier's edge as a large distortion appeared above it. Ah, here they are. Looking up warily, Natsu followed Zeref's gaze up to the patch of sky that seemed to be so interesting to the man. Almost instantly the space ripped, green light being seen for a moment within a dark space. And then bit by bit that same massive ship that had turned up when they needed it the most when the dragons attacked appeared, the massive rip in space closing up behind it as the last part of the airship exited the gap. Hello, Zeref shouted upwards, spreading his arms out in greeting. Can you hear me, Mavis? Is the abominate Zeref was forcefully cut off as a fist slammed into him, sending him flying back into the swarms of demons nearby. Please tell me that hurt a lot, commented Ichigo as he appeared in the space, his fist still outstretched. I'm really getting tired of him calling me that name. Ichigo. Yo Natsu. Who are you? Ichigo's following silence caused Natsu to finally return his gaze back to Gray, the man getting back to his feet and stretching his arms out in warm-up. Gray. Deliura, replied Gray simply. As you attacked Master Zeref, I presume you won't mind if I return the failure. Gray's hand came up, ready to attack, only for him to vanish in an instant, Ichigo standing in front of where Gray had been with his palm outstretched. Gray. Turning towards Ichigo in anger, Natsu waved a flaming fist at him. What did you do that for? That's Gray. That's why I only sent him flying. With that much magical power, a blow like that can't kill him. Maybe injure him if he does nothing to stop it. I'm amazed he didn't try and dodge too. Ichigo frowned as he noticed Natsu's expression morphing, turning from angry and frustrated to worry and fear. What's dash? Stay still. Ichigo did as Natsu said as the Dragon Slayer rushed towards him, grabbing the arm that he was only noticing that it was being slowly coated in ice. It had only spread up to his wrist and yet he could already feel his instant restoration trying to regenerate the whole area rather than just the flesh. And, to his surprise, it wasn't working. The ice was no longer spreading now that he noticed, but the part of the limb that was encased simply couldn't receive the magic necessary to do the repair work necessary. He was all but prepared to sever the whole infected area when Natsu pressed down on the ice with his flames, burning away the ice present in a few moments. It wasn't without burns. Natsu's heavenly flames were still a bit wild currently as he rushed to melt the ice and yet tried to keep the flames restrained, but it worked. And the moment the ice vanished, his regeneration kicked back in, healing any damage Natsu might have done accidentally in the process. That's odd, muttered Natsu as he made sure he had gotten all the ice. Were you slowing it down? It didn't spread as far as it did with me. Not until you pointed the ice out. So that's it, said Natsu, a wide smile on his face. I knew it. Gray really is there. I'll save my questions on that for later then, Ichigo said as he turned towards the direction Ziref had been flung. I've already got the others providing support. Hibiki should have sent a message out to Byakuya to get him to retreat. Who's leading the other group? Urza, Natsu replied in a flash, making Ichigo nod in thanks. All right. Hibiki? You still listening? Ichigo tilted his head for a moment as he heard a response before repeating Urza's name. You can reach her? Good. Tell her to retreat too. If you need me from this point, let me know. Until then, don't contact me until it's time for me to pull back. I don't want any distracts while I'm fighting Ziref. You're going to fight him? Natsu demanded. Alone. Ichigo nodded. Of course. Let me go with you. You can't beat him alone. I know, Ichigo replied, much to Natsu's shock. He's too unknown right now. I don't know what he's truly capable of. Which is why I have to find out before he decides to pull back. Then let me help, Natsu stubbornly continued to demand. 2-on-1 is better odds. The more pressure we add on him, the more he'll reveal. Exactly. But the more pressure one has on one's self, the more dangerous they become. And I don't think you're fast enough to survive currently. But I dash. Did you not hear me? Ichigo said, cutting him off with a cold tone. He didn't turn back to face him, but the heavy pressure he was suddenly feeling from Ichigo's magic warned him to retreat. Retreat. Get everyone else back through the barrier. If you stay, you will become a liability. Leave. Now. Natsu didn't need to be told twice anymore. Happy. He shouted, already accelerating towards the others when his blue feline friend joined him. We're retreating, he supplied to the confused Exceed as he let his flames cut out, Happy taking over flying for him. Can you get us back to the others quickly? Happy nodded, unsure of the situation but not more than willing to save his questions for later when they were both safe. Aye sir. Leave it to me. Both their eyes widened as the sky turned black above them, Happy unable to stop himself from shaking in the air as the dense magical power washed over them all. He remembered this feeling. It was the same feeling from back when Ichigo had fought against the dragons last time. Only it felt far worse this time. Stronger, more refined, and more intimidating. He spared a look back only to see a streak of black tearing across the ground, the black wave of energy devouring every demon in its path as it continued towards where Ziref had been flung. Natsu. Happy chalked out, his voice breaking periodically in fear. I'm scared. Just get us out of here, Happy, Natsu said to his friend, trying to be as reassuring as possible. He understood now why Ichigo had told him to leave and why he had said he'd be a liability. He had only seen Ichigo fighting from a distance before against dragons, beings that would need the power to be focused. But when the enemies here were weak but numerous, it was far more efficient to let raw power run loose, just like he had done himself earlier when he started fighting Grey. What scared him the most, however, was not Ichigo though, nor was it the magic he felt coming from the orange-haired mage either. It was the fact that even with all this power at his disposal, even when going at full force at Ziref, Ichigo still didn't believe he would win. Which posed only one question. Just what kind of a monster was Ziref if even other monsters feared him? Protector of the fairies. So you lot are here to help? Asked Byakuya as Nozomi appeared beside him, sparing a glance at the ship in the distance firing down at the swarms of demons below. It was doing an impressive amount of damage, but the sheer numbers meant even that level of firepower wasn't making a difference. How did you hear about the situation so quickly? We didn't send any messages out to Hibiki with details on the level of threat that the situation posed. The barrier was being damaged. But not at a rate that would have proved drastic immediately. It was a situation we could handle. But if you lot are here, and are telling us to retreat, there is obviously more to it than this. Nozomi didn't answer him for a moment, and if he knew her then she was likely debating all the pros and cons from informing him of the information they knew. Ziref, she finally said, making him wish he hadn't known. Ziref is present. The prince is constantly connected to the barrier, even if he isn't the one supplying it with power, and because of that he can pick up on the energy hitting it. Whoever was attacking the barrier was only meant to make enough noise for him to sense. Ziref purposely layered his own magic underneath that so the prince would notice and be drawn out. A trap. Almost certainly. But Ichigo can overcome it. I'll agree, that he can. But what if the trap isn't for him? Nozomi frowned at Byakuya's words, confused at the implications. Not for him? What are you? Her weapon sliced through the air before she even finished speaking, one of the blades of Sumitsuki Gaza cutting through the general's exposed back with ease. The man let out a cry, looking at her in pure betrayal before the expression morphed into a mocking smile. The body had already faded away by the time the body would have hit the floor, but Nozomi hadn't stayed to watch. Yukio only watched in the distance as she tore open space and escaped, leaving his dimension far behind. Sighing, he let her leave as he leaned back into the chair that formed behind him. That had been hard work, manipulating the space around Byakuya Kukaki and Urza Scarlet in such a way that he could pick up on the slightest disturbance in the air. Then it had been a matter of speed, his dimension rushing to intercept her before she could arrive at her original destination and instead got redirected into this world. He wasn't upset that she hadn't been tricked for long. That was what made her so interesting to him. She reacted quickly to his tricks, and escaped just as quickly when she needed to. His illusion had only been a mirror of the state outside his dimension anyway and would have been seen through in a minute or two at the most once things started to break down. That was why he liked to make his own illusions anyway. Replicating actions in process and trying to make them act exactly as they were without adding his own twist to them was boring. Sorry little princess, he muttered in amusement, his space manipulating to show him the outside world once again. But unfortunately the trap has already been sprung. You were too slow. If I can make time in my dimension run slower than out there, I can speed it up too. And when you were needed the most, you will be unable to help in the slightest. Protector of the fairies. Groaning in pain, Ziref slowly pushed himself back to his feet, climbing out of the large crater his impact had made. The demons around him parted to allow him passage, none of them willing to test his patience with the anger he felt right now. Dusting down his clothes, he turned his head just in time to catch the sight of the darkness spreading across the sky. So he's already releasing his Bankai, is he? Ziref muttered in annoyance, feeling the pressure the whole sky emitted while being coated in that abomination's magical power. Such a pain. I expected this, but I had hoped to get through this with a bit more ease. That blow already hurt without his full level of power. Sighing, he watched as a wave of energy burst into existence in the distance, tearing through waves of his demons as it shot forward straight towards him. Every demon around him scattered, desperate to try and avoid the blast in time. He didn't bother trying to dodge. It would take far too much effort and might make the abomination decide to run away instead of waiting. So instead he welcomed the wave, his entire body getting consumed by it as it smashed into him and kept continuing on behind him. Arriving at the site of destruction with barely a sound, Ichigo gazed into the slowly fading magical power, the energy greedily clinging to the ground as if it desired to devour the land it touched too. It was taking too long. Raising one of his cloaked blades, the dense black energy that shielded his form hiding it from view like the last time he had used his Bankai. He swung to one side, the force sending the rest of the energy still present scattering to the side. And standing right where he had been before stood Ziref, his feet digging into the ground. As much as I hate to admit it, impressive, offered up Ziref, looking like the mere act of offering a compliment was like poison to him. For all your faults, you do have a lot of power. It is truly recognized when you are forced to take a blow from said power, and I can see now why you could fight dragons so easily. Though you are still hiding your form, I see, he continued, a sneer across his face. You intend to force me to show my hand, don't you? That's why you are using your Bankai, your ultimate trump card. You intend to overpower me with raw power. But I think this is kind of unfair. You're showing a card while hiding all the important details of it. If you keep hiding your Bankai's form, how can you expect me to reveal anything to you in battle? You won't have a choice. Disappearing in a burst of speed, Ichigo shot forward, one blade raised as the energy around it intensified beyond its cloaked form. Halfway through his swing, however, he slowed, coming to a halt and immediately retreating back as a wave of energy expelled from all sides around Ziref. As fast as the energy was, it wasn't fast enough to catch up as Ichigo retreated further away, coming to a halt at the edge of its range. Oh? You aren't willing to try and tank my attacks like you normally do? Or suffer through them and regenerate the damage? Normal people don't gain the nickname Death Mage. Whatever that energy is, you can be sure that I won't allow myself to touch it. Really? Asked Ziref in disappointment. A shame. And here I had hoped to end this quickly. But then you wouldn't be such a problem if you weren't capable of this much. However, if you think it will be so easy to approach and hit me like you did the first time, you should rid that thought from your mind entirely. I am not a fan of physical violence. Speaking of which, he continued, bringing his hands together in a mockery of prayer, I feel like you should have more of a challenge if you wish to approach me. Twisting turns of fire, rise from the earth and prepare the seeds of rebirth. Your life is but a brief one, so burn brightly while you can. From the ground spread forth a mass of darkness, appearing all around Ziref on all sides. From the mass stretched out hundreds of arms, creatures clawing their way upwards as red markings burst to life across their void-like skin. Flames danced at the ends of their limbs, replacing the hands and feet completely in exchange for this new form, while more flames burst to life around their heads, only halted in a few areas by the lines that ran across the skin, the glow of the lines amid the flames giving off the illusion of glowing red eyes. Do you like them? Ziref asked, glancing around at the hundreds of his creations all around him. I call this one Infernios. A 2-verse demon, fairly standard and simple by my long history, but it should be good enough to test how powerful your Bankai truly is beyond mere sight. If you can beat them all, maybe I'll judge you worthy enough to fight my stronger creations. I don't have time for this, stated Ichigo in annoyance, bringing one arm back as the energy around the cloaked blade intensified. The energy spread outwards as it grew, becoming more like an oversized tower in size as he held it to one side. Get Yuga dash. Attack my demons. Tenshou. Swinging back round, the extra mass of energy exploded on contact with the lines of demons, the wave of energy tearing through them without halting. All the demons that had a chance to retaliate had but a moment to launch streams of fire at the incoming wave, but even as their magic began to resonate with one another there still wasn't enough time. In a moment, all that was left was Ziref, standing in the same spot as before without even a burn or cut on his clothes or skin. Well, that was disappointing, Ziref muttered to himself, scowling at the remains of his demons. But then what else should I have expected from prototypes? No matter, this poses little problem. From his body emitted the same energy as before, the sphere of darkness expanding outwards just in time to force Ichigo back, preventing him from approaching to get a hit on him. Shall we try a 3-verse variant? That could be interesting to see how you fare. Clasping his hands together, Ziref nodded as he came to a decision. Yes, that will do very well. One of my works from my first 100 years. Built on Infernios 2, which helps me get a good grasp on your level. Twisting spirals of flame, spread outwards as your rage builds and deliver chaos to this land. Burn all hope dash. I won't let you finish. Slamming both blades into the ground in front of him, Ichigo raised a palm towards Ziref and grasping his arm with his other hand. Hey to number 88. To ash and allow freedom to come forth from the barren land. The world sought cannot dash. Hiryu Ogekazoku Shinten Reihao. Rather than immediately firing off all the energy, it all formed and spiraled inwards to one central point, compressing down into a small orb that could barely hold the energy at bay. Hey to Zero. Ziref paid no attention to the energy as it exploded outwards. The usual widespread form of the Kidyu had been narrowed into the Zero's beam, directed entirely at him with far more deadly piercing power than the Kidyu might normally have. Any demon he summoned before it at the 3-verse level would be completely annihilated. Instead he smirked, slowing down the speed he spoke at. Be found the attack hit and he was enveloped in the deadly weight of the lightning Kidyu, the current trying to tear him apart and rip him in two. The pain would have been unbearable to most. But he had felt worse, even if this ranked quite high up there. Through peace so let dash, the energy was almost gone now. That was good. He had almost run out of words to say. Your flame dye it red. The spell was complete. As the lightning Kidyu weakened and faded, flames rose from the ground, coming forth from the same darkness as before. The only difference was that the darkness was far larger than before, spreading out further and further as hundreds upon hundreds of arms reached out of the darkness. They weren't the same as the 2-verse demon as before either. They had more mass to them. While still a void in terms of their skin, their bodies were slightly more defined, their bodies taking a more humanoid shape than the large long limb types of the lower verses. Like the Infernios, their feet and hands were coated entirely in flames. This time however, it appeared that there were actually limbs there, claws barely visible in the flames as they moved that seemed to attract the fire towards them. The fire around their heads extended much further down the demon's form too, covering half of their upper bodies in a vague form of armor. Their forms were slightly less random too. While before many of the demons had varied in size and shape, only sharing a few similar features, these ones had less differences. There were still many variations of them in the sheer numbers, but it was nowhere near as vast as it had been before. Inferni. A weird name, I'll agree with you on that, but it was the name my younger self came up with. I must have not been in the mood at the time to think of anything better. So then, he continued, spreading his arms out in a gesture towards the whole swarm of demons surrounding him. How will you deal with these? He asked, tilting his head curiously as he watched Ichigo's facial expressions. There was shock there. He liked that. Ichigo couldn't help but stare, eyeing the massive numbers warily. That spell must have taken a lot out of Ziref, and yet for the life of him he couldn't see any signs of exhaustion on the man. This was over 500 demons, all created at once with a decent level of power. Each was about the equivalent of a low-ranking mage. The sheer numbers made this feat even more shocking though. How could Ziref make this many without even getting tired? Mavis. I'm here, Mavis muttered softly, holding onto his shoulder despite the swirling energy that hid all his form from view. I knew Ziref was capable of something like this, but not to this degree. Seems he kept many secrets from me in case he did ever have to fight. He always was secretive. Come now Mavis, don't leave me out, called out Ziref, eyeing her enviously as he watched her speaking to Ichigo. I'd love to hear what you have to say about me. Would you like to share? Mavis didn't respond to him, instead increasing her grip on Ichigo's shoulder. Resonance levels are currently at 60%. I can push it up if you need more, but... I know, Ichigo replied quietly. He knew the risk of pushing himself too far. He would be stronger with more of his power, but the higher he pushed himself, the higher the resonance levels between his Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy magic, the more dangerous it would be and the greater strain it would put on his body. This is enough for now. We just need to hold him back and make him decide to fall back for today. He's unlikely to be the type to continue a battle that is pointless when he could leave and make a new plan. Especially with that level of confidence he has. Alright. If you need more though, just ask and I'll push it higher. One option would be to simply eradicate the entire force with a large Getsuga Tenshou or a high-ranked Kidyu spell. But somehow he knew that if he did, Ziref would simply bring up something stronger. Something that would make that method even less effective. Instead, he rushed forward, preparing to do things the old-fashioned way. Both cloaked blades sliced through fire and darkness, tearing apart any demon that got too close as he tore a line straight through the forces towards Zeref. It would be far easier to avoid them entirely, but if he didn't thin the numbers a bit, then he'd be forced to watch out for surprise attacks from all sides. Groups formed from the demon forces. Spheres of flames, each hovering above each group as they fired streams of fire into the orbs, grew larger and larger before launching themselves at him. They were far too slow. Dodging upwards with a powerful leap, the fireballs crashed into the ground, wiping out many of their own numbers in the wild inferno that followed. The attack itself was far stronger than the individual strength of the demons, but it was still not at a level that it could really pose a threat to him. Still, it would be better to stay on the side of caution here. Who knows what kind of tricks demons created by Zeref might have. Enough. All the demons froze in their actions, Ichigo finding himself coming to a halt too as he cut down another of the large group of demons. It seems you aren't interested in showing any more today. I'm done here. With a snap of Zeref's fingers, all the demons under his control sank back into the darkness, their short lives coming to an end at their creator's whim. As fun as this was, I think it is time for me to go too. You will have a whole new host of problems to deal with too soon, and I will greatly enjoy watching you squirm. Is that a threat? A threat? Zeref chuckled, shaking his head. Not by me. You already realized this is a trap, right? But you were arrogant. You assumed it was for you. Not that I can blame you. I wanted you to think that, purposely letting you know I was here and calling you out. Tell me, can you sense her? That woman so horribly alone that she clings to you to find normality in an alien world. Ichigo felt his blood freeze. Mavis. I'm on it. Both of them were already searching for that familiar magical power, Mavis completing her search far before Ichigo could finish scanning the area she had been in. I can't find Nozomi. She's nowhere within a few hundred miles at the very least. Taking her words as fact, Ichigo turned back towards Zeref, utterly furious as he raised a blade towards the death mage. Where is she? Oh, don't worry. You'll be reunited with one another soon enough. And no, before you ask, that was not a threat. She's a smart one. Yukio assured me of that. But you see, in your little group, there is no one able to travel as far as she can in a single moment. Not even you can move that fast once the distance begins to escalate. She is why you made it here so quickly, and with a giant airship no less. But take her away, delay her for long enough where neither of you can reach the other, and even your Bankai won't make you fast to save that giant friend of yours. Ichigo gritted his teeth, barely able to hold himself back from lunging at the man in front of him. Only the knowledge that Zeref could kill him in one hit if he got too close recklessly could keep him in check. What have you done? Me? Nothing. Perhaps you should look towards the actions of another. Of perhaps Emperor Spriggan. Zeref chuckled to himself again as he saw the confusion on Ichigo's face amid the fury, the words a joke only he understood. So then, you better start running, abomination. Try and save him if you can. Because if you fail, there's a good chance you'll never see the Celestial Spirit King in this war ever again. Stretching out a hand, Zeref gestured towards the airship in the distance, high above the retreating forces and preparing to enter its own opening in the barrier. Why don't you ask? Don't worry, I won't attack you while you talk. I swear on my own pride. Reluctantly deciding to trust the man's words, Ichigo raised a hand towards the sky, a small energy shooting up into the sky. It was nothing more than a practice exercise he had done ages back, an attempt to help manage his Quincy powers better, but right now it served another purpose as a signal. Almost instantly he felt the connection at the back of his mind, Hibiki's voice appearing in his ears. Ichigo. Thank God. I was afraid to contact you during your fight and dash. What's happening with Alvarez? What? Asked Hibiki in surprise, shocked that he was even aware of the news already. You know. Just tell me. My source likes being cryptic. Zeref told you this. Hibiki didn't speak for a brief moment, the implications of Zeref's words weighing heavily on his mind. There's a problem over there. I'm getting reports from the battlefield of there being hundreds of airships. Hundreds. We're talking carriers, bombers, the whole lot. Nothing quite as advanced as my baby here dash. Focus Hibiki, Ichigo reminded Hibiki, his tone turning urgent in fear. What's the situation? There. They haven't fired yet. But they're all charging up their weapons according to reports. They didn't want me to notice, muttered Ichigo, glaring at Ziref who only smiled innocently in response. It didn't quite work when every action he made seemed to make him more and more intimidating. Fall back. We'll regroup later. Wait. What are you doing then? Me and Mest will meet up later. Wait, what are dash? The connection was forcefully cut as flared his magic, the energy disrupting the communication lines long enough for Mavis to end the connect herself from his mind. Only sparing another time to make sure Ziref truly was retreating, an act that was confirmed as the man vanished into the shadows the moment it appeared that he was leaving. Ichigo spun on his heel and kicked off the ground, leaving a shattered crater in the process. In a flash he was already at the barrier's edge, surprising Urza as she turned to see him in shock. His feet dug into the air as he forced himself to stop, his head snapping to Mest nearby helping Urza with the retreat. Mest. How long will it take you to get us to the west front? Mest frowned but didn't hesitate with answering, no matter how random the question currently seemed. A few hours. I'm fast at teleporting but that's a long distance. 3 hours at most. Ichigo swore. Even if he used his Bankai, crossing that distance that quickly would be a hard task to do. If he pushed himself to his limits, bearing his full power which could only guarantee 5 minutes, he could make it there in maybe 2/3 of that time at best, but by that point the strain would really start kicking in and he'd be in no condition to fight at his best. Mavis's magic as well could only get him a short distance and it took time to even do that. We need to go now. Take me as far as you can. I don't care if you have no energy left once you get there, just get us as close as you can as fast as you can. I'll sprint the rest of the way after that. Just hurry. Mest nodded, grabbing Ichigo by the shoulder before reluctantly giving an apologetic wave towards Urza. Sorry. You'll need to handle the rest. They both stepped through the gap in the barrier the other troops were entering though and, with a single burst of magic, they were gone. Protector of the Fairies. Such power cannot be stopped. What's the situation? Shunsui asked, staring off into the distance at the airships just beyond the barrier. They had arrived only half an hour ago and yet they hadn't made a move. Attempts had already been made to contact anyone nearby that could help, including sending a message towards Juoshiro who passed it to Ichigo's team, but the reply he had gotten only a few moments ago meant they were unlikely to arrive any time soon. And if these ships fire soon, they wouldn't have time to spare. Has there been any changes in the enemy's forces? The man beside him shook his head, making him sigh in relief. For now they had yet to attack but that would never last. They should have attacked by now to be honest. The longer they waited, the closer Ichigo would get. They certainly shouldn't be foolish enough to wait for him to appear. Not with his level of strength. So why were they waiting? For the order to attack? Possibly, but why was the order coming late? Who was the one giving the orders? Was Emperor Spriggan going to give the order himself? Sir. Energy buildup detected. Shunsui suppressed the urge to swear, keeping his composed aura close to the surface so to not cause any unnecessary panic. Instead he looked towards the archive screens that littered the command tent, examining the drastically increasing numbers as they skyrocketed. Already they had surpassed the level of power any mage had ever obtained, even with the records broken by Kenpeki. There were hundreds of ships out there, their overall firepower easily surpassing any individual mage in Fiori by far. Unstoppable offensive against unbreakable defense. Run simulations. Can the barrier withstand that level of power? I'm not sure, sir, the man replied as he rapidly typed away at the controls in front of him. The energy has yet to settle and we don't know its upper limit yet. Bring up the specs for the Jupiter cannons. We have to assume they have firepower of that level. Then multiply it by the number of ships that share appearances on the front line. The others can be ignored. Leaving the man to his work, Shunsui gazed back out of the tent, double-checking that he hadn't gotten the descriptions of the ships in his head wrong. Many ships, the majority in fact, had the same appearance, their design more streamlined and with more obvious weapon systems on display. They were the main force of this assault, which made the back ships, the ones more heavily armored with fewer signs of armaments, the carriers for troops. If his hunch was right, they planned to tear a hole through the barrier and swarm through with their airships, bringing troops down on the land that would open up to them. Results are in, sir. He quickly turned his attention back to the man calling for him, taking a look for himself at the data's conclusion. The barrier can hold. But barely, Shunsui pointed out, plans already forming in his head. We'll survive the first barrage, but what about the second? With the rate these ships are charging up, it appears that they will reach full power again before the barrier's strength even recovers half of its full power. With these many ships, it will take only 3 volleys of fire to create a hole big enough to breach through. What did he do? His Bankai? No, there were too many people here. He'd end up dragging too many innocents in and get them killed. They'd have to send the bulk of their forces out there to stop those ships. He would love to only send a small force, but the numbers out there were simply too massive. They needed enough men to hold back Alvarez while simultaneously assaulting the ships in the sky before they could fire their second or third volley. Ready all forces. We're moving to intercept. Also, alert the saber-tooth mages to be ready to move independently. They will be in charge of dealing with the airships. Just them, sir. Shunsui nodded. The men on each ship will be far less than those on the ground. They won't be overwhelmed and they have the firepower to blast their way through. Alert Blue Pegasus to help support them, however. And, if they have it ready, get them to take Christina out and use it to get them up the first airship. The rest are close enough that they should be able to find ways to leap from one to the other. The man nodded, going back to his work as he left him, preparing to head for the barrier's edge. This would not be an easy task to do. Those airships weren't the only problem. It was the Spriggan with them. Already the few they had encountered had lived up their reputation, but if there was any more out there right now, they would be in trouble. Sabretooth had some of their biggest hitters, so if he was forced to fight all the Spriggan alone, he would not stand a chance without his Bankai. With it, he could beat them all. But the cost? It was too high. He would end up killing the thousands and thousands of men and women that followed him. What do I do, Juashiro? He muttered. What choice will be the right one here? Protector of the Fairies. The cannons have already finished charging, complained Aziel, his muscles groaning as he made a few stretches in preparation for fighting. Why are we waiting, August? The old mage merely frowned at the man's question, keeping a watchful eye towards the barrier and the troops slowly exiting it. We have not received the order yet. What? That's the reason. Standing back up to his full height, Aziel slung an arm over the man's shoulders while pointing towards Fiore's army. Look at that. Do you see it? We're letting them prepare themselves. We're wasting time. We should just attack now before they have a chance to recover at all. Emperor Spriggan has yet to give the order. And until our Lord gives us that order, we wait. Those are my orders under the authority given to me by Emperor Spriggan himself. Aziel scoffed. Why don't you let me just rush them? One massive wave of sand and they'll all be nothing more than dried up husks. You remember how scared they all were last time? Oh, I remember, replied August, Aziel suppressing a shiver at the subtle tone in the man's voice. I remember you disobeying orders and rushing forward without a care, lost in your own arrogance. Tell me, how are your injuries? Fine, the sand mage lied, crossing his arms over his chest. Not even the slightest bit of pain left. That was only true sometimes. He felt the pain still, long after his injuries had healed. That phantom pain as Warod pinned him to the ground, the man's staff narrowly avoiding his heart as it tore through his chest. It all acted up every once in a while, especially when he got a bit too nervous. It was like his body was trying to warn him from biting off more than he could chew and that the next time the strike may not miss. Are you sure? Then prove it. Turn into your sand form. Aziel glanced towards the sky, a hand running through his hair guiltily. You know, don't you? Indeed. You haven't been able to transform since your battle. Even your sand conversion techniques are weaker. As you are right now, you can barely be called one of the Spriggan 12. Sparing the man a look, August smiled sorrowfully at him. Do not mistake my words. I do still see you as a valued comrade. As a friend. But as you are right now, you are broken. You are not fit to lead our men to victory. And you know it too. If you go out there now, you'll be going to your death. I get it already, Aziel muttered, turning his gaze towards the barrier. So who is involved in this plan of the Emperor's? You? Brandish? Both of us along with Wallicht. That guy. Aziel shivered once again. Better you than me. I'm telling you, that guy's disturbing. And I'm not talking about his magic. The way he looks at everyone, the way he judges us all, it's not normal. Not normal by human standards at least. But then what else could we expect from a Machias? They aren't human after all. They are useful, and none more so that Wall. You should treat him with a bit more respect. But I cannot blame you for being wary of him. Even I sometimes wonder if perhaps he was gifted the wrong type of magic by Emperor Spriggan. If he was to turn on us, the results could be drastic. I'm not worried that much. Don't forget, Aziel reminded August, tapping a finger against his skull, we've still got numbers. So long as we stand united, no Spriggan can threaten the Emperor. They'd have to go through all of us first. Well said, stated Ziref as he appeared behind the two, stepping of the shadows. August merely kneeled before the man, Aziel's reaction being a bit unnatural with how he jumped back in shock while still trying to bow slightly at the same time. At ease. Your words have been pleasant to hear today, so I do not care for such small petty things like protocol. Looking up at all the ships in the sky, Ziref smirked, easily able to sense the energy that had built up in each ship. And you waited for me. Very good. Of course we did, Emperor Spriggan, replied August immediately, wasting no time as he petitioned the man. I must ask you to be more careful, however, my Emperor. You are at too much risk going off all the time without guards. This is not like the times you did this in the past. It is only a matter of time before Ishgar learns and memorizes your face, and when that happens they will spare nothing to hunting you down when you disappear. I do not need guards, August. You would be a fool to continue to believing that I do. Remember that so that you don't disappoint me. Of course, my lord, said August weakly, giving up trying to change his emperor's mind. But please, at the very least, allow us to be informed of when you will return. If something was to happen to you, Alvarez would fall apart. Oh, I'm sure that's not true. Envel has always been so good at holding the country together in my absences. Sorry to butt in, Spriggan, cut in Aziel, but if that Four Eyes ended up in charge permanently, the country would have an outcry within the day. Even when you aren't there, you are still the face of our empire. You are our emperor. To have him replace you without warning, not many people would agree with such a decision. I suppose you're right, conceded Ziref. Regardless, now is hardly the time for such boring conversation. August, give the order to all ships. Fire at the barrier and being recharge sequences. We are getting that barrier down if it is the last thing we do. Of course, sir. Raising his staff, the end glowing brightly, August's voice magnified, loud enough for even the people on the airships to hear him. All ships, prepare to fire on my mark. All troops, get ready to repel the enemy. 3, 2, 1. Mark. In one moment, the whole sky lit up as beams of bright light shot forward in the hundreds. The barrier held strong, but, by the time the attack was over, a single long line could be seen in the center of the attacks, smaller cracks splitting off from the original. And so it begins, stated Ziref happily. Stage 4 has commenced. He'll be here soon. The one person who can stop us right now. Oh really? Asked Aziel. Who the hell is that? That Shinigami Ukin or something? Oh no, said Ziref with a snarl. Definitely not him. He's still inexperienced with his full power. No, this is to stop an even bigger threat. The threat posed by the Celestial Spirit King. By the time this day is over, he will be in our hands. Protector of the Fairies. That's another down. Called out Sting, aware that nobody might be listening at this distance. There was so much fighting going on, so many spells being exchanged over long distances, that most people barely acknowledged one another unless there was a call for help. With his work done on the ship's core, however, he rushed towards the exit he had made in the hull, leaping out as the ship dropped back down to Earth. He barely made it out in time, turning into a mixture of light and shadows as he shot upwards towards another ship. Below him the whole thing went up in flames, the crash damaging the currently charging cannon and making the energy go wild. As he pulled himself onto the deck of the ship, his body turning back to normal as he reached the railing, he had a brief moment to look around at the sight before him. 10 ships. That was all the damage they had done so far. They had a lot of firepower, but it simply wasn't enough. The enemy ships weren't even bothering to focus on them. The amount they had lost was inconsequential to their overall strength. The only thing getting fire sent back at it was Christina, Blue Pegasus's airship, and that was only because it was deadly. The bombs and cannons armed on that small ship were powerful enough to take down the other airships in half the time it took them to take down a single one on foot. Plus, its weapons charged up a hell of a lot faster than the enemy ships did. Despite it all, however, this was a losing battle. They were trying to turn the tide, they were trying so hard, but it simply wasn't enough. Already the ships had fired a second time, the cracks in the barrier getting bigger and bigger. The larger ships, that they had been informed were likely troop carriers, had advanced forward too, an escort of the attacking ships defending them from any stray fire. One more volley. One more volley of this level and the barrier would be breached, and then they'd never stop these ships from scattering all over Fiore. Damn it! Was there nothing they could do? He had gotten far more proficient in his White Shadow Dragon mode from all the fighting, but, even with that dramatic boost of power that it gave him, it wasn't enough. If Rogue was still here, he had to stop doing this to himself. Even if Rogue was still alive, even if he was here and they performed a unison raid in this mode, it wouldn't be enough. Maybe it would do enough damage to stop the next volley from breaching the barrier, but what about the volley after that? As it was, they needed a miracle. A miracle like last time. Why wasn't that man here? That man who had saved them all from the sand wave last time. With his level of power, surely he could have tipped the tides? He was one of the 4 gods of Ishgar, right? That meant there were 3 others like him. 3 others who could make all the difference. It was no use. They wouldn't be coming to help. He knew deep down that they had been saved before only because they never would have lasted long enough for the barrier to appear. Right now they had no way to know they were in trouble, no way to know there was a giant threat approaching. It was up to the men and women here alone to fight this force off. Got to be quick, Sting muttered as soldiers charged at him. With a flash of light, he cut through the air around them all, slashing at their chests with his arms as he went and cutting into their skin with small tendrils of darkness. The men and women operating these ships were weak. It didn't take too much magic to take them down. He had been conservative before, even in his White Shadow Dragon mode, but now he had no choice. Walking to the edge of the ship, unwilling to destroy it so long as it served as a platform for him to stand on, he drew his head back, energy gathering to his mouth for his breath attack. Not enough. This was not nearly enough. At this rate, he'd never do enough damage. The attack would barely break the hull of one ship, let alone multiple. He needed more power. More strength. But he was already pushing the limits on what he could supply the spell from his own magic. It was draining him rapidly as he feed more and more energy into it, and it still wouldn't be enough. He'd have to settle. Pushing the last bit of magic he could spare into the spell, his White Shadow Dragon mode barely having enough energy to sustain itself, he prepared to fire. Only to pause as the energy continued to climb. Why? He was out of magic to fuel it with. Where was the energy coming from? Now that he had stopped feeding it magic from his own core, he could actually feel some of that energy recharging. Was he gaining energy from the sky? Was he drawing energy into his body subconsciously as he would normally with light? He was normally able to absorb a bit of energy from the light of the sun, but never anything this high. Hybrid. He remembered being called that. Back during the battle with the dragons, one of the dragons had called him that. The same thing that Ichigo had proclaimed himself to be. Was what he was doing now a result of that? He knew something always felt off about his White Shadow Dragon mode. It always felt so right to use, even though Urga had commented on it being almost unpleasant to stand near him when he was using it. Was this why? Was the energy that made up this mode that unnatural that he could draw in energy by simply breathing in? Whatever the case, he wouldn't turn down this chance. Giving the spell more time to be fueled with energy, he funneled some of the energy he had gotten back into the spell along with any more he drew in, letting all the energy build up. It hurt. It hurt so much to hold back so much energy. He could already feel his jaw straining from the pressure, but he still kept at it. This would have to be enough. He couldn't manage it anymore. White Shadow Dragon's roar. The beam that fired from his mouth was unlike any breath attack he had ever seen. It was thinner than Natsu's, and yet he knew that it had far more power behind it just from looking. The second the energy collided with the ship, the energy turned from pretty to deadly. It expanded so quickly in a single instant, the entire ship being consumed by the blast. But it didn't stop there. It kept going, the blast expanding outwards and consuming more and more ships in the process. 27 ships. That was the total destruction when it finally died down, and there wasn't even anything left of those 27 ships. They were simply gone, obliterated entirely. Completely exhausted, his White Shadow Dragon mode fading before he had the chance to experiment with recovering more energy, he fell onto his backside, unable to tear his gaze away from the sight. Impressed and slightly wary of the sight, Renji whistled as he landed beside the Dragon Slayer, laying a hand on Sting's shoulder. What the hell did you just do? A breath attack. I can see that. But how? How did you do all this? I don't know entirely myself, Sting admitted. It was partly true anyway. I'm spent. Can you handle this ship for me? I think there is more crew below who aren't aware I'm up here. I can't leave you up here like this. I'll never make it back in time. Hold on and I'll get you to Christina. You should be proud of yourself. You may have bought us a bit more time. I'm afraid it's far too late for that, declared a voice, an old man they recognized from the descriptions they had as one of the Spriggan 12. I was worried for a moment when I sensed that magic. I thought for certain that the beast of Zeref had appeared, but alas, it was only you. I don't know what's worse, to be honest. The fact that beast exists. Or the fact that there are two creatures with that exact magical power. Sting, we're leaving. Grabbing Sting, Renji made to rush towards the ship's edge, his magic already preparing the necessary energy for Shunpo, when he froze, multiple magic circles surrounding his position. Shit. Language. But I do believe it is acceptable at a time like this. It does sum up your situation quite nicely. But it is not me you want to be worried about. It is those ships. Eyes widened in terror, Sting turned towards the distance just as the ships fired, the beams impacting against the barrier and shattering a large chunk of it to pieces. Immediately the barrier could be seen trying to repair itself, but the hole made was so large that it would take over an hour to fix itself at the pace it was going at. And the ships would be through that gap in but a minute with the speed they had suddenly switched to, all rushing forward before they could be stopped. No. 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 It is too late, declared August. Your cards are played. Tell me, who here has the strength left to stop all these ships? I do. The voice didn't come from beside them but rather from beside the ship itself. The light bent in the air beside the ship itself, expanding downwards into an opening large enough for a giant to appear from, his feet stepping onto the air so that his head stood level with the deck of the ship. I will stop them all, the Celestial Spirit King declared as he stared directly at August. Just watch me, you who has seen the truth of magic. I will not allow you to harm these people any further today. Protector of the Fairies. He's here, said Zeref quietly to himself, resting on the edge of one of the furthest ships from the battle. It would do no good to be discovered by the enemy now and for them to learn that he and Spriggan were one and the same. Better to keep them guessing, especially that abomination. It would cause him far more distress trying to work out why Spriggan and he were working together rather than knowing they were the same person. Watching the Celestial Spirit King appear, the space in the distance bending to the will of the Great Ukin and the construct of magic with him, he gave a quick glance to the sky, gaining a rough feel for the time. Almost an hour and a half. The mages below had rushed to try and intercept his fleet, even with the delay in firing, but it took time to read such a large force. Since August had held off firing while waiting for him, they must have been trying to call for additional help before committing to their attack. Well, it was fine nonetheless. The abomination would not be here in time to stop him. Maybe he might make it to the end of the show, but he certainly wouldn't be here in time to stop it. It all depended on how fast he was trying to get here. "Wallach," he called out, the oddly shaped man behind him bowing his head in response, a mischievous grin across his face. "Yes, my lord." "Get ready. You know your role." "Of course, my lord," replied the member of the Spriggan 12, tucking his unnaturally long arms behind his back as he walked forward towards the ship's edge. "How far should I draw him in?" "Right into the middle of the fleet. I'll have all forces concentrate fire on his position. Stall him. Delay him. The cannons will need time to recharge, and I do not want him to destroy my fleet before they have a chance to serve their purpose." "As you wish." Taking a step off the ship's edge, the man fell down towards the earth below, leaving Zeref to himself as he continued to watch the Celestial Spirit King's actions. Since he had given the order for the fleet to halt if he appeared, the Celestial Spirit King had made no signs of aggression. But as he watched, he knew it wouldn't last. The giant hadn't attacked, not because they hadn't, but because he was giving a chance to the forces of Ishgar below to regroup and prepare to fall back if needed. Now that he was here, there was no greater source of power to fight this fleet. It would not be a stretch to say that the Celestial Spirit King alone would be enough now. Hopefully his soldiers wouldn't underestimate him too much. He was sure Aziel remembered his humiliating defeat against Ward, because it would only serve to further show them not to ever take Anukin lightly, especially one this powerful. After all, this man before them was the second oldest Ukin that he knew about that still existed. The oldest. Well, that old monk rarely bothered anyone, so he wasn't too worried about him so long as he remained in solitude. Even so, he knew he might lose one of his 12 guards today. Not all of them were assembled, a shame but a necessary act in case Alvarez itself was attacked, so he didn't have as much power present as he would have liked. If his identity was known, it would be an entirely different matter, but unfortunately he couldn't afford to play that card. Brandish, Aziel, Wall, Dimaria, and Vel, those 5 were scattered across the area, ready to assemble when the operation starts. God Serena was somewhere nearby and would be there if he called, but if not, then he'd do as he pleased. It was tough working with that man sometimes. God Serena hadn't called him out on being a Nukin yet, something he was still puzzled by, which meant it was tricky working out how much that man might actually know and how much was merely hypotheses. Well, even if he couldn't completely rely on God Serena, he was prepared for those possible outcomes. And he had August here too, bringing the total Spriggan 12 current assembled up to 7. And so long as August was here, that total firepower was far greater. There was a reason that man was known as the Magic King. Not even he had the magic that August possessed. However, all this power was still limited against a colossal being such as this giant. The longer the Celestial Spirit King remained in this world, the more adjusted he would get towards the magic of the world once more. Already he could feel the energy around them fueling the man with the power he had lost from traveling here, and he could feel it adjusting to his presence now that he was back in this world, slowly treating him with more and more awe. The short time he had been back in this world had almost gotten him completely readjusted, but then he had been prepared for that too if he had been too slow today. The members assembled of his Spriggan 12 were strong, but their magical power was nothing compared to this man's supplies. Not even his own could compare, even with 400 years to learn and grow. "This is why people like us should never be allowed to live this long," Zeref muttered, pushing himself off the edge of the ship and letting himself tumble through the air down towards the ground below. "The longer you live, the more your magic can grow. People like us, we shouldn't be forced to continue living. We should be allowed to die." Crashing to the ground, Zeref felt half the bones in his body break, his neck snapping. The next moment, he was pushing himself out of the smaller crater around his body, rubbing the back of his neck with a grimace of pain. "Still hurts," he spoke quietly. "This isn't kindness, you realize. Magic is not so human. It's obsession. Desire. I pity whichever of you may die today. You still have that freedom in this world. A freedom all Ukin have had stripped from them for this great power. How I envy you all. Protector of the Fairies. Thank you for waiting, Celestial Spirit King, said Shunsui politely, standing in the air beside the giant's head. We've finished pulling back our spread forces. Christina too has all the saber-tooth mages back on board and we're ready to mop up the ships you scatter. The Celestial Spirit King laughed, his booming voice almost deafening Shunsui from his close proximity. So you have already decided that I possess that level of power, I see. Very well, I shall cleave a path through this hell. All you need to do is follow the path to the stars that I leave behind me. You're being all dramatic again, stated Zara, sighing in annoyance as she kicked her feet out on his shoulder. Let's hurry up and get going already. I'm bored just waiting. Have some patience, Zara. You showed that you had it for the hundreds of years before we reunited, so you should have no problem waiting a few more minutes. And this girl is? Shunsui asked, leaning forward slightly to get a good look at the girl sitting on the Celestial Spirit King's far shoulder. Zara, did he say your name was? A pleasure to meet you. I won't be listening to any orders you give or any suggestions you offer, so don't bother trying. I won't be used by people like you. Was I that obvious? No, but I know you met Mavis and know what she is. My age and appearance don't match, plus I'm with the big guy here without any fear for my life. It's not too hard to put the pieces together if you're smart. Shunsui smirked, straightening up again. I apologize then for any insult I may have given you with my actions. Just the two of you fighting will be enough to help us. Of course it will be, Zara replied arrogantly, crossing her arms with pride. We're invincible. So long as he and I are together, there isn't a person alive that can stop us. That's helpful to know, called over August, sitting on a basic wooden chair on the deck of the ship in front of them while his staff rested by his side. Getting to his feet, the wood broke apart as his magic stopped maintaining it, one hand adjusting his grip on his staff as he planted it firmly against the ground. Are you all done then? Should we get down to business? Of course, answered the Celestial Spirit King, bidding farewell to Shunsui as the man used Shunpo to get away quickly. You were waiting for me? It would be foolish to try and press our advantage currently. We can always do the same again once you are gone, the damage to the barrier proves it, and if we tried to push now then we'd simply be feeding all our ships right into an easy path for you to cut them all down. Am I wrong? The Celestial Spirit King laughed, resting a hand against his side while another reached up towards the hilt of his sword on his back. You know, I think I might have liked you if we had met under different circumstances. You remind me of a man I once knew, long ago. Do I? What happened to him? He died. As they all did, whether from illness, battle, or even old age if they were really lucky. You should consider yourself privileged to have lived in a time like this, free from the worry and harshness of everyday life. I have watched this world for hundreds of years, and I can honestly say that it is beautiful now. So beautiful that it almost makes me want to cry with joy. The smile on the giant's face dimmed as his hand finally reached his sword, gripping the hilt of the massive weapon tightly as his smile shifted to one of sadness. Why did you have to ruin it with this war? Why couldn't you have all just stayed in your own country and stuck to your own matters? Why did you have to continue to press forward? What reward is worth the amount of lives that will be lost, both in this battle and the battles to come? What reward is worth the lives already lost? August returned the look, his age more clearly expressed than even his appearance showed through the look in his eyes. I've seen enough wars over the years just to unite Alvarez. Throughout it all, I've followed my emperor. Through thick and thin, through storm and rain, through blood and tears, I've seen the pain that comes before peace. This is merely on a far grander scale. Do not take this to mean that I enjoy all of this. Some of my allies do. In fact, some of them truly enjoy the act of killing another human being. But me? I have taken enough lives. All I can do is follow the man I have always followed and believe that peace will follow just as it did all the times before. I can understand that. It seems it is more than just your humor that reminds me of my old friend. Drawing the blade, the Celestial Spirit King slowly lowered it to his side, taking his free hand and extended it out toward August. Before we fight, I do want to say that I'm glad I could talk to someone like you. Even an enemy should be someone who is able to show kindness to others. In a war filled with demons and hollows, I'm glad to know I don't have to count the humans as monsters too. And I am glad to have had the chance to talk to one as old as you, said August as he grasped the giant's finger with his hand, shaking it lightly. I heard tales about you. In the Holy Palace. You truly were someone extraordinary, which is why I pity you for this life of living. You aren't Anukin. No, I am not. And yet you have seen the light through those doors. I have. The Celestial Spirit King drew his hand back as August let go of it, letting it grip his sword with his other hand too. How unusual. So that's what your magic is. I see it now. But to what you've said, I don't think you should pity me. And why is that? You knew you wouldn't die normally. You knew you were too strong. If you had never been blessed with that power, you never would have been forced to seal yourself away for so many years. No one forced me, the giant replied sadly. I chose to remove myself from the world because I didn't want to harm anyone. It was my choice. It will always be my choice. Even so, all those years you spent in solitude dash. I said do not pity me, interrupted the Celestial Spirit King, his words forceful. Trust me, I am not someone who needs to be pitied. Save it for those that truly need it. Save it for those who have suffered far more than I. If I hadn't sealed myself, I never would have had my 88 summoners. I regret none of what I did, so do not pity me for something I do not feel pain for. Very well then. It has been an honor, Celestial Spirit King. And you too, Magic King. The peaceful attitude between the two shattered the moment those words exited their mouths. Immediately the Celestial Spirit King swung his sword upwards, the blade tearing through the metal of the ship as if it was paper. At the same moment, August tapped his staff against the ship itself, teleporting away to a safe distance. Kicking forward off the air he had stood on, the Celestial Spirit King flew through the air, his sword held behind him to one side as light started to be channeled across the edges. All the ships in his way were cut apart with one swing as he reached them, the energy that had coated his blade slicing far beyond his reach as he began to cut into the entire formation. 5 incoming at 3 o'clock. He nodded at Zara's words, turning his attention to them quickly. Energy built up around his blade as he swung it at the nearest ship, slicing it clean in two and letting the energy sail past and hit some of the other nearby ships. Then, moving quicker than his size would suggest, he sliced at the other 4, the blade cutting 2 of them down at a time as he used the blade's size to cut down the ones closest to one another. More incoming. Some are slipping past. Let the others handle those, the Celestial Spirit King replied with, swiping out with his sword and cleaving through another ship. I only need to break this formation so that their job becomes easier. Rushing further into the enemy's ranks, the small amount of fire he was getting from below insignificant at hurting him, he charged his blade with more energy before swiping the blade in a massive arc. Space shifted where the blade slashed through, the wave rippling out until it finally hit the ships all around him and tore apart the areas it touched. Already ships were falling all around him, and yet he showed no signs at stopping. He'd only taken a small fraction of the total fleet. More needed to fall before he could call this a successful job. Not so fast, called out a man from afar, his voice being transmitted all around the Celestial Spirit King. You will not be running freely free today. Looking around, the giant frowned, unable to work out where the voice was coming from. It appeared to be from each ship, and in some ways that was true too. He could see strange figures on each ship, all the source of the sound and yet none appearing to stand out from one another. All at once, the figures raised their hands, the air around their palms shifting with the small use of dimensional magic. They were good. His magic was powerful, but it was primarily based off the manipulation of space and the reinforcement of his body. The latter was something only raw power could counter, but the former could be taken advantage of. Whenever it came to dimensional magic, they were always very effective against one another. Some said it was because they were trying to manipulate energy so similar that they cancelled each other out. Others said that the act of one disrupting space could be weakened by another further disrupting the disrupted space, overriding the rules being imposed on it with their own. It was certainly impressive that they had worked out one of biggest weaknesses so quickly. He had to give credit where it deserved. But of course that isn't nearly enough, is it? He spoke towards the voices, glancing at the ships all around him. These ships are all ready to fire, aren't there? He asked, watching all the fleet around him focusing their aim on him as they surrounded him from all sides. Taking out that many before they fire would be impossible even for me. And any attempts of widespread manipulation that I tried could be weakened by the sheer number of you using dimensional magic. May I have the name of the one who worked that out? Wallach, came back the voice, only this time the Celestial Spirit King could pinpoint it. The ship nearest to him held the man, his appearance leaving little guess about what kind of being he was. He was nothing more than a machine, similar to those trains and ships he had learned about over the years except much more advanced. The man was all metal, bolts and screws visible on his round face while exhaust ports extended out of his shoulder blades, constantly releasing smoke as the large lacrima in the machine's chest released magic through the body and caused parts to heat up. I assume you like my work. The giant laughed, reversing his grip on his blade and bringing it down in front of him as if he had planted it into the air as if it was the ground. It's not anything to scoff at. What kind of magic is this if you don't mind? You think I'm so foolish as to tell you? Of course not, but what's the harm when you've got me trapped? Besides, are you implying simply knowing the name of your magic will be enough to cause you harm? Wall scoffed, smiling menacingly as he responded. If that is how you want to play it, I will join in too. Weakness magic. That is the name of my magic. At a glance, I can analyze all your weaknesses and create machines to take advantage of those weaknesses present. And I see all your weaknesses. Weakness magic? Magic really has evolved in many strange ways, the Celestial Spirit King commented, watching as the energy began to spill from the cannons of the ships. Well then, what are you waiting for? An invitation? Go ahead. Fire. Slightly unnerved at the giant's confidence, Wall could only chalk most of it up to pride. His weakness magic had only revealed this weakness to dimensional magic, as if saying that his best chance at winning was to take advantage of that one since no others would be enough. Even when he pressed further, he had only gotten a few others, more mental in nature. Giving the signal and transmitting it to all his clones, the ships hesitated for a brief moment before they all fired. Massive beams of magic shot through the air, no blast in danger of hitting another of their allies so long as the Celestial Spirit King stayed where he was. And he wouldn't move either. He had seen that when he looked deeper. This giant was not one that would move, not when it meant hundreds of others would be killed by their own allies. He had no quarrels about doing the deed himself, but the act of letting people die because of the actions of their own allies simply wasn't something the giant would allow given the chance. Over 200 beams of pure magic rammed straight into the giant, while having all his clones activate the dimensional magic they had at their disposal the moment he saw the Celestial Spirit King try to pull something. There was one problem with your plan, the Celestial Spirit King spoke from the smoke from all the attacks, the life in his voice leaving no doubts that he had survived with ease. As the smoke completely clearer, what was revealed was the giant's figure shielded by his cloak that he had grabbed at the last moment. Space shifted all around it, the blasts from the ships having collided against the rippling shield of space and harmlessly dispersing afterwards, barely a scratch on the giant or a rip in his cloak. How was this possible? He had countered right. He had taken advantage of the giant's weakness. With all the clones using dimensional magic, there should have been no way that the giant could have created a barrier of space that was that powerful. Unless. I know what you're thinking, stated the Celestial Spirit King slowly. You assumed that simply knowing a weakness in myself would be enough. You used a perfect counter. Your plan worked. The giant paused, looking around at all the clones of Wall. Looking around himself, Wall found himself lost for words. All his clones were broken. They were destroyed, the magic they had been channeling burning themselves up. Do you not see? Very well, I will explain it to you. This plan would have worked on most. Anyone weaker than you, anyone equal to you, and even those above you. But to say I am above you is to say that the moon is as high as the stars. At such a distance, they are both so far away that you cannot truly grasp how large the gap is beyond knowing it is large. Your magic is powerful, but in order to disrupt my control of space you will need far more power than clones with a half-hearted level of control over dimensional magic. Raising his sword, the Celestial Spirit King smiled, his sword glowing with energy. I have to thank you for drawing in your forces so much and for clearing away any hesitation I might have had at using my magic. With one thrust, the Celestial Spirit King stabbed his sword right back down, the point stabbing into the air by his feet. Only this time it wasn't merely resting there. Instead it sunk slightly, as if it had stabbed into the ground. The ripple in the air shifted before rapidly expanding outwards, the energy of the blade being channeled through the crack. Comet wave. All around him from the crack in the air, space rapidly distorted, extending away from him as waves. Wall's order to withdraw came too late for the front of the fleet, over 50 ships being ripped apart the moment the first wave hit them. The ones behind were luckier, surviving the aftershocks of the first wave only to have 30 of their number crippled in some way from the second wave. By the time the third and following waves shot out, the rest of the ships had already gotten as far away as possible, the Celestial Spirit King finally letting up his attack now that the waves couldn't reach them. The second his sword was brought upwards, space restored itself, repairing as if nothing had ever happened. Impossible, Wall muttered, his eyes desperately analyzing the Celestial Spirit King for more weaknesses. There has to be something. Anything. You can't be this powerful. You have to have a greater weakness than this. I am sorry to disappoint, the Celestial Spirit King replied, turning back towards where Wall had been. The ship he was on was not the same as before but was instead one hit by the second wave, the ship he was on barely able to hold itself in the air. The machine must have made a run for it at the last second and barely made it across in time. But at your level it is impossible to defeat me alone. Raising his blade, he swung it down at full force, slicing straight through the ship Wall was on, cutting off the machine's arm in the process. Well, that plan failed, said Aziel as he walked across the ground towards the Celestial Spirit King, sand slowly forming at his feet. Brandish walked beside him, a small pebble already clenched in her hand as she flicked it up lightly before catching it again and repeating the process. He's better than I expected, Aziel added as he noticed the giant turning his attention to them, the magical power of the three of them more than high enough to draw any eye towards them. What should we do now then, Invel? He asked, the man known as the Winter General simply pushing up his glasses in response. Move to Plan G. The enemy is stronger than we anticipated but not beyond the range we prepared for. Attack with full strength all at once. Let's end this before we run out of time today. Sweet. Let's go wild. Raising both hands towards the Celestial Spirit King, Aziel laughed as he launched twin streams of sand upwards, the giant moving to dodge them before they could hit. Taking advantage of the chance, Brandish rushed forward, slamming her foot against the ground in front of her as the ground ahead started to rise. Invel followed right behind her as Aziel held the giant off, both doing their best to make as much distance up the platform as they could before the counter-attack. Swiping out with his sword with one wide and sudden slash, the Celestial Spirit King scattered the sand with the wind pressure the blade made, releasing the sword for a moment before grabbing it with his other hand and bringing the blade back in a downward swipe. Energy poured forth from the blade in an arc, slashing into the ground Aziel had been standing in just a moment ago. Oh crap, muttered the sand mage as he sprinted after his fellow mages. One Eye kept track of the giant as best as he could, knowing that losing track of him for even a moment would be disastrous. Come on, Wall. I'm going as fast as I can, said Wall as he jumped up to the ground beside him, his legs crouching to absorb the impact from his high jump. This form has taken more damage than I expected. Is that so? Aziel let out a laugh in amusement as he reached out and grabbed the mage by the back of his clothes, sending him flying with one large throw. Then go do some good for us. Nodding in the air, Wall spun round as he approached the Celestial Spirit King, raising his sole remaining arm as it began to transform itself into a blade. The Celestial Spirit King barely paid him any attention, merely shifting in the air and slicing him in half with his giant blade. The distraction was enough time for Invel and Brandish to reach the top of the platform, however, Brandish taking the initiative as she launched the pebble she was holding at the giant. Dismissing the projectile completely, the Celestial Spirit King was caught off guard when, instead of bouncing off his armor, it slammed into him with enough force to dent it. Following up on his teammate's attack, Invel raised a hand, snow firing forth from his hand. This the giant avoided, his blade testing the magic by trying to deflect some of it. His only reward came in the form of a thin layer of ice along the blade's edge, quickly broken away by the giant's own magical power. Before he even could make a counter-attack, a blast of magic fired at him from above, August standing in the air with his staff pointed down at him. Out of all the attacks, that one hurt the most. It had actually managed to break away part of the armor on his helmet, a feat few managed to do. But even so, it was not enough. Raising his blade, the Celestial Spirit King swung outwards, the lacrima in its guard glowing brightly as space began to distort along his swing's path. Reacting quickly, Envel clapped his hands together and raised them forward. In the span of a second, a giant ice wall filled the space between them, acting as a barrier against the rippling space. It barely slowed it down, the ice in its path being distorted too before the magic tore through. Jumping back off the platform to avoid the distortion, Envel led of blasts of snow and ice as he fell, Brandish doing the same with pebbles she quickly drew from her pouch. None of them hit this time, the Celestial Spirit King too aware of what they could do despite their small size. Seeing his allies in trouble, August signaled Aziel from up high, immediately creating a large barrier around them that directed wind inwards towards the Celestial Spirit King. Wind and sand rarely could work together so well, and this was one of those few occasions where it worked. The large blast of sand Aziel fired from both hands accelerated towards its target, slamming into the giant just as his cloak came to block the assault. Like with the ships, the blast barely did anything to the giant. The rippling space across his cloak defended him completely from the sand's dangerous effect, only serving to make them waste more magic against him while his own reserves hadn't even appeared to have taken a hit. Not enough, muttered August. No, I suppose we are still treating you lightly, aren't we? Our numbers are making us unconsciously underestimate you. Raising his staff up high, magic circle upon magic circle generated around him, filling the sky with magic of all kinds. It was as if the aura around the giant had changed completely when he did it though. Suddenly an attack was coming towards him, the space distorting and ready to rip him apart if it connected. It never hit, the blade being forcefully deflected along its desired path, causing the slash to tear apart the air beside him instead and to destroy some of the generating magic circles. Thank you, Maria, he muttered, spotting the form of the woman as she kicked back off the blade and shot towards the ground. You bought me more than enough time. At once, all the magic circles fired. The Celestial Spirit King didn't hesitate with his decision. With so many attacks coming in at once, he could never completely clear the blast zone in time. Neither could he deflect them all away with the one chance he would have. Instead he stuck with the best option he had at his disposal. And, just as August expected, he pulled his cloak around him as the space around it distorted. Right before all the attacks could connect, however, a separate blast collided against the cloak, tearing apart the space barrier forming across its surface. Unable to contain his surprise, the giant glanced towards the distance where the blast had come from, a humanoid form hiding in the far distance now revealed with a giant cannon formed in front of him, the end letting loose massive amounts of steam. And with his barrier torn apart, there was no time to dodge the barrage of magic from above. He had committed himself to this choice of move. Colliding with one massive explosion, the air shook with shockwaves as each spell hit the giant. For good measure, the mages below fired their own blasts into the mix, sand and ice colliding in the mess along with a volley of small pebbles finally followed by one large rock. Right before that last projectile could hit, however, all the smoke and energy was dispersed. The giant's hand reached out and grabbing the rock with nothing more than a slight crack appearing in the armor. The same could not be said for the rest of his armor, however. The barrage had torn away chunks, half of one shoulder missing entirely along with a third of his helmet. Parts of his chest had broken away in almost a random nature, exposing a dark green shirt beneath at some areas with flesh in others. But that was it in the end. Small injuries, damage to his armor. The biggest amount of destruction done was to his cloak, the material now missing half of itself and falling short at halfway down his back. Impossible, muttered Aziel. Come now, this isn't sweet at all. You must have taken more damage than that. That was an admirable effort, exclaimed the Celestial Spirit King, a hint of pride in his voice. I was foolish to not consider why you sacrificed one of your allies so easily in what appears to be such an attack so obvious it is destined to fail. I recognized the feel of that magic as it hit me. Wallached, you are full of surprises. Your weakness magic is more effective than I thought if it could even take down my barrier. But to think you would even predict my response, August, continued the giant, glancing up at the old mage. You baited me perfectly and created an opening for your hiding mage to strike and guarantee your attack would hit. And even you allies, they didn't just try to assure themselves that your attack would be enough. They had to be sure. Looking at the rock in his hands, the Celestial Spirit King raised it up before throwing it down, Maria leaping in the way of the projectile and slamming both fists forward. Even the Celestial Spirit King wasn't quite sure what the woman did, but instantly the pressure slowed down the rock just enough before it collided with her fists, bones breaking as she screamed out in pain. Smart. If a pebble had the power to dent my armor, a rock would have dramatically more strength hidden within. What did you condense down, I have to ask? A mountain? Whatever it was, it's impressive too that one of you was able to slow it down and only suffer an injury at that level. If this had hit any of you, there would only be a bloody puddle left. Now then, the giant finished with as he held his sword to one side. I will acknowledge your strength with my own. All around him began to glow, streams of bright golden starlight reaching towards him from the air itself. Cracks in his armor closed up, the missing pieces restored themselves in place and the cloak returned to its normal length until all that was left from their battle were some dents and marks, left only as a sign of respect. Raising his blade, golden light shining around it, the Celestial Spirit King prepared to swing at them. This is your dash. He never got a chance to finish his sentence, a foot crashing into his side and sending him flying across the air over a few hundred meters. Letting himself fall softly through the air, the new attacker landed on the ground beside the other Spriggan 12, raising a hand upwards towards the sky as spotlights from nearby ships burst to life on his position. Wavy and spiked light-colored hair came into view, jutting out at the top into a style resembling rabbit ears. Across the bridge of the man's nose a very visible scar could be seen, a feature many would have used to recognize him if it was not for his more eccentric personality. This is your darkest hour, when your power seems insignificant. It is true that to say he is above you is not sufficient as to say that the moon is as high as the stars is to not grasp the distance between the two. But I add this. The stars may be further away but their light is dim. And I, the sun, shine so much more brightly. Protector of the Fairies. Check the description for the links to the author.